fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, gather close as we embark upon a journey through the deepest mysteries and hidden truths of Tolkien's legendarium, a collection of contemplative tales that will carry you gently into peaceful rest, while revealing the profound wisdom concealed within the most beloved fantasy world ever created. Before we begin this extended exploration together, drop a comment letting me know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. I love knowing our fellowship spans the globe, and if these contemplative journeys through Middle-earth bring you peace, please hit that like button and subscribe for more hidden wisdom from Tolkien's vast imagination. Tonight we present 10 complete episodes that span the full spectrum of Middle-earth's wonders and terrors, from the gentle wisdom of Gandalf's evening smoke to the horrifying existence of the Nazgul, from the profound friendship between Legolas and Gimli to the dark corruption of Sauron's greatest creation. Each story has been crafted to guide you toward restful sleep, while unveiling the deeper meanings that make Tolkien's work eternally fascinating. You'll witness Gandalf's first days learning to be human, follow Frodo's peaceful retirement in the Shire, and experience the daily burdens of Galadriel's mystical sight. You'll explore the transformation of ancient enemies into beloved friends, and peer into the twisted consciousness of beings who traded their souls for power. From the heights of noble wisdom to the depths of corrupted ambition, these tales reveal truths about courage, friendship, sacrifice, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness that defines not only Middle-earth, but our own world as well. So settle into comfort. Let the cares of your day drift away like smoke rings dissolving into evening air, and allow these gentle meditations on Tolkien's deepest truths to carry you peacefully into dreams of distant shores and undying lands. Sweet dreams, fellow wanderers, the journey begins now. The guest chamber that Círdan provides overlooks the harbour, its simple furnishings speaking to needs that Gandalf is only beginning to understand. A bed waits beneath diamond-paned windows, its purpose both obvious and mysterious to a consciousness that has never known fatigue. A wash basin sits ready with clean water, addressing requirements that seem absurdly material after eons of existing without substance. Most puzzling of all, a modest meal has been laid out on a wooden table. Bread and cheese, fruit and wine, sustenance for a body that has never experienced hunger. The act of eating proves more complex than observation had suggested. His hands, still uncertain in their movements, must remember how to tear bread without crushing it, how to lift a cup without spilling its contents. The bread's texture surprises him, rough and yielding simultaneously, releasing flavors that register not just as nourishment, but as pleasure. The simple cheese carries within it hints of the pastures where cattle grazed, the seasons that shaped the milk, the patient craft that transformed liquid into solid. Wine presents its own revelations. The liquid warmth that spreads through his chest after each swallow seems to carry with it something beyond mere sustenance, a loosening of concerns that his spirit had not realized it was carrying, a gentleness toward his own struggles with incarnation that feels almost like forgiveness. He finds himself understanding, for the first time, why mortals might gather around tables, not just for nourishment, but for the communion that sharing food creates. When exhaustion finally claims him, a sensation as foreign as hunger had been, Gandalf discovers that sleep involves far more than simply ceasing activity. His consciousness must learn to release its grip on awareness gradually, allowing thoughts to drift into patterns that follow dream logic rather than rational progression. The bed's softness cradles his unfamiliar weight, while blankets provide warmth that his body apparently requires, even when his spirit feels no cold. Dreams, when they come, prove stranger than waking life. His sleeping mind weaves together fragments of his mission with sensory memories from his first day incarnate, the taste of bread blending with visions of distant shadows, the sound of harbor waves mixing with echoes of the music that shaped all things. In sleep, his spirit moves more freely, visiting places his physical form cannot yet reach, speaking with figures who exist more in possibility than present reality. He dreams of small hobbits tending gardens he has never seen, of great kings struggling with choices that will echo through generations, of forests where ancient trees whisper secrets that mortals have forgotten how to hear. Most vividly, he dreams of fire, not the consuming flames of destruction, but the gentle warmth that sustains life through winter darkness, the light that guides travelers safely home. Waking brings its own challenges. The transition from dream to daylight requires conscious effort, his spirit slowly remembering the boundaries of flesh as awareness seeps back into limbs that have spent hours lying still. Stiffness surprises him, joints that protest movement, muscles that must be reminded of their purpose. Even his vision seems clouded until he blinks repeatedly, teaching his eyes to focus on the morning light streaming through salt-stained windows. The mirror above the wash basin reveals a face he is still learning to recognize as his own. Grey hair falls in disorder around features that seem carved from weariness and wisdom in equal measure. The eyes that look back at him carry depths that speak of purposes beyond mortal understanding, yet they are set in a countenance that could belong to any weathered traveler seeking shelter for the night. As he attempts to restore order to his appearance, Gandalf discovers that even the simplest tasks require attention and practice. Washing his face becomes an exercise in coordination, combing his hair a lesson in patience. The grey robes that seem to appear with his incarnation must be arranged properly, their folds and fasteners addressed with the same care that his spirit once devoted to maintaining the harmony of spheres. Standing finally ready to face his second day in Middle-earth, he feels the profound shift that has occurred during his first night of mortal sleep. Something has settled within him, not resignation to limitation, but acceptance of a different kind of strength. The power that emerges from choosing to work within constraints rather than transcending them entirely. Days pass in gentle exploration before Círdan mentions, almost casually, that Gandalf's fellow Istari have established themselves in various corners of Middle-earth, and that perhaps the time has come for their first gathering. The prospect fills him with curiosity tinged by uncertainty. He has grown comfortable with solitary discovery, learning the rhythms of incarnate life at his own pace. But the mission they share demands coordination and mutual understanding. The meeting takes place in a grove of ancient oaks overlooking the Gulf of Lune, where 4 other figures await his arrival. Saruman the White stands at their center, his bearing immediately commanding attention through sheer force of presence. His robes shimmer with an inner light that speaks of power consciously displayed. And when he turns to greet Gandalf, something in his manner suggests that hierarchies have already been established without consultation. Gandalf Saruman speaks his name with the tone of one conferring recognition rather than offering greeting. Your wanderings have been noted with interest. There is much work to be done, and efficiency requires that we understand each other's capabilities. The pause before that final word carries weight. A subtle assessment that finds Gandalf's simple grey robes and weathered appearance somehow wanting compared to the White Wizard's unmarked magnificence. Radagast the Brown presents a startling contrast, his attention scattered between the conversation and a family of sparrows that has nested in his beard. Every few moments, small creatures emerge from various pockets in his earth-stained robes, field mice seeking refuge, beetles continuing interrupted journeys, a young owl that regards the gathering with the patient wisdom of its kind. When he speaks, it is often to address these companions rather than his fellow wizards, as if their concerns carry equal weight with matters of cosmic significance. The trees remember the older songs, Radagast murmurs, stroking the owl's head with absent tenderness. They sing of harmony that ran deeper than the discord we've been sent to counter. Perhaps our mission lies not in opposing darkness, but in helping Middle-earth remember what it once knew about growing toward the light. His words drift like pollen on the evening breeze, beautiful but somehow disconnected from practical considerations of strategy and coordination. The Blue Wizards, LOTR and Palando, stand slightly apart from the others, their attention already turning eastward, toward territories that none of the Western Istari have yet explored. They speak in low voices about the lands beyond the Sea of Rune, about peoples and powers that have developed far from the familiar concerns of elves and men. Their conversation carries an urgency that suggests departure is imminent, that whatever counsel this gathering might provide will need to be brief. They embrace him with genuine warmth, these fellow servants of purpose, but their farewell carries an undertone of permanence that suggests they do not expect to meet again in this world. Saruman's departure proves more formal, accompanied by elaborate explanations of his plans to establish a stronghold, where knowledge can be gathered and power organized for maximum effectiveness. The Shadow's roots run deeper in the east. LOTR explains when Saruman questions their hasty preparations. While you establish yourselves among the free peoples, we must venture into regions where corruption has operated unopposed for centuries. Our methods will necessarily differ from yours, as will our measures of success. There is finality in his tone that discourages further discussion, a sense that their path has already been chosen and will not be altered by consultation. As the sun sets and the Blue Wizards prepare for their departure, Gandalf experiences an unexpected loneliness. Despite their brief acquaintance, something about their leaving feels like the first fracture in a unity that should have sustained them all through the long years ahead. His invitation for Gandalf to visit Isengard sometime feels perfunctory, extended more from protocol than genuine desire for companionship, as his white robes disappear into the gathering darkness. Gandalf senses that future encounters will be shaped more by duty than friendship. Radagast lingers longest, his attention captured by a wounded fox that has approached the grove seeking help. His healing touch works with quiet efficiency, mending torn flesh while murmuring words in languages that predate the speech of any incarnate race. When the fox bounds away, whole and grateful, Radagast's smile carries satisfaction that seems deeper than any satisfaction Saruman's grand plans might provide. The small healings matter as much as the great ones, he tells Gandalf before following his own path into the forest. Perhaps more, since they touch individual hearts rather than abstract principles. Remember that kindness to a single sparrow can echo through creation in ways that moving mountains cannot. His departure feels gentler than the others, but no less final. Standing alone in the grove as night settles around him, Gandalf understands that his mission will be largely solitary despite the companions who share its purpose. Each Istari must find their own way of serving the light, their own understanding of how divine purpose translates into incarnate action. The loneliness this recognition brings feels surprisingly liberating. He is free to discover his own path without constantly measuring it against the choices of others. The road that leads away from the Grey Havens winds through countryside that speaks of patient cultivation and careful tending. Stone walls divide fields where sheep graze beneath skies that change from hour to hour, their colors shifting like moods across a face learning to express new emotions. Gandalf follows this path without urgency, allowing his feet to find their own rhythm while his eyes learn to read the stories written in furrows and hedgerows. In the way smoke rises from distant chimneys and birds follow their ancient routes between feeding grounds, the village he encounters on his third day of walking appears so suddenly around a bend that he almost questions whether it existed moments before. Thatched cottages cluster around a central green where children play games whose rules seem to change with each burst of laughter. Adults move between house and garden, well and market stall, their actions speaking of routines established across generations, yet somehow fresh each morning. The entire scene carries an air of permanence that puzzles him, as these people live as if their brief spans of years stretch into eternity. An old woman notices him first, her sharp eyes taking in his travel-stained robes and the staff he has grown accustomed to carrying. Rather than suspicion, her face shows the practiced assessment of one who has spent decades gauging whether strangers bring help or trouble. Something in his bearing must satisfy her scrutiny, because she approaches with the directness of age and offers directions to the village inn before he has thought to ask for them. The inn proves welcoming, its low-beamed common room filled with the comfortable chaos of evening gathering. Farmers nurse their ale while discussing weather and crops with the intensity that Saruman might reserve for matters of cosmic significance. Traders compare notes about road conditions and market prices as if the fate of kingdoms hung in the balance. A group of children, freshly scrubbed for supper, listen with rapt attention to a storyteller weaving tales of brave knights and distant adventures. It is one of these children who first approaches him directly, a girl perhaps 7 years old with hair the color of autumn leaves. She slides onto the bench beside him with the fearless curiosity of youth, her bright eyes studying his weathered face with an intensity that reminds him, uncomfortably, of how he once examined the fundamental structures of creation. Her questions come with the directness that only children can manage without offense, and through their simple exchange, he learns how naturally these mortals accept their limitations. Her laughter emerges from some wellspring of joy that exists independent of circumstances or reason. She laughs at her own observations, at the antics of a kitten that has wandered into the common room, at the faces he makes when tasting the local ale for the first time. Each burst of merriment seems to spring fresh from a source that can never be depleted, teaching him that happiness among mortals requires no cosmic justification. Through conversations that stretch late into the evening, Gandalf begins to grasp something that all his preparation in the Undying Lands had failed to convey. These people live with an intensity born of knowing their time is limited. Every season matters because there will not be infinite seasons. Every harvest carries weight because it may be among the last they witness. Every child is precious because childhood passes in what seems like moments to beings who measure their lives in decades rather than millennia. A young father speaks with quiet pride about his son's first steps, as if this universal milestone represents a unique achievement worthy of celebration. An elderly craftsman describes the chair he is carving for his daughter's wedding with the same reverence that the Valar might reserve for shaping countenance. Their smallest victories and deepest sorrows carry equal significance, because everything they experience must be compressed into the brief span allotted to their kind. As the evening winds down and families begin gathering their children for the journey home, Gandalf offers to help an old man whose cane has broken during the walk to the inn. The simple act of providing support for the short distance to the man's cottage becomes his first lesson in how power should be exercised among mortals, quietly, practically, in service of immediate need rather than abstract principle. The gratitude in the old man's eyes as they reach his door safely carries more weight than any cosmic recognition he has ever received. This is what his mission requires: countless small acts of assistance, wisdom offered gently when requested, strength provided without fanfare when needed. The morning after his first night among mortals brings rain that transforms the village into a study of muted colors and gentle sounds. Water runs from thatched eaves in steady streams, while puddles reflect a sky the color of pewter. Gandalf discovers that weather affects incarnate beings differently than he expected. The dampness seeps through his robes, creating a chill that settles into his bones and refuses to be dismissed through simple willpower. Walking through the village streets, he notices how the rain has driven people indoors, but not into isolation. Warm light glows behind diamond-paned windows where families gather around hearths, their voices creating a low murmur that speaks of comfort shared against the storm. The sight moves him in ways he struggles to understand. These mortals transform difficulty into opportunity for closeness, finding in weather's challenges an excuse for the intimacy that sustains them through harder trials. A cottage at the village edge draws his attention, not for its beauty but for its obvious struggle against decay. The thatch needs mending, the garden shows signs of neglect, and smoke rises too thinly from the chimney, suggesting a fire kept small by necessity rather than choice. Through a gap in the shutters, he glimpses a woman tending 3 small children while stirring a pot that seems to contain more water than substance. The scene awakens something in Gandalf that transcends conscious decision. Without analyzing his motivations or considering the implications, he finds himself approaching the cottage door. His knock brings the woman's cautious face to the window, her eyes carrying the wariness of someone who has learned that unexpected visitors rarely bring good news. Her resistance melts when he offers not grand assistance, but simple help with immediate needs. The roof repair that she has been postponing for lack of funds and able hands becomes his first practical lesson in how power should be applied. His hands, still learning their limitations, prove capable of weaving thatch and ceiling gaps. The work proceeds slowly, teaching him patience, while the rain continues its gentle assault. The children watch his efforts with fascination, their questions revealing how naturally young minds accept wonder without demanding explanations. They seem less interested in how he manages to work efficiently despite his apparent age than in the stories he tells while his hands stay busy. His tales of distant lands and strange peoples captivate them not because of their magical elements, but because they expand the boundaries of what seems possible in their small world. When hunger drives the family to invite him inside for their modest meal, Gandalf experiences something that no amount of observation had prepared him for. The bread may be coarse and the soup thin, but the act of sharing transforms scarcity into abundance. The woman portions out her family's food with the careful generosity of someone who understands that nourishment involves more than mere sustenance. The gratitude that fills the cottage during their simple meal carries weight that surprises him. These people possess almost nothing by the standards of kingdoms or even prosperous villages, yet they offer what they have with the wholehearted generosity that makes their gift precious beyond measure. Their children's laughter over shared stories proves more valuable than gold. Their mother's smile when the roof no longer leaks worth more than any treasure hoard. Over the following days, word spreads through the village about the helpful stranger who mends roofs and tells wonderful stories. More families approach with small requests for assistance, each interaction teaching him something new about the delicate balance between helping and interfering. He learns to listen before offering solutions, to ask questions that reveal what people truly need rather than assuming he understands their struggles. The magic that flows through him finds its most effective expression not in dramatic displays, but in quiet applications that solve practical problems. A well that has run nearly dry begins flowing freely after his visit. Seeds that have struggled in poor soil suddenly flourish. Sick animals recover their strength while their owners sleep, never knowing that help has come during the night. Through these small interventions, Gandalf discovers the profound truth that will shape his entire mission in Middle-earth. Power serves best when it remains invisible. When those who benefit can maintain their dignity by attributing good fortune to their own efforts or natural providence. The role of guide requires stepping back rather than forward, enabling others to find their strength rather than replacing it with his own. The path westward from the village leads through rolling hills where the very air seems to carry contentment like pollen on a summer breeze. Gandalf follows ancient tracks that wind between stone walls older than memory. Their course is determined not by efficiency, but by respect for natural contours and growing things. Each mile brings subtle changes in the landscape. As if the earth itself grows more peaceful the farther he travels from the concerns of larger settlements. The first sign that he approaches something different comes through scent rather than sight. A sweet, earthy fragrance drifts on the wind, unlike anything he has encountered in his wanderings through mortal lands. The aroma carries hints of harvest festivals and evening hearths, of celebration that emerges from simple abundance rather than conquest or acquisition. Following this mysterious perfume leads him over a final ridge, where the land opens into a vista that seems designed by Providence for the cultivation of happiness. The Shire spreads below him like a green jewel set in Middle-earth's crown, its fields and gardens arranged with the careful artistry of people who understand that beauty serves practical purposes. Neat hedgerows divide properties without creating barriers, their borders marked more by courtesy than necessity. Round doors set into hillsides speak of homes built for comfort rather than defense, their bright colors suggesting inhabitants who choose joy as a conscious daily practice. Smoke rises from countless chimneys in lazy spirals that seem reluctant to disturb the perfect blue of the afternoon sky. Gardens burst with vegetables and flowers growing in companionable chaos, their abundance speaking of soil blessed by generations of patient tending. Orchards heavy with fruit line the lanes where small figures move with the unhurried purpose of people whose time belongs entirely to themselves. His first close encounter with these remarkable beings occurs at a crossroads where a hobbit sits beneath an ancient oak, enjoying what appears to be an elaborate midday meal despite the early hour. The creature's round face radiates satisfaction as he works his way through multiple courses while studying Gandalf's approach with friendly curiosity rather than suspicion. Everything about his manner suggests someone for whom the day's greatest concern involves choosing between apple, tart, and blackberry pie. The hobbit's invitation to share his meal comes with the casual generosity that seems to characterize his entire people. Without ceremony or formal introduction, space appears on the blanket for an additional guest. Extra food materializes from seemingly inexhaustible supplies, and conversation flows as naturally as water finding its course downhill. The simple pleasure of eating well in pleasant company becomes a revelation about priorities that Gandalf had never considered. It is during this impromptu feast that the hobbit produces a carved wooden pipe and begins the ritual that will forever change Gandalf's understanding of contemplative practice. The tobacco he uses grows throughout the Shire's southern districts, its cultivation refined across generations, into an art form that balances flavor with the deeper satisfaction that comes from moments deliberately set apart from productivity. The first draw of pipe smoke teaches Gandalf something about time that all his immortal existence had failed to convey. Here is an activity that serves no purpose beyond the pleasure it provides, a practice that transforms mere breathing into meditation. The tobacco's mild narcotic effect creates a gentle loosening of concerns that allows thoughts to drift like clouds across an untroubled sky. As afternoon settles into evening and the hobbit's stories meander through subjects ranging from genealogy to gardening, Gandalf discovers the profound contentment that emerges from expecting nothing more from life than what the present moment offers. These people have mastered the art of finding infinite depth in finite pleasures, extracting from simple experiences satisfaction that would sustain them through any hardship. The pipe becomes his companion as surely as his staff, its familiar weight in his hand creating a bridge between the cosmic purposes that brought him to Middle-earth and the earthbound joys that make those purposes worthwhile. The road beyond the Shire leads through wilder country where the hand of cultivation gives way to landscapes shaped by wind and weather alone. Gandalf follows ancient paths that predate the memory of any current inhabitants, their stones worn smooth by countless travelers who have passed this way seeking destinations that exist now only in legend. As evening approaches and no village appears to offer shelter, he prepares for his first night sleeping rough since arriving in Middle-earth. The grove where he makes camp sits atop a hill that provides clear views in all directions. its circle of oak trees offering protection from wind without blocking the vast dome of sky overhead. Building his small fire from deadfall gathered in the fading light, Gandalf experiences the satisfaction that comes from providing for basic needs through his own efforts. The flames catch Isili, their warmth creating a pocket of comfort in the gathering darkness. As stars begin their nightly emergence, Gandalf settles against the largest oak with his pipe and allows his consciousness to expand beyond the immediate concerns of incarnate existence. The constellations that wheel overhead carry familiar patterns, yet their light reaches him now through mortal eyes that must struggle to pierce atmospheric veils. What once blazed with immediate clarity now requires patient observation to reveal its full beauty. The star patterns speak of home in ways that surprise him with their intensity. Gil Estel burns in the western sky like a beacon calling him back to shores, where time moves differently and loss carries no permanent sting. The sickle of the Valar reminds him of purposes vast enough to dwarf the small concerns that have begun to matter so much during his brief time among mortals. For long moments, homesickness threatens to overwhelm the contentment he has been building through daily discoveries. The night sounds of Middle-earth gradually weave themselves into his awareness, creating a symphony different from any music he knew in the Undying Lands. Owls call across valleys where mice rustle through fallen leaves, their ancient dance of hunter and hunted playing out according to patterns older than memory. Wind moves through grass with whispers that speak of seasons turning, of cycles that repeat yet never exactly duplicate themselves. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the music of this world begins to work its own magic on his homesick spirit, where the songs of Valinor spoke of eternal perfection. These earthbound melodies carry something equally precious in their acceptance of limitation and change. Beauty here gains poignancy from its brevity. Meaning emerges from struggle rather than effortless harmony, and joy becomes more precious for being earned through patience and loss. The fire's gradual collapse from flame to ember teaches him about the different relationship to time that governs mortal existence. Each log burns completely before the next catches fire, creating a sequence of illumination and dimming that mirrors the larger rhythms by which incarnate beings measure their lives. Nothing here lasts forever, but that very transience gives each moment weight that eternal things can never possess. His pipe's gentle smoke drifts upward toward stars that seem suddenly less distant than before. The tobacco's mild influence creates a bridge between his cosmic nature and his adopted mortality, allowing him to exist comfortably in both realms simultaneously. The peace that settles over him carries recognition that this path, however difficult, leads toward understanding that could never be achieved through observation alone. Sleep comes gently, his dreams filled not with visions of distant Valinor, but with images of tomorrow's road stretching through landscapes that wait to teach him their particular lessons. The strange stars watch over his rest like guardians appointed specifically for his protection, their light blessing this small figure who has chosen to learn love through limitation rather than express it through power alone. Morning brings clarity that extends far beyond the simple pleasure of waking refreshed beneath open sky. As Gandalf breaks his fast on bread and water from his pack, his awareness expands beyond the immediate grove to encompass distances that stretch toward the eastern horizon. Something in the quality of light itself carries information that his mortal senses struggle to interpret. Whispers of disturbance that exist at the very edge of perception. The sensation begins as little more than unease. A subtle wrongness in the world's fundamental harmonies that might be dismissed as imagination by any consciousness less attuned to cosmic patterns. Yet as he sits quietly with his morning pipe, allowing his spirit to settle into the deeper currents that flow beneath surface appearances, the disturbance grows more distinct. Darkness gathers in regions beyond the maps that mortal cartographers have drawn. Shadows that move with purpose rather than natural rhythm. Understanding comes not as sudden revelation, but as gradual recognition of truths that have been waiting for acknowledgement. The mission that brought him to Middle-earth extends across time frames that dwarf the brief concerns of villages and kingdoms. The corruption he has been sent to oppose operates through patience measured in centuries, building its strength through methods so subtle that each generation mistakes gradual change for natural evolution. The scope of what lies ahead settles over him like a weight that no amount of physical strength could bear. This is not a task that will be completed through single acts of heroism or displays of overwhelming power. Success requires the cultivation of resistance that can sustain itself across ages, the nurturing of courage in countless individual hearts, the preservation of hope through decades when darkness seems to gain ground with each passing season. His role becomes clearer as the morning progresses and he prepares to resume his wandering. He has not been sent to Middle-earth as conqueror or king, but as gardener tending growth too slow to be perceived by mortal eyes. The seeds he plants through small acts of kindness and guidance will require generations to reach maturity. The hope he kindles in individual hearts must be capable of surviving the deaths of those who first embrace it, passing from parent to childlike inheritance, more precious than gold. The eastern horizon holds secrets that make his recent homesickness seem petty by comparison. Powers move there that remember the music's first discord, that carry within themselves corruption so ancient it has become indistinguishable from nature. Against such patient malice, conventional weapons prove useless. Only love that operates through countless small choices, wisdom that spreads through example rather than proclamation, can hope to preserve what makes Middle-earth worth defending. The knowledge brings its own form of suffering. To see clearly the magnitude of approaching darkness while remaining committed to methods that appear inadequate requires faith in purposes larger than any individual understanding can encompass. The temptation toward despair becomes a constant companion, whispering that slower methods invite catastrophe when dramatic action might provide immediate solutions. Yet his brief time among mortals has already begun teaching him why patience serves better than power. The village where he mended roofs continues its quiet prosperity not because he solved all its problems, but because he helped its people discover their own capacity for resilience. The hobbits in their green hills maintain their contentment not through protection from all hardship, but through daily choices that prioritize joy over efficiency, community over individual advancement. These lessons in hope will sustain him through the long years ahead, when visible progress seems impossible and victory appears more distant with each passing season. The work begins now, in this moment, with the next step along roads that lead toward purposes too vast for mortal sight to encompass yet intimate, enough to touch every heart willing to choose light over shadow. The weeks that follow his first true glimpse of the Shadow's scope bring Gandalf to crossroads, both literal and metaphorical. Each day's journey presents choices that seem small in themselves, yet carry implications that will shape his entire approach to the mission ahead. The path branches constantly, offering routes that lead toward different expressions of power, different relationships to the peoples he has been sent to guide. Other courses beckon with seductive logic. Saruman's letters arrive regularly, filled with invitations to establish a stronghold where knowledge could be gathered and influence concentrated. The White Wizard's arguments carry compelling weight as he describes libraries that could preserve crucial lore, workshops where useful artifacts might be crafted, halls where the wise could gather to coordinate resistance against approaching darkness. The appeal of such systematic approach grows stronger during nights when the enormity of his task threatens to overwhelm individual resolve. A fixed base would provide certainty, clear hierarchy, measurable progress toward definable goals. Students could be trained, armies organized, alliances forged through treaties signed in permanent ink. The visible results would reassure both allies and enemies that serious preparation was underway. Yet something in his growing understanding of Middle-earth's peoples argues against such conventional wisdom. The strength he has witnessed in villages and hobbit holes emerges not from central coordination, but from countless small choices made by individuals who may never know how their decisions affect larger patterns. The hope that sustains farmers through difficult harvests and mothers through sleepless nights operates independently of grand strategies or organized institutions. His staff becomes the symbol of the path he chooses instead. Carved from wood that grew in no particular kingdom, claimed by no authority save his own need for support during long walks. It represents commitment to movement rather than establishment. The road calls to something in his nature that finds expression through journey rather than destination, discovery rather than consolidation. The decision to remain wanderer rather than founder requires conscious renewal each morning as he shoulders his pack and turns, his face toward horizons that promise no permanent rest. Authority could be his for the claiming in any settlement that recognizes his capabilities. Yet he chooses instead the uncertain reception that awaits strangers in unfamiliar places. Power could accumulate around fixed residence, but disperses naturally when its bearer moves on before gratitude can transform into dependence. Walking becomes his meditation, each step a small act of faith that the next village will teach him something essential about the people he serves. His route follows no master plan, save responsiveness to immediate need and intuitive sense of where his presence might prove most beneficial. Sometimes this leads to great halls where kings wrestle with decisions that will affect thousands. More often, it brings him to cottages where individual families struggle with sorrows that matter only to themselves. The grey robes he wears speak to this choice in ways that grow more meaningful with each passing season. Grey stands between white and black, between the certainties that enable action and the complexities that counsel restraint. His path requires constant navigation between extremes, finding wisdom in the spaces where absolutes give way to discernment. No monuments will mark the places where he rests. No institutions preserve his teachings after he moves on. Yet the influence spreads through networks of relationship and memory. Stories passed from parent to child, kindnesses remembered and repeated by those who barely recall the wandering stranger who first demonstrated their possibility. This is the grey path he embraces as morning light touches the eastern hills, and the road stretches ahead toward purposes that will unfold only through walking toward them. The morning that marks the end of Gandalf's first month in Middle-earth arrives with mist that transforms familiar landscapes into something new and mysterious. Standing at yet another crossroads, where ancient stones mark paths leading toward destinations he has never seen, he feels the profound shift that has occurred within his understanding of both mission and identity. The immortal spirit that stepped from Círdan's ship now inhabits a form shaped by countless small discoveries about the nature of incarnate existence. His pack holds little more than when he began this journey, yet he carries wealth that cannot be measured in objects or gold. Each village has contributed to his education in the delicate art of helping without harming, guiding without controlling, serving purposes larger than any individual will, while honoring the freedom that makes such service meaningful. The stories he has gathered, the faces he remembers, the quiet gratitudes shared over simple meals have become the true treasures of his wandering. The staff in his hand feels different now. No longer merely a practical aid for walking, but a companion that has shared every step of his education in mortality. Its wood bears the small scars that speak of real use rather than ceremonial purpose. Scratches from helpful work and stains from honest weather. Like his robes and boots, it has become part of his adopted identity as a wanderer, who belongs everywhere precisely because he claims ownership of nothing. Behind him stretched roads that lead back toward everything he has learned about the patient cultivation of hope. The village where he mended roofs continues its quiet prosperity, its children growing toward adulthood, shaped by stories that expanded their sense of what might be possible. The hobbit who shared his first pipe tobacco remains contentedly tending his garden, never suspecting that his casual generosity helped teach an immortal being about the profound satisfaction available through simple pleasures. Ahead lie paths that stretch beyond any horizon his mortal eyes can encompass. Roads that will carry him through centuries of small kindnesses and gradual understanding. The shadow gathering in the east no longer threatens to overwhelm his resolve, because he has learned how light spreads through individual choices rather than grand gestures. Each heart that chooses courage over despair, each hand extended in friendship rather than clenched in fear, contributes to resistance that grows stronger through seeming fragility. The loneliness that once accompanied his separation from fellow Istari has transformed into something richer and more sustainable. Solitude becomes opportunity for deeper listening to the rhythms that govern this world he has chosen to serve. Silence creates space for wisdom to emerge from experience rather than assumption. The grey path requires no companions save those he meets along the way. No permanent alliances save commitment to purposes that transcend any individual lifespan. As the mist lifts and reveals the day's chosen direction, Gandalf shoulders his pack with the satisfaction of one who has found his true calling. The road calls with promise of countless discoveries yet to be made, hearts yet to be touched, hope yet to be kindled in places where darkness seems absolute. His journey stretches ahead through centuries of patient service, each step an act of faith in purposes larger than any individual understanding can encompass. Tonight, as you rest in the growing quiet, Let yourself find peace in this understanding, that the greatest journeys begin not with grand departures, but with simple steps taken in service of love. Sleep deeply, knowing that every path chosen with good intent leads toward light, that every act of kindness echoes through creation in ways beyond our comprehension. Rest peacefully in the certainty that wisdom comes through walking humbly among those we serve, that true strength emerges from choosing gentleness over force, and that the most important adventures unfold through countless small moments of choosing hope over fear. Fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, gather close as we venture into the gentle aftermath of great deeds, where heroes discover that the most precious victories are often the quietest ones. Tonight we follow Frodo Baggins as he learns what it means to wake each morning without the weight of saving the world pressing upon his shoulders, finding in ordinary moments the extraordinary peace that makes all struggles worthwhile. The first sensation that greets him each dawn is silence, not the oppressive quiet of empty wastelands or the tense hush that precedes danger, but the rich, living silence of home where familiar sounds weave together into comfort. The grandfather clock in the hallway marks time with gentle authority, its steady rhythm speaking of continuity rather than urgency. Outside his bedroom window, birds conduct their morning conversations with the unhurried pleasure of creatures who have nowhere more important to be. Sunlight filters through curtains that hang in peaceful folds, creating patterns on the wooden floor that shift slowly as the earth turns toward day. These beams carry no need for haste, no pressing appointments or desperate journeys. They simply exist, warming everything they touch with the patient generosity that characterizes mornings when time belongs entirely to the person experiencing it. The luxury of lying still while consciousness settles into wakefulness proves more precious than any treasure from distant lands. Frodo's body has learned to trust rest again, muscles releasing tensions that once seemed permanent, breath flowing easily through lungs that remember how to draw air without fear. The bed beneath him feels solid and welcoming, its familiarity a daily gift after years of sleeping on hard ground, with one ear always alert for approaching danger. His hands, when he finally stretches them above his head, show the small scars that speak of great deeds without requiring constant remembrance. The finger that once bore a burden too heavy for any mortal being now simply belongs to him again, useful for turning pages and tying bootlaces and all the thousand small tasks that make up peaceful living. The ache that sometimes visits on damp mornings serves as reminder rather than torment, a gentle acknowledgement of what was endured and overcome. The smell of tea brewing in the kitchen below reaches him through floorboards that creak with homely music as Sam moves about preparing breakfast. Even after returning to his own family and responsibilities, Sam still appears most mornings with the faithful persistence that sustained them both through their darkest hours. His presence fills Bag End with warmth that has nothing to do with the kitchen fire, the comfort of friendship that requires no words or formal acknowledgement. Rising finally from bed feels like a choice rather than necessity, movement motivated by anticipation rather than duty. The floor beneath his bare feet holds the coolness of earth that has never known the taint of Mordor's shadow. Wood that grew in peace and was crafted with love into shelter for those who value quiet joy over grand adventure. The ritual of dressing proceeds without haste, each garment chosen for comfort rather than protection. clean linen against skin that has known too much dirt and blood, wool soft enough to wrap around shoulders that once carried weight beyond their strength. His clothes speak of abundance and care, of a world where the greatest concern involves choosing between the brown waistcoat and the green one. Walking down the familiar hallway toward kitchen and companionship, Frodo carries within his heart the profound gratitude that comes from understanding how precious ordinary mornings can be. The kitchen windows frame a view that draws Frodo's attention even before he greets. Sam's cheerful bustle around the breakfast preparations. Beyond the glass lies the garden that has become his sanctuary. Rows of vegetables and herbs arranged with the careful artistry of someone who has learned to find profound satisfaction in the act of nurturing growth. The early morning light reveals plants heavy with dew, their leaves catching droplets that transform the ordinary plot into something jeweled and magical. After breaking his fast with Sam and sharing the gentle conversation that marks the beginning of each day, Frodo makes his way into the garden with the anticipation of someone approaching beloved work. The soil beneath his knees as he settles beside the tomato plants feels rich and forgiving, dark earth that speaks of countless seasons of patient cultivation. His hands sink into dirt that holds no memory of ash or shadow, only the accumulated wisdom of growth and decay, cycling endlessly toward abundance. The seeds he plants carry within them promises that extend far beyond their small size. Each one represents faith in futures he may never see, trust that careful tending in the present will yield harvests that nourish both body and spirit. The act of covering them with soil becomes a meditation on hope itself. The understanding that some forms of wealth can only be created through patient investment in processes larger than individual desire. Weeding transforms from mundane chore into contemplative practice as Frodo learns to distinguish between plants that belong and those that steal nourishment from intended growth. His fingers develop the sensitivity to recognize welcome seedlings by touch alone, while his eyes gain skill at spotting invasive growth before it establishes deep roots. The parallel to his own healing process never escapes him. This daily practice of removing what hinders flourishing while protecting what serves life. The rhythm of garden work creates its own form of prayer, repetitive motions that free his mind to wander through memories without being overwhelmed by their weight. Watering becomes ritual as he moves between rows with measured steps, offering each plant exactly what it needs, while finding in their quiet response a form of gratitude that requires no words. The simple miracle of seeds becoming food never loses its capacity to inspire wonder at the underlying generosity that governs creation. Hours pass without his notice as concentration narrows to the immediate task of encouraging life to flourish under his care. The sun climbs higher while his hands work steadily through soil that grows warm beneath the strengthening light. Sweat gathers on his forehead with the honest satisfaction that comes from physical labor, chosen freely rather than imposed by necessity. When hunger finally calls him back toward the house, dirt clings to his hands and knees with the comfortable evidence of productive work. The garden stretches behind him, showing the subtle improvements that accumulate through daily attention, plants standing straighter, soil lying more evenly, pathways cleared of obstacles that might impede growth. Washing his hands at the kitchen pump, Frodo watches brown water swirl away while clean skin emerges beneath. yet something of the garden's peace remains embedded in his spirit. The afternoon stretches ahead with promise of reading and correspondence, but the morning's work in soil and sunlight has already provided the foundation of contentment that will flavor every remaining hour of this blessed, ordinary day. The afternoon finds Frodo settled in his favorite armchair beside the sitting room fire, a book open in his lap, though his eyes have drifted from the printed words to focus on middle distance where thoughts take shape without invitation. These moments arrive regularly now, gentle visitations from a past that no longer demands active struggle, but still seeks acknowledgement and understanding through the lens of hard-won peace. The memories that surface during these quiet hours carry different weight than they once did, where former recollections brought sharp edges of fear and desperate urgency. These reflections arrive wrapped in the soft certainty of survival and completion. The terror that once accompanied thoughts of Mordor's wastes and the eye-searching malice has transformed into something more manageable. Grief for what was endured, balanced by gratitude for what was preserved. His mind drifts to moments of desperation when hope seemed nothing more than cruel delusion. When each step forward required effort that felt beyond his capacity to sustain. The marshes where dead faces stared up through black water. The stairs carved into cliffs that scraped knees and palms raw. The final crawl across plains where every breath tasted of ash and defeat. Yet viewing these experiences from the comfort of his chair beside a warm fire, their meaning shifts from torment toward testimony. The courage that carried him through those darkest hours reveals itself as something both more and less than he had imagined while living through them. More, because the act of continuing when continuation seemed impossible required strength that only emerges through the choice to place others' welfare above personal comfort. Less, because that strength proved more fragile and human than legends would suggest. Sustained by friendship rather than individual heroism, by small kindnesses rather than grand gestures. Sam's presence throughout those trials takes on deeper significance during these peaceful afternoons of reflection. The loyalty that never wavered. The practical wisdom that solved immediate problems while grander minds wrestled with cosmic implications. The stubborn refusal to abandon what mattered most even when victory appeared impossible. Memory transforms his gardener's simple devotion into something approaching sacred. Love made manifest through countless acts of service that asked nothing in return. The ring itself, that burden which nearly destroyed everything good within him, emerges in memory as teacher as much as torment. Its whispered promises of power and significance reveal truths about the corruption that waits within every heart. The seductive logic that transforms protection into domination, preservation into possession. Understanding how close he came to claiming it for himself brings not shame but deeper appreciation for the mercy that preserved him from his own weakness. Even Gollum's tormented presence gains different meaning when viewed through the clarity that distance provides. The creature's pitiful obsession and ultimate treachery served purposes larger than his own conscious intention, becoming instrument of providence in ways that planning could never have achieved. Compassion for his suffering mingles with recognition of how easily any bearer might have followed similar paths toward destruction. The wound that throbs occasionally on dark nights or dreary mornings no longer speaks only of loss and limitation. Instead, it serves as a reminder of prices willingly paid, of choices made when the cost was known and accepted anyway. The pain becomes badge of honor rather than source of resentment. Proof that some things matter enough to justify any sacrifice required for their preservation. As afternoon light fades toward evening and the fire settles into glowing embers, Frodo closes his book with the satisfaction of someone who has used solitude well. The memories that visited him today return to their resting places, processed and integrated into the growing peace that makes each ordinary evening feel like victory over forces that once threatened to destroy everything worth defending. The evening mail arrives with the gentle ceremony that has come to mark the most anticipated moments of Frodo's quiet days. Sam's eldest daughter appears at the green door of Bag End with letters clutched carefully in hands, still small enough to make the simple envelopes seem precious beyond measure. Her shy smile and careful curtsy speak of the reverence that even the youngest hobbits feel toward the returned hero, though Frodo himself has worked hard to discourage such formality in favor of the comfortable familiarity that makes the Shire feel like home. Tonight's correspondence brings the usual treasures that connect him to lives unfolding beyond his peaceful retreat. Sam's letter arrives, written in the careful hand of someone still amazed by his own literacy. Each word chosen with the deliberation of a craftsman selecting tools for important work. The pages carry news of his growing family, his expanding responsibilities as mayor, the small triumphs and ordinary concerns that make up the daily reality of someone building a life worth living. The joy that radiates from Sam's descriptions of his children's first words and hesitant steps proves more warming than any fire could provide. His accounts of town meetings where neighbors argue about road repairs and market schedules with the passionate intensity they once reserved for matters of life and death bring gentle laughter that speaks of a world successfully restored to proper proportions. Even his complaints about the paperwork that accompanies civic responsibility carry undertones of pride in being trusted with such authority. Mary's letter arrives from Buckland bearing the confident script of someone who has discovered unexpected talent for leadership and administration. His descriptions of restoring order to lands once disrupted by ruffians and scoundrels reveal how the courage learned during desperate adventures translates into patience for the slower work of building sustainable prosperity. The diplomatic skills he developed while serving kings now prove equally valuable. When mediating disputes between farmers and coordinating efforts to repair damaged infrastructure, between lines that detail practical accomplishments, Mary's correspondence reveals deeper transformations wrought by their shared experiences. The young hobbit, who once sought adventure for its own sake, now understands that true satisfaction comes through service to something larger than personal desire. His enthusiasm for the mundane responsibilities of governance speaks to wisdom earned through witnessing what happens when good people abandon their duty to preserve what matters most. Pippin's letter bursts with the irrepressible energy that no amount of responsibility seems capable of dampening entirely. His accounts of life in Tookland blend reports of successful harvests with tales of minor mishaps that somehow always resolve themselves through generous applications of good humor and creative problem-solving. Even his descriptions of formal dinners and ceremonial duties carry the lightness that makes him beloved by everyone who encounters his irrepressible optimism. Yet beneath Pippin's characteristic levity runs deeper current of gratitude and understanding that speaks to how profoundly their shared trials affected even the most resilient spirit. His casual mentions of nightmares that visit less frequently now, of moments when distant thunder makes him reach instinctively for weapons no longer needed, reveal wounds that heal slowly but surely through the patient medicine of ordinary days, filled with people who matter. The ritual of reading and rereading these precious communications extends the pleasure through careful attention to details that might otherwise pass unnoticed. Each letter becomes a window into lives that continue unfolding according to patterns of growth and change. Friendship that survives separation through conscious effort to remain present in each other's daily experience, despite the distance that now divides their paths. Folding the letters carefully for placement in the wooden box where he keeps all such treasures, Frodo carries into sleep the warmth that comes from knowing that love endures beyond great deeds, that the bonds forged in darkness prove equally strong when tested by the gentle challenges of peace. The morning walks that have become essential to Frodo's daily rhythm carry him along lanes that tell the ongoing story of his homeland's recovery from wounds that once seemed beyond mending, where Saruman's ruffians left scars upon the gentle landscape. Patient hobbit hands have worked steadily to restore beauty that speaks of love for place, deeper than any temporary violation could destroy. Each day brings visible evidence of the resilience that flows through his people like sap through trees. Quiet determination that transforms devastation into opportunity for renewal. The great oak that fell to spite rather than necessity near the Bywater Bridge has become nurse log for a grove of saplings planted by children too young to remember the darkness, but old enough to understand the importance of growing things toward light. Frodo pauses often beside these tender shoots, watching their progress with the satisfaction of someone who knows that healing requires both time and faith in futures that may unfold beyond individual witness. The mill that suffered deliberate destruction during the ruffians' reign of petty tyranny has been rebuilt with improvements that speak to wisdom earned through loss. The new water wheel turns with smoother efficiency, while the grinding stones produce flour finer than any the Shire has known in generations. Sam's influence shows clearly in the design. Practical innovations balanced with respect for traditions that served well before being interrupted by malice. Walking through neighborhoods where houses once stood empty or damaged beyond immediate repair, Frodo finds streets bustling with the purposeful activity of people reclaiming their heritage. Roofs shine with new thatch, while gardens overflow with vegetables planted in soil carefully cleansed of the bitterness that occupation had introduced. Children play games in yards where fear once imposed silence, their laughter echoing off walls rebuilt with stones that remember only kindness. His own participation in this renewal takes forms both large and small. Contributions that draw upon resources accumulated during his years of wandering and adventure. The modest wealth that remains from his inheritance serves practical purposes as he quietly funds repairs that might otherwise strain family budgets already stretched by recovery efforts. His assistance comes without fanfare or expectation of recognition. Gifts offered in the spirit of someone grateful for the privilege of helping home heal. The satisfaction he discovers in physical labor proves deeper than any treasure gained through distant quests. Carrying stones for foundation work, holding timbers steady while neighbors secure them with well-placed nails, mixing mortar with the proper consistency for lasting construction. His hands, once soft with gentle living before being hardened by necessity and suffering, now find their strength through voluntary service to purposes that ask nothing heroic yet matter deeply to everyone involved. The meetings where plans take shape for larger projects reveal how thoroughly his people have absorbed lessons about the importance of self-governance and mutual responsibility. Voices that once deferred to any authority now speak with confidence, earned through discovering their own capacity for wisdom and leadership. Decisions emerge through patient discussion rather than imposed decree. Consensus built through genuine respect for different perspectives and shared commitment to common welfare. Evening gatherings in restored common rooms carry warmth that transcends. Physical comfort provided by well-built fires and sturdy walls. The conversations that flow around tables made smooth by generations of use speak to bonds strengthened rather than weakened by shared trials. Community deepened through collective memory of what was nearly lost and conscious gratitude for what has been preserved. As autumn arrives with its promise of harvest abundance that will sustain the Shire through another winter of peace, Frodo takes quiet satisfaction in knowing that his homeland has not merely survived its ordeal, but grown stronger through the process of recovery, more beautiful for having been consciously tended back to health. The simple act of preparing tea becomes meditation when performed without urgency or fear of interruption. Frodo finds himself standing longer than necessary beside the kettle as water heats to the perfect temperature, listening to the gentle progression of sounds that speak of comfort in preparation. The quiet bubbling that builds toward readiness carries promise of warmth and satisfaction earned through patient waiting rather than desperate need. Selecting leaves from the canister Sam keeps filled with the finest varieties available in Hobbiton brings its own form of contemplation. Each blend carries memories of peaceful afternoons and friendly conversations. Associations built through repetition of ritual that asks nothing more than presence and appreciation. The fragrance that rises when hot water meets carefully measured tea speaks of abundance that extends far beyond the simple cup being prepared. The first sip delivers more than mere refreshment, carrying within its warmth the accumulated satisfaction of countless mornings when such pleasure seemed impossible to imagine. During the darkest days of his journey, when water tasted of desperation and each swallow required conscious effort, the memory of perfect tea served as beacon toward a future that might contain such luxuries again. Now that future has become present reality, made more precious by intimate knowledge of what existence feels like without such simple grace. Meals, too, have transformed from mere necessity into celebration of abundance that feels miraculous despite its ordinariness. The bread that appears fresh each morning from Sam's kitchen carries within its golden crust the patient alchemy that transforms grain into sustenance. Butter spreads smooth and rich across surfaces still warm from the oven, its taste carrying hints of meadows where contented cows graze beneath skies that know no shadow. The pipe that has become his evening companion offers pleasures that extend far beyond the mild narcotic effect of well-cured tobacco. The ritual of cleaning and filling the bowl, the careful application of flame to dried leaves, the first drawer that fills his mouth with smoke flavored by earth and air and patient curing. Each element contributes to satisfaction that builds slowly through conscious attention, rather than hasty consumption. Reading, once pursued for information or escape, now serves as pure pleasure that requires no justification beyond the joy found in well-crafted sentences and carefully developed thoughts. The books that line his study walls offer endless variety of worlds to explore without leaving the comfort of his favorite chair. Stories unfold at the pace his attention chooses to grant them. Characters develop through hours that belong entirely to contemplation rather than urgent. Advancement toward necessary conclusion. The very sensation of clean clothes against skin that has known too much dirt and discomfort becomes daily reminder of how far he has traveled from desperate circumstances toward genuine peace. Linen that carries the fresh scent of air drying speaks of labor performed by hands that work from love rather than compulsion. Wool that holds warmth without weight wraps around shoulders that remember what it feels like to shiver helplessly in garments inadequate for protection. Even sleep, when it comes naturally rather than as collapse from exhaustion, carries pleasures that reveal themselves through contrast with nights spent lying wakeful on hard ground, while danger prowled the darkness beyond inadequate fire. His bed receives him each evening like embrace from comfort itself. Mattress and pillow and blanket conspiring to create sanctuary, where dreams can unfold without fear of interruption by hostile forces. These simple luxuries accumulate throughout each day like coins deposited in an account that grows richer through appreciation rather than acquisition. Wealth measured not in quantity, but in the capacity to recognize abundance that surrounds anyone willing to notice. How much grace flows through ordinary moments when peace allows such recognition to flourish. The writing desk that once belonged to Bilbo sits beside the study window where afternoon light streams through glass polished to crystal clarity. Frodo has taken to spending hours at this familiar piece of furniture, his hand moving steadily across pages that will preserve memories too. Important to trust entirely to the fragile vessel of individual recollection. The leather-bound journal grows thicker with each passing week, its pages filling with careful script that transforms chaotic experience into ordered narrative. The act of finding words for events that seemed to transcend language proves more challenging than any physical ordeal he endured. During his journey beyond the borders of ordinary existence, how does mere ink convey the weight of standing in places where hope itself seemed to have died? What combination of letters can capture the sensation of carrying burdens so heavy it threatened to crush not just body but spirit? The inadequacy of vocabulary becomes daily struggle that teaches him patience with the gap between experience and expression. Yet slowly, through persistent effort that mirrors the gradual healing of wounds, both visible and hidden, the story begins to take shape beneath his pen. Each completed page represents victory over the silence that threatens to swallow memories too painful for casual recollection. Triumph of conscious choice to speak truth, rather than allow suffering to remain unwitnessed. The words may prove insufficient to convey full reality, but they serve as bridges that others might cross toward understanding. The discipline required for accurate recording proves surprisingly therapeutic, demanding attention to detail that prevents him from becoming lost in overwhelming emotion, while reliving events that once threatened his sanity. Describing Sam's loyalty requires focus on specific actions rather than abstract gratitude, while recounting moments of despair means examining exactly what thoughts led toward darkness and what factors enabled recovery. The process transforms trauma into narrative, chaos into sequence that can be followed and comprehended. Certain passages flow easily from pen to paper, as if words had been waiting years for release from the prison of unexpressed memory. Sam's courage during their final approach to Mount Doom, Galadriel's terrible beauty when offered power beyond imagining, Aragorn's transformation from weathered ranger into king worthy of ancient throne. These scenes write themselves with clarity that suggests some experiences burn so brightly into consciousness that time cannot dim their essential details. Other episodes require multiple attempts before achieving even approximate accuracy. Events so strange or profound that ordinary language seems inadequate for their description. The moment when he first perceived the ring's true nature, the sensation of existing simultaneously in multiple worlds while wearing the cursed band. The final confrontation with forces that embodied negation itself. These passages demand invention of new approaches to familiar words, combinations that might hint at truths beyond normal communication. The responsibility he feels toward future readers adds weight to every sentence. Knowledge that his account may represent the only reliable record of events that shaped the fate of all Middle-earth. Children not yet born will someday seek understanding of why their world remains free from shadow. And his words must serve as faithful witness to sacrifices made by countless individuals whose names history might otherwise forget. The red binding that will eventually contain these accumulated pages already shows where from handling, evidence of how often he returns to earlier sections for revision and refinement. Each reading reveals new aspects of events that seemed fully understood. Fresh insights that emerge only through the patient work of transforming memory into permanent form that can survive beyond the brief span of any individual life. The window beside his writing desk frames a view that changes with the slow majesty of seasons turning according to rhythms older than memory. Each transformation bringing its own gifts of beauty and meaning to days no longer measured by urgent necessity. Frodo has learned to mark time not by the completion of desperate missions or the approach of terrible deadlines, but by the gentle progression of natural cycles that speak to deeper truths about patience, renewal, and the wisdom found in accepting change as life's fundamental characteristic. Spring arrives with the tender green of new growth pushing through earth still cold from winter's long embrace. The garden responds to lengthening days with enthusiasm that mirrors his own growing capacity for joy in simple anticipation. Each morning brings new evidence of life returning to landscapes that seemed dormant. Shoots emerging from soil with the confident persistence that characterizes hope when it operates free from doubt or desperate urgency. The work that spring demands feels entirely different from the labors that once consumed his strength and attention. Preparing beds for planting, clearing pathways of winter's accumulated debris, pruning fruit trees back to healthy growth require effort that serves creation rather than destruction. His hands grow dirty with soil that nourishes rather than stains, sweat that flows from choice rather than compulsion. Summer's arrival brings abundance that still amazes him with its generous excess, vegetables growing faster than even the heartiest appetite can consume them. The satisfaction of sharing surplus with neighbors creates networks of reciprocity, that strengthen community bonds while ensuring nothing valuable goes to waste. Preserving food for winter months becomes celebration rather than anxious preparation. Confidence in provision that extends beyond immediate season. The long evenings of summer offer hours of peaceful contemplation when twilight stretches into night with reluctance that speaks to the season's own pleasure in lingering rather than hurrying toward conclusion. Sitting outside with his pipe while stars emerge one by one against darkening sky, Frodo experiences time as luxury rather than enemy. Moments that exist for their own sake rather than as stepping stones toward distant goals. Autumn transforms the Shire into tapestry of colors that speak to beauty found in letting go. Leaves releasing their hold on branches with the graceful acceptance that characterizes wisdom about natural endings. The harvest season brings satisfaction deeper than any treasure gained through adventure. Food gathered through patient tending rather than desperate scavenging. Abundance earned through seasonal rhythm rather than taken through force or cunning. The preparation for winter becomes ritual of gratitude rather than anxious hoarding. Preserves and stores accumulated with confidence born from understanding natural cycles rather than fear of inadequate provision. Wood stacked beside the hearth speaks to warmth that will sustain comfort through cold months. Fuel gathered during pleasant weather for use when harsh conditions make outdoor work impossible. Winter's arrival brings its own gifts of enforced rest and inward turning. Seasons when reading and writing claim more hours while physical labor yields to contemplative pursuits that nourish spirit as carefully as autumn's harvest nourished body. The shortened days create natural boundaries that encourage early rest and leisurely rising. Rhythms that honor the season's invitation toward slower pace and deeper reflection. Each season's distinctive character contributes to the larger pattern that shapes years into meaningful progression. Cycles that provide structure without imposing urgency. Change that enriches rather than threatens the growing peace that makes. Each day feel like gift rather than burden to be endured until some distant goal finally grants permission for satisfaction. The understanding arrives not as sudden revelation, but as gradual recognition that builds through countless small moments when belonging feels complete rather than provisional. Frodo discovers that home means something far deeper than familiar surroundings or comfortable routines. Though both contribute to the growing sense of rootedness that anchors his healing in ways no medicine could achieve. Home proves to be the place where his presence serves purposes larger than individual comfort, where his story becomes part of a larger narrative that stretches back through generations and forward toward futures. He will help shape through simple daily choices. The cottage that shelters him carries within its walls the accumulated love of family members who chose this place for their own haven, rooms blessed by years of honest laughter and genuine tears, hearths that have warmed bodies and spirits through seasons of abundance and scarcity alike. Walking through chambers where Bilbo once entertained unexpected guests and planned impossible adventures, Frodo feels connection to heritage that extends far beyond blood relation, into shared understanding of what makes life worth protecting. The very stones beneath his feet speak of continuity that survived the recent troubles to offer foundation for whatever growth the future might bring. These floors have supported the weight of countless celebrations and sorrows, witnessed promises made and kept, hosted gatherings where wisdom passed from older voices, to younger ears eager for guidance about navigating the complexities that mark every generation's particular challenges and opportunities. The garden that responds to his care carries within its soil the enrichment left by previous tenders who understood that cultivation requires patience, measured in seasons rather than days. Each plant that flourishes under his attention grows in earth, blessed by decades of thoughtful stewardship, roots extending through layers of decomposed abundance that speak to cycles of death and renewal, operating according to principles too fundamental for disruption by temporary chaos. His neighbors welcome him not as returning hero whose presence demands special recognition, but as community member whose absence left gap that simple return cannot entirely heal without conscious effort to rebuild relationships interrupted by circumstances beyond anyone's control. The conversations that flow across garden walls and during chance encounters on familiar paths gradually restore networks of mutual concern that make individual welfare inseparable from collective flourishing. The rhythms that govern his days align themselves with patterns established by countless generations, who found in these cycles the framework for meaningful existence. Rising with dawn because morning light brings energy for productive work. Eating when hunger arrives naturally rather than according to arbitrary schedule. Resting when fatigue suggests that restoration serves better than continued activity. These simple practices connect him to wisdom accumulated through centuries of people, learning how to live well within natural limitations. The peace that settles deeper into his spirit with each passing season carries recognition that healing requires not just absence of threat, but positive presence of all the elements that make existence feel worthwhile. Safety alone proves insufficient without beauty to inspire gratitude. Comfort means little without purpose to give structure to daily choices. Abundance lacks meaning without relationships that transform possession into sharing. The deep contentment that characterizes his best moments emerges from understanding that his journey beyond the borders of ordinary experience has returned him to appreciation for gifts that were always present but required contrast with their absence to reveal their true value. Home becomes not just destination, but recognition of grace that surrounds anyone willing to notice. How much love flows through ordinary places when peace allows such recognition to flourish. The evening ritual that concludes each blessed day begins as twilight settles over the Shire, like a gentle blanket drawn across the shoulders of a world preparing for rest. Frodo moves through his cottage with the unhurried contentment of someone whose time belongs entirely to himself. Each small task performed with attention that transforms routine into meditation. The lamps that he lights against gathering darkness create pools of warmth that speak to the simple luxury of choosing comfort over necessity. Tomorrow stretches ahead with promise that carries no weight of destiny or urgent obligation, simply the quiet gift of another day to fill with whatever brings satisfaction to a heart that has learned to find profound meaning in ordinary pleasures. The garden will require gentle attention as autumn deepens toward winter. Pages wait to receive more memories transformed into permanent record. Letters from friends promise updates about lives unfolding in peaceful directions, far from the shadow that once threatened everything worth preserving. The tea that steams in his favorite cup carries within its familiar warmth all the accumulated satisfaction of countless evenings when such simple comfort seemed beyond imagination. Each sip connects him to the growing certainty that happiness requires no grand achievement or dramatic accomplishment, only the wisdom to recognize abundance that surrounds anyone willing to notice how much grace flows through moments. When gratitude opens eyes to gifts that were always present, his pipe draws easily as he settles into the chair that has become perfectly shaped to welcome his evening rest. Tobacco burning with a steady glow that speaks to pleasure earned through patient cultivation rather than desperate seeking. The smoke that rises toward beams darkened by generations of similar fires carries with it all the peaceful intentions that mark the end of days well spent in service to purposes larger than individual desire, yet intimate, enough to touch every corner of existence with meaning. The book that waits beside his chair holds stories that will unfold at whatever pace his attention chooses to grant them. Adventures that require no physical courage or terrible sacrifice. Wisdom that emerges through contemplation rather than trial by fire. The words that will soon flow past his eyes speak to truths, discovered through careful observation of how love operates within ordinary circumstances. When fear no longer distorts perception of what actually matters. Sleep, when it comes, will arrive as natural conclusion to consciousness, well used rather than escape from unbearable burden or anxious anticipation. His bed waits upstairs, with blankets warmed by fires tended throughout the day. Pillows that will cradle thoughts freed from worry about tomorrow's demands or yesterday's regrets. Dreams, if they visit, will carry the gentle colors of healing rather than the harsh shadows that once made rest impossible. The deep quiet that settles over Bag End as night claims the surrounding countryside speaks to peace that extends far beyond individual healing toward universal restoration of right relationship between conscious beings and the creation that sustains them all. This is the gift that emerges from choosing to find meaning in small kindnesses, rather than grand gestures, satisfaction in tending what grows, rather than conquering what resists. Tonight, as you rest in the growing quiet, let yourself find peace in this understanding that the greatest adventures often lead, not toward distant treasure, but back to appreciation for grace that was always present, waiting for eyes cleared by trial to recognize how much love surrounds anyone willing to call ordinary places home. Sleep deeply, knowing that tomorrow's simple gifts are more precious than any treasure. That healing comes through accepting limitation rather than transcending it, and that the deepest peace flows through hearts grateful for the privilege of quiet days filled with small joys. Rest peacefully in the certainty that home means the place where your presence serves love's purposes, where ordinary moments carry the weight of blessing, and where sleep comes gently to spirits that have learnt to find infinite meaning in finite gifts. The melody that carries Tom through his morning wandering finds its perfect harmony in the voice that drifts from the garden where Goldberry tends plants that grow with the eager abundance of living things, blessed by attention that sees beauty in every stage of growth and change. Her presence transforms the space around their cottage into something that exists between wild forest and cultivated plot, neither fully tamed nor entirely natural, but partaking of both realms in ways that create new forms of loveliness unique to places where love guides every choice. The partnership that flows between them requires no words or formal agreement. Understanding that emerges from sharing purpose so completely that individual will dissolves into common intention. Tom brings her water from springs he has blessed with songs older than the trees, while she offers him flowers whose fragrance carries messages that speak directly to the heart without requiring translation through the clumsy medium of language. Their separate tasks weave together into single tapestry of care that encompasses everything within their domain. The plants that flourish under Goldberry's attention seem to respond not just to practical tending, but to the quality of love she brings to every interaction with growing things. Vegetables reach toward her hands with eagerness that speaks to recognition of kinship, deeper than the relationship between gardener and garden. Flowers bloom with colors more vivid than nature typically allows, their petals holding light in ways that suggest they understand their role in creating beauty for its own sake rather than mere biological necessity. The magic that flows through their domestic harmony operates according to principles that have nothing to do with power over external forces and everything to do with alignment with deeper currents that govern how love expresses itself. Through daily choice and patient attention, the bread that rises in their kitchen carries within its golden crust the accumulated blessings of grain grown in soil enriched by generations of such careful tending. The butter that spreads smooth and rich across its surface comes from cream that holds the contentment of cows who graze in meadows where peace has settled so deeply that even the grass grows with unusual sweetness. Their conversations, when they occur, flow like water over stones worn smooth by time, each exchange adding depth to understanding that grows richer through years of sharing thoughts and dreams and simple observations about the endless variety of ways that beauty manifests itself. In a world willing to notice how much grace surrounds consciousness prepared to receive it, the silences between words carry as much meaning as any spoken communication. Comfortable spaces where individual awareness expands to encompass shared appreciation for gifts that require no analysis to be fully enjoyed. The rhythm of their days together creates its own form of prayer. Movements coordinated without conscious planning, yet flowing with precision that speaks to deeper wisdom about how separate beings can choose to move in harmony without losing the particular qualities that make each contribution unique and valuable. Tom's exuberant celebration of existence finds perfect complement in Goldberry's quieter satisfaction with nurturing growth. His restless joy balanced by her steady contentment with tending what already flourishes under careful attention. The cottage that shelters their partnership seems to expand and contract according to the needs of each moment. Rooms growing more spacious when guests arrive, seeking shelter, becoming more intimate when solitude serves better than company. The very walls respond to the love that fills them, timber growing stronger rather than weaker with age, stones settling more firmly into foundations that will endure as long as such harmony continues to bless the space they define and protect. Evening finds them sharing simple meals, the taste of abundance earned through honest work, performed with grateful hearts. Food that nourishes more than body because it carries within its substance all the accumulated blessing of lives lived in conscious partnership with the generous forces that sustain all existence. The paths that Tom follows during his daily wanderings through the old forest carry him along routes older than the memory of any current inhabitant. Tracks worn smooth by countless seasons of his patient footsteps as he makes his rounds through territory that responds to his presence. Like garden tended by master craftsmen, who understands exactly what each corner requires for optimal flourishing. These walks serve purposes that extend far beyond simple exercise or idle exploration, representing instead the careful maintenance of balance that keeps his realm in harmony with forces both gentle and wild. His route varies according to intuitive sense of where attention is most needed on any particular day, feet finding their way toward places that call for his particular form of care, without conscious decision or predetermined plan. Sometimes the path leads to groves where ancient oaks gather in circles that remember ceremonies conducted by peoples whose names have faded from all records save the patient memory of trees that witnessed their rituals. The boundaries he tends exist less as lines drawn on maps than as zones where different forms of energy meet and must be helped to blend rather than conflict with each other, where the old forest borders on lands claimed by farmers and millers. Tom's presence ensures that neither wild growth nor cultivated order overwhelms the other, maintaining the delicate equilibrium that allows both forms of life to flourish according to their particular nature. His work operates through influence so subtle that most observers would see only natural processes unfolding according to their own internal logic. Certain places within his domain require more frequent attention than others. Spots where the fabric of peace has grown thin through accumulated sorrow or anger that threatens to disrupt the fundamental harmony he exists to preserve. The old man willow, ancient and sometimes malevolent in his treatment of unwary travelers, receives regular visits that blend firm authority with patient understanding of the loneliness that drives hostile behavior. Tom's approach to such problems combines power that could compel obedience with wisdom that prefers to heal the sources of discord, rather than simply suppress their symptoms. The secrets he guards in forgotten clearings and hidden pools speak to history that predates the current age. Memories preserved in stone and root and flowing water that remember when the world was younger, and magic flowed more freely through everything that drew breath or reached toward sunlight. These places trust him with their stories because his presence carries no ambition to exploit knowledge for personal advantage, no desire to transform mystery into mere information that could be catalogued and controlled. His footsteps create their own form of blessing as he moves through undergrowth that parts to welcome his passage, while closing again behind him to maintain the pathways in their proper state of being accessible to those who belong yet invisible, to any who might approach with intention to harm or exploit. The very earth seems more fertile where he has walked, roots drawing additional nourishment from soil, blessed by contact with someone whose love for place transcends any need to possess or change what already exists in perfect form. Birds follow his progress through branches overhead, their songs adding melody to the wordless music that flows from his throat as he walks. Squirrels pause in their busy gathering to watch him pass, with the recognition that creatures show toward presence that brings no threat, only additional safety and joy to territory already blessed with abundance, that serves every inhabitant according to need rather than aggression or cunning. The forest speaks in voices that most ears never learn to distinguish from simple background noise. But Tom moves through his realm with attention tuned to frequencies that carry meaning deeper than any words could convey. Each element of his domain contributes to ongoing conversation that has continued unbroken since the world first found its voice. dialogue between consciousness and creation that reveals itself only to those who approach with reverence rather than curiosity, seeking to catalogue and categorize what should be received as gift. The ancient oaks communicate through whispers that travel along networks of root and branch, sharing news of weather patterns and seasonal changes, with the patient deliberation of beings who measure time in centuries rather than heartbeats. Their voices carry weight earned through surviving storms that would have destroyed lesser trees. Wisdom accumulated through watching countless generations of smaller creatures live their brief lives in shelter provided by canopy and trunk. Tom listens to their slow conversations with the respectful attention of student learning from masters, whose lessons unfold across time frames that dwarf individual understanding. Stones speak in frequencies so low they vibrate through bone rather than reaching ear. Their communications emerging from depths where pressure and time have compressed sand and sediment into messages that require geological patience to fully comprehend. The rocks that line creek beds share memories of mountains from which they traveled. Journeys measured in millennia as water wore them smooth and carried them toward resting places where they contribute to foundations that will support life for ages yet to come. Their voices teach lessons about endurance and acceptance, the wisdom found in allowing change to shape rather than destroy essential nature. Water carries its own forms of language, babbling streams that speak of springs hidden deep in earth where underground rivers follow courses mapped by forces older than surface geography. The messages that flow with current and pool in quiet eddies tell stories of rain that began as ocean mist, cycles of evaporation and precipitation that connect every drop to vast systems of circulation that encompass the entire world. Tom hears in these liquid voices the fundamental truth about connection, how individual elements participate in patterns too large for any single perspective to fully grasp. The wind brings news from distant places, carrying scents and sounds that speak of events unfolding beyond the boundaries of the old forest, yet somehow connected to the peace that Tom maintains through daily attention to his particular corner of creation. Breezes that have touched mountain peaks and ocean waves, that have stirred fields of grain and meadows thick with wildflowers, arrive bearing messages that expand his awareness without diminishing his contentment with the territory he has been given to tend. Birds contribute their own commentary to the forest's ongoing conversation, songs that celebrate immediate joy while also serving practical purposes of claiming territory and attracting mates. Their voices weave through deeper communications from trees and stones and water, adding brightness and immediacy to exchanges that might otherwise remain too subtle for consciousness shaped by urgency and constant change. Tom's understanding encompasses both the eternal patience of oaks and the fleeting intensity of wrens, finding wisdom in the full spectrum of temporal experience. Even the smallest inhabitants of his realm participate in this vast conversation. Insects humming messages about flower blooms and leaf conditions, mice sharing news about seed availability and safe nesting sites. The complexity of information that flows through these seemingly simple exchanges would overwhelm any mind attempting to process every detail. Yet Tom receives it all with the relaxed attention of someone who trusts that consciousness shaped by love naturally filters what needs active response from what can simply be appreciated and allowed to flow past like music enjoyed for its own sake. The great wheel of the year turns beneath Tom's feet with the stately rhythm of cosmic dance that has marked time since creation first learned to measure itself through cycles of growth and rest, abundance and reflection. His experience of seasonal change transcends the simple observation of weather patterns or agricultural concerns, encompassing instead a participation in fundamental forces that govern how life expresses itself through endless variation on themes of birth, maturation, harvest, and renewal. Spring arrives in his realm not as dramatic transformation, but as gradual awakening that begins long before most eyes would notice the subtle shifts in light and temperature that herald winter's gentle retreat. Tom feels the change first in the deep stirring of sap through trees that have spent months gathering strength for another season of reaching towards sun. Roots drawing from earth that has composted autumn's gifts into rich foundation for new growth. His own energy rises in harmony with these deeper currents, enthusiasm building like underground streams that will soon emerge as visible springs. The work that spring demands feels entirely different from any labor that serves external goals or responds to imposed deadlines. Clearing paths of winter's accumulated debris becomes meditation on the beauty found in making space for fresh growth, while encouraging shy wildflowers to claim territories left vacant by plants that completed their cycles during darker months transforms into celebration of life's inexhaustible creativity. Each task flows naturally into the next without conscious planning, seasonal rhythm providing structure that eliminates any need for schedules or predetermined objectives. Summer's arrival brings abundance that overflows every boundary of practical need. Gardens producing more food than any household could consume, while meadows burst with flowers that exist purely for the joy they bring. Two eyes willing to notice their particular forms of beauty. Tom moves through days lengthened by light that seems reluctant to yield to darkness. Hours that stretch like warm honey flowing from comb built by bees drunk on nectar gathered from blossoms too numerous to count. The very air grows thick with contentment during these peak months when creation celebrates its own fertility through displays of excess that speak to generosity, operating beyond any logic of conservation or efficiency. Autumn transforms the forest into living artwork, where every leaf becomes brushstroke in masterpiece painted by forces that understand color and composition with sophistication that humbles any conscious artist. Tom witnesses this transformation with the appreciation of someone who knows that true beauty often emerges through acceptance of limitation and change rather than attempts to preserve any particular moment against the passage of time. The harvest season brings satisfaction deeper than mere accumulation of winter stores, gathering that celebrates completion rather than acquisition. Winter's arrival strips away summer's elaborate decorations to reveal the essential architecture that underlies all seasonal display. Bare branches creating patterns against gray sky that speak to structural truths, usually hidden beneath leaves and flowers. The forest sleeps but does not die, energy retreating to roots and protected buds, where patient preparation for next year's growth continues through months when surface activity diminishes to levels that allow deeper processes to unfold without distraction. Tom finds in winter's enforced simplicity a form of peace that teaches him about the wisdom found in accepting cycles that operate according to timing beyond individual preference or control. Each season contributes its particular gifts to the larger symphony that shapes his years into meaningful progression. cycles that provide structure without imposing rigidity, change that enriches rather than threatens the growing contentment, that makes every day feel like participation in cosmic celebration of existence itself. The music that flows through Tom's realm emerges not from conscious composition, but from the natural harmony that results when consciousness aligns itself completely with the rhythms that govern creation at its most fundamental level. His voice rises in melodies that have never been written down because they cannot be separated from the particular moments that give them birth. Songs that spring fresh from the immediate joy of existing in perfect relationship with everything that surrounds and sustains his daily wandering through paradise, earned not through achievement, but through acceptance. The melodies that pour from his throat while he walks change according to what his eyes encounter and his heart receives. Wordless expressions of gratitude that respond to beauty, too immediate and specific for language to capture adequately. A butterfly's dance above wildflowers calls forth phrases that spiral upward like the flight they celebrate, while the steady murmur of streams inspires bass, notes that flow with liquid patience toward resolutions that arrive exactly when they serve the larger harmony, rather than when impatience might demand conclusion. These songs without words become prayers without petition, celebrations that ask nothing from creation save the privilege of participating in its ongoing symphony through whatever voice has been given for such purpose. Tom's music emerges from fullness rather than emptiness, abundance seeking expression rather than need crying out for satisfaction. Each note carries the accumulated blessing of someone whose days overflow with grace received and recognized, whose nights bring rest earned through hours spent in conscious appreciation of gifts too numerous for accounting. The forest responds to his singing with sympathetic vibrations that transform individual melody into chorus encompassing every element capable of contributing sound to the larger composition. Wind through branches provides percussion section, while flowing water adds its liquid harmonies to arrangements that grow more complex as additional voices join without overwhelming the essential simplicity that makes such music accessible to any heart willing to listen with attention shaped by love rather than analysis. Birds learn phrases from his wordless songs and incorporate them into their own communications, creating networks of melody that spread Tom's joy far beyond the immediate range of his voice. Bees hum variations on his themes while they work among flowers whose blooming seems timed to provide visual accompaniment to musical celebrations of beauty that serves no purpose beyond the satisfaction it brings to consciousness, capable of recognizing how much grace flows through ordinary moments when peace allows such recognition to flourish. The songs that arise during his evening hours with Goldberry blend their separate voices into harmonies that speak to unity, achieved without sacrifice of individual character, melodies that weave together like streams converging, without losing their particular qualities in the larger flow they create through confluence. Their music becomes manifestation of love that enhances rather than diminishes what each brings to relationship, partnership that multiplies joy through sharing while preserving the unique gifts that make such sharing meaningful. Even silence participates in Tom's musical realm. Pauses between phrases that allow echoes to complete their journeys through forest spaces designed by nature to enhance, rather than diminish the beauty of sounds offered with generous hearts. The quiet intervals teach lessons about the rhythm that shapes all meaningful expression. The understanding that rest serves melody as essentially as movement, that spaciousness enables appreciation in ways that constant stimulation never could achieve. His music becomes language that requires no translation because it speaks directly to that part of consciousness that recognizes truth when it arrives dressed in beauty. Melodies that bypass intellectual analysis to touch places where joy lives independently of circumstances or rational justification for its presence. The path that leads to Tom's cottage exists in that curious state between hidden and obvious that characterizes everything about his realm. Visible to those who need shelter, yet somehow overlooked by any who might approach with intentions that serve purposes other than genuine necessity. Travelers arrive at his door when circumstances beyond their control have stripped away pretense and left them open to forms of help that require no explanation or justification. Souls prepared by hardship to receive gifts that operate according to principles more generous than any they had previously imagined possible. The hospitality that Tom and Goldberry offer emerges not from duty or social obligation, but from joy that finds expression through service to anyone who crosses their threshold. Carrying the particular form of need that their home exists to address, the cottage seems to expand around unexpected guests, rooms discovering space that had been waiting patiently for purpose. Furniture arranging itself to accommodate however many require shelter from storms, both literal and metaphorical, that drive wanderers toward havens they could never have found through deliberate searching. The bread that appears on their table multiplies according to need rather than conventional arithmetic. Loaves that somehow satisfy every appetite while leaving abundance for future visitors who have not yet arrived but whose eventual appearance Tom anticipates with the confidence of someone who understands how Providence operates through apparently coincidental encounters. The wine that fills cups never empties completely. Vintage that improves with sharing rather than diminishing through consumption that serves. Celebration rather than mere sustenance. The stories that visitors carry from distant places fascinate Tom not because he craves news of events beyond his boundaries, but because each tale reveals something about how love and courage manifest themselves under different circumstances, how the essential goodness that he tends within his forest finds expression through countless variations in places where peace must be earned rather than simply received as natural condition. He listens with attention that transforms confession into blessing, understanding that transforms burden into gift freely offered rather than weight imposed by circumstance. The wisdom he shares flows not through formal teaching or deliberate instruction, but through presence that demonstrates how existence can be approached with trust rather than anxiety, curiosity rather than suspicion, generosity rather than calculation about potential costs and benefits. His very manner of moving through domestic tasks while attending to guests teaches lessons about finding satisfaction in service performed without expectation of recognition or return. Joy discovered through attention to immediate need rather than distant goals. The rest that visitors find beneath his roof goes deeper than simple physical recuperation from travel fatigue or exposure to harsh weather, extending instead toward restoration of faith in fundamental benevolence that operates within creation, despite evidence that might suggest otherwise. Sleep comes easily in rooms blessed by decades of peaceful dreams. Rest that arrives without the guardedness that characterizes nights spent in places where trust must be earned. rather than freely given. Mourning departure brings reluctance that speaks to more than comfort found in warm hospitality. Sadness at leaving presence that reminded them of possibilities they had forgotten existed in world often harsh toward those who dare to believe in goodness that asks nothing in return. Yet they carry with them renewed understanding that such places exist. That peace can be found by those who learn to recognize it, when circumstances permit such recognition to flourish. The memory of Tom's cottage becomes treasure that sustains them through difficulties that might otherwise overwhelm spirits unprepared for the particular challenges that await those who choose to walk roads, leading toward purposes larger than individual comfort. Beacon that calls them back toward hope when darkness threatens to convince them that light was always illusion rather than fundamental truth about creation's essential nature. The ancient places that Tom visits during his deeper wanderings through the old forest exist in states of being that transcend ordinary categories of past and present. Clearings where time pools, like water gathering in hidden hollows, rather than flowing in the straight lines that govern experience in lands touched by urgency and change. These sacred groves remember when the world was younger and magic moved more freely through everything that drew breath or reached toward light. Their very stones and roots holding memories too precious to be entrusted to any record, that could be lost or destroyed through mortal carelessness. The stone circle that stands in the forest's heart bears no markings that contemporary eyes could decipher. Yet its arrangement speaks to understanding of cosmic forces that operated through civilizations, whose names have faded from all histories save the patient memory of Earth itself. Tom approaches these ancient monuments not as scholar, seeking to unlock their secrets through analysis, but as caretaker, whose presence ensures that whatever power they once channeled continues to flow according to its original benevolent purpose, rather than becoming corrupted through neglect or misuse. The pool that reflects stars even during daylight hours serves as window into depths that extend far beyond the physical boundaries suggested by its modest size. Waters that show visions to those prepared to see truth undistorted by the limitations that normally constrain perception to surfaces and immediate appearances. Tom guards this sacred water not by restricting access, but by ensuring that only those capable of receiving its gifts, without being overwhelmed, ever find the hidden path that leads to its moss-lined shores. The tree that grows at the exact center of his domain reaches both deeper and higher than any of its neighbors, roots extending toward underground springs that have never known drought, while branches stretch toward sky. With confidence earned through centuries of surviving storms that leveled lesser growth, its trunk bears no scars from lightning or disease, bark smooth and strong, as if time itself had chosen to preserve this particular embodiment of life's capacity to flourish when nurtured by forces that operate beyond the reach of ordinary decay. The caves that honeycomb the hills throughout his territory hold echoes of songs that were old when the current age was young. Melodies preserved in stone chambers designed by natural acoustics to enhance, rather than diminish, the beauty of voices that once raised hymns to powers more ancient than any currently recognized, by peoples who build their temples from cut stone and prescribed ritual. Tom enters these sacred spaces carrying his own wordless music, adding contemporary joy to harmonies that span ages while respecting the silence that such places require for their preservation. The knowledge that he carries about these forgotten places operates less like accumulated learning than like inherited responsibility. Understanding that passes directly from consciousness to consciousness, without requiring the mediation of books or formal instruction. His role as keeper of secrets involves not their preservation in static form, but their continued expression through lived experience. Ancient wisdom finding fresh manifestation through daily choices that honor, rather than exploit the trust placed in his guardianship. The partnership that flows between Tom and Goldberry throughout their days creates rhythm so natural that distinguishing between individual choice and shared intention becomes impossible. Movements coordinated without conscious planning, yet flowing with precision that speaks to deeper wisdom about how separate beings can choose unity without sacrificing the particular qualities that make each contribution valuable and unique. Their life together unfolds like dance performed by partners who have moved in harmony so long that leading and following become meaningless concepts. Each response perfectly timed to complement whatever emerges from the other's spontaneous expression of joy. Morning finds them rising together, not because clocks or schedules demand such coordination, but because their spirits naturally synchronize with rhythms that govern optimal expression of love through shared attention to whatever each day offers for their mutual care and celebration. Tom's exuberant greeting of dawn awakens echoes in Goldberry's quieter appreciation for light returning to bless their realm. Her gentle movement toward kitchen tasks, inspiring his own preparation for wandering that will carry him through territory they both tend according to their different gifts and inclinations. The work that occupies their separate hours never creates distance between them, despite taking them to different corners of their domain. Tom's rambling through forest paths and Goldberry's attention to garden and household flowing together like streams that maintain distinct courses yet contribute to single watershed. Each task performed in solitude somehow serves their partnership. Individual efforts weaving together into tapestry of care that encompasses everything within their influence, while requiring no formal coordination or explicit agreement about priorities and methods. Their reunions at mealtimes carry the sweet satisfaction of lovers who have spent hours apart in service to purposes that enhance rather than compete with their relationship. Separate activities that enrich what they bring to shared moments, rather than depleting energy available for mutual attention and appreciation. The food they consume together tastes more delicious for having been prepared and gathered through individual labor offered freely, rather than extracted through obligation or necessity imposed by external demands. The conversations that arise between them during evening hours flow like water over stones worn smooth by time. Exchanges that add depth to understanding accumulated through seasons of sharing thoughts and dreams and simple observations about endless variety of ways that beauty manifests itself in world willing. To notice how much grace surrounds consciousness prepared to receive it. Their words emerge from abundance rather than need. Communication that celebrates connection already perfect rather than striving to achieve intimacy through effort or technique. The contentment that characterizes their partnership emerges from understanding that joy requires no justification beyond its own existence. No destination beyond the present moment when two hearts choose to beat in rhythm. That creates harmony sufficient unto itself, rather than seeking completion through achievement or acquisition that lies forever beyond immediate experience. The silence they share proves equally precious. comfortable spaces where individual awareness expands to encompass appreciation that requires no analysis or verbal expression to be fully enjoyed. These quiet intervals teach lessons about presence that serves love more effectively than any activity designed to demonstrate affection through gesture or declaration. Understanding that emerges through simply existing together without agenda, beyond the satisfaction such existence provides. Their movements through cottage and garden create their own form of music. Footsteps and gestures coordinated by instinct that has developed through countless repetitions of daily routine transformed into ritual. Through attention that finds sacred meaning in ordinary tasks. Doors open at precisely the right moment to welcome the other's passage. Meals appear exactly when hunger suggests their appropriateness. Fires burn at optimal temperature without conscious tending, because love naturally provides whatever circumstances require for optimal flourishing. Evening settles over the old forest with the gentle authority of natural conclusion, light fading not through defeat by darkness, but through graceful yielding to rhythms that have governed the dance between day and night since time began its patient work of teaching creation. How to move in harmony with forces larger than any individual will or desire. Tom Bombadil sits beside his cottage door with the profound satisfaction of someone whose day has been spent exactly as intended. Not through achievement of predetermined goals, but through complete presence to whatever moments offered for his attention and care. The pipe that rests comfortable in his hand draws easily as twilight deepens around territory that responds to his contentment with its own settling into rest. Forest sounds shifting from daytime bustle to evening's more contemplative chorus. His smoke rises in lazy spirals that seem reluctant to disturb air. Already thick with peace accumulated through countless such evenings when satisfaction required no justification beyond the simple fact of existing in harmony with everything that surrounds and sustains consciousness capable of receiving such abundance. The wisdom that Tom embodies operates according to principles that transcend any philosophy or teaching that seeks to capture truth through words and concepts. Understanding that emerges instead through lived experience of what becomes possible when agenda dissolves into presence, when ambition transforms into appreciation for gifts that were always available to anyone willing to notice. How much grace flows through ordinary moments. His very existence serves as demonstration that meaning requires no external validation, that joy needs no achievement to justify its presence. The profound contentment that characterizes his approach to everything from daily wandering to intimate partnership with Goldberry springs from understanding that consciousness itself represents the most precious gift creation can offer. Awareness that transforms mere existence into celebration. When received with gratitude rather than treated as platform for pursuing goals that lie forever beyond immediate experience. His days unfold without schedule or objective, save the pleasure found in responding to whatever presents itself for attention. The forest that trusts him with its secrets and cycles does so not because he possesses power to dominate or reshape according to personal preference, but precisely because his presence carries no trace of desire to be other than exactly where he belongs, doing precisely what brings satisfaction to heart that has learned to find infinite depth in finite moments. His authority emerges from acceptance rather than assertion, influence that flows from alignment with rather than opposition to the deeper currents that govern how love, expresses itself through daily choice. The peace that radiates from his realm extends far beyond geographical boundaries, to touch any consciousness prepared to receive lessons about finding meaning through presence rather than achievement, satisfaction through appreciation rather than acquisition, joy through simple existence rather than complicated strategies for improving circumstances that were already perfect for anyone willing to see them clearly. His life becomes teaching without words, wisdom transmitted through example rather than instruction. As stars emerge to begin their nightly watch over territory blessed by such understanding, Tom's contentment deepens into something approaching cosmic satisfaction. Recognition that his particular corner of creation serves its purpose, through allowing one form of consciousness to demonstrate what becomes possible when fear dissolves into trust, when restlessness transforms into peace. Tonight, as you rest in growing quiet, let yourself find peace in this understanding, that the deepest wisdom lies not in achieving great things, but in being fully present to small ones. That true satisfaction comes not from reaching destinations, but from appreciating the journey itself. Sleep deeply, knowing that meaning emerges through simply existing with grateful awareness. That joy requires no accomplishment beyond conscious recognition of grace that surrounds every moment, and that the most profound peace flows through heart's content to be exactly where they are. Rest peacefully in the certainty that presence itself is gift enough, that being fully alive to this moment contains all the purpose consciousness could ever need. The throne room where Aragorn holds court each morning fills with voices that speak in careful phrases designed to conceal as much as they reveal. Language shaped by generations of nobles who have learned to navigate power through indirection and diplomatic courtesy. The petitioners who approach his seat of judgment carry concerns that require solutions more complex than any problem he faced during his years of ranging. Disputes that involve not just individual grievance, but intricate webs of law and precedent that stretch back through centuries of accumulated tradition. The advisors who surround him offer counsel filtered through their own understanding of how kingdoms function. Wisdom earned through lifetimes spent in halls, where decisions emerge through consensus, rather than the immediate clarity that once guided his choices when survival demanded swift action. Their deliberations unfold with patience that sometimes tests his tolerance for process. Discussions that examine every angle of problems that his ranger instincts suggest could be solved through more direct approach. The documents that require his attention arrive each day in carefully organized stacks, each parchment representing someone's hopes or fears translated into formal language that reduces human complexity. Two categories that can be filed and referenced according to established procedure. Trade agreements that will affect merchant families for generations. Judicial appeals that carry the weight of lives hanging in balance. Diplomatic correspondence that must be crafted to preserve delicate relationships between kingdoms whose histories include both alliance and conflict. His signature carries power that still amazes him with its reach. Simple marks that can authorize the movement of armies or the distribution of resources sufficient to feed entire cities. The ink that flows from his pen transforms intentions into commands that will be carried to distant provinces by messengers who ride with authority that derives entirely from symbols, written by hand that once gripped nothing more significant than sword, hilt, and walking staff. The complexity of governing reveals itself. Through problems that resist the straightforward solutions his wilderness experience taught him to prefer. A dispute between farming communities over water rights involves not just immediate need, but historical claims, seasonal patterns, legal precedents, and political relationships that connect to larger questions about how resources should be distributed. When abundance cannot satisfy every legitimate demand, the petitioners who seek his judgment arrive carrying burdens that cannot be lifted through individual acts of heroism, sorrows that require systemic solutions rather than dramatic gestures. Widows whose husbands died in recent wars need not just compensation, but assurance that their children will have opportunities to build meaningful lives. Veterans whose bodies bear wounds that will never fully heal require support that extends beyond immediate medical care to encompass dignity and purpose that can sustain them through decades of limitation. The delicate balance between justice and mercy proves more challenging in practice than in principle. Situations that demand wisdom about when rigid application of law serves the greater good and when circumstances call for flexibility that honors both letter and spirit of traditional justice. Each decision creates precedents that will influence how similar cases are handled in future. Responsibility that extends far beyond immediate satisfaction of current disputes. The loneliness that accompanies authority becomes more apparent as days pass, and he realizes how rarely anyone approaches him without agenda. How seldom conversations arise from simple desire for companionship, rather than need to influence decisions or gain favor. The honest fellowship he once shared with rangers who spoke their minds, without calculation for political advantage, seems precious beyond measure when viewed from throne. The hours after midnight offer Aragorn the only time when Minas Tirith truly belongs to him rather than to the crown he wears. When stone streets empty of petitioners and courtiers provide sanctuary, where he can walk without ceremony or the constant awareness that every gesture carries meaning beyond its immediate purpose. These solitary wanderings through his sleeping capital become the most precious part of each day, moments when kingship transforms from burden into something approaching benediction through direct connection to the people whose welfare gives meaning to all his other responsibilities. The guards who would normally accompany any royal movement received gentle dismissal during these nocturnal journeys, their protests overcome by his quiet insistence that some forms of understanding can only be achieved through solitude. The freedom to move through familiar passages without escort restores something essential that daylight hours of formal obligation gradually erode. Connection to the simple pleasure of walking that sustained him through years when the road itself served as home and destination. The upper circles of the city sleep with the quiet confidence of those who trust in protection they rarely see but always feel. Windows dark behind shutters that frame dreams undisturbed by worry about external threats or internal discord. Aragorn passes these peaceful homes with satisfaction deeper than any he experienced. During his ranging years, knowledge that his presence in the royal chambers above allows countless families to rest without fear, children to sleep without nightmares about enemies approaching through darkness. The middle circles buzz with subdued activity as bakers begin early preparations for morning bread. Blacksmiths bank fires that will roar to life with dawn. Innkeepers serve late travelers who arrive seeking shelter after long journeys. These honest workers acknowledge his passage with respectful nods that carry none of the formal genuflection required during official appearances. Simple recognition that speaks to relationship between ruler and ruled, based on mutual service rather than distant hierarchy. The lower circles tell different stories through sounds that drift from windows, where poverty makes sleep fitful and uncertain, where illness or unemployment create anxieties that no royal decree can immediately resolve. These neighborhoods remind him why kingship must extend beyond ceremony and grand gesture to encompass daily attention to problems that affect people whose names will never appear in official chronicles, but whose welfare measures the true success of any reign. The fountain in the court of the kings provides his favorite resting place during these midnight rambles, its gentle splash creating music that speaks to continuity stretching back through generations of rulers, who faced their own unique challenges yet somehow maintained the essential framework that allows civilization to flourish. The water flows as it has for centuries, indifferent to political upheaval, yet somehow connected to deeper rhythms that sustain hope through periods when surface events suggest reason for despair. Sitting on stone benches where countless previous monarchs have sought similar solitude, Aragorn finds perspective that daylight hours of immediate crisis and urgent decision make difficult to maintain. The problems that loom so large during council meetings shrink to manageable proportions when viewed against the patient endurance of stone and water. The accumulated wisdom of trees that have weathered storms, more violent than any political tempest. The city spreads below him in these quiet hours like a map of all the lives that his choices will touch. Streets that connect individual stories into larger narrative about what becomes possible when leadership serves love rather than ambition, when power flows toward protection rather than domination. The peace that settles over Minas Tirith during these midnight hours speaks to deeper peace that he works to cultivate through decisions made in council chambers far from these streets, where their effects will ultimately be measured. The quiet moments between audiences and council meetings bring unexpected visitations, from memories that surface without invitation, fragments of his ranging years that arrive carrying wisdom he had not recognized, when first living through experiences that seemed merely practical necessity, rather than preparation for challenges that would demand different forms of courage and understanding. Sitting in alcoves between formal chambers, Aragorn discovers how deeply his years in the wild shaped his approach to problems that seem to require entirely different solutions, yet respond to principles learned beside campfires and along lonely paths. Elrond's voice echoes through decisions that involve diplomatic complexity far removed from the simple choices that once faced him as Strider moving through territories where friend and foe could be distinguished through direct observation, rather than careful analysis of motivation hidden beneath layers of courtesy and political calculation. The patient wisdom that the Lord of Rivendell demonstrated during countless conversations beside library fires now reveals its deeper applications as Aragorn learns to listen for truth beneath surface statements, to hear what petitioners cannot quite bring themselves to say directly. The lessons about reading landscape for signs of danger or opportunity prove surprisingly relevant when applied to the shifting terrain of court politics, where alliances form and dissolve according to patterns, as predictable as weather changes for those who learn to recognize the subtle indicators that precede larger transformations. His ability to track quarry through difficult terrain translates into skill at following complex negotiations toward conclusions that serve justice rather than merely satisfying the loudest voices or most persistent pressure. The discipline of moving silently through hostile territory finds new expression in his approach to problems that require careful investigation before action. Situations where premature intervention might cause more harm than patient observation followed by precisely targeted response. The same attention to detail that once meant survival in places where single mistake could prove fatal now serves him well when navigating disputes where hasty judgment might create lasting damage to relationships essential for maintaining peace. The ranger's understanding of how small actions can have large consequences over time informs his approach to seemingly minor decisions that will establish precedents affecting how future problems are addressed. Throughout his reign, his experience with how tiny changes in environment can alter animal behavior helps him recognize how small adjustments in policy or procedure might encourage desired changes in behavior without requiring dramatic interventions that could create resistance or unintended complications. The nights spent watching over sleeping settlements from hidden positions taught him about protection that works best when those being guarded remain unaware of threats being managed beyond their perception. Knowledge that serves him well as he learns to address problems before they reach crisis proportions rather than waiting for situations to demand emergency measures that might have been avoided through earlier attention. The brotherhood he shared with fellow rangers who trusted each other completely, because survival depended on such trust, becomes model for the relationships he seeks to build with advisors, whose loyalty must be earned through demonstrated competence and genuine care for the common good, rather than extracted through intimidation or purchased through favor and preferment. The simple meals shared around campfires where honest conversation flourished, because pretense served no useful purpose, inspire. His efforts to create spaces within the formal structure of court where truth can be spoken without fear of political consequences, where problems can be discussed according to their actual importance, rather than their potential for advancing individual careers or settling old scores. The portraits that line the corridors of the royal quarters gaze down at Aragorn, with eyes that seem to carry judgment and expectation in equal measure. Faces of kings whose reigns shaped Gondor through centuries of triumph and trial that left legacies he must somehow honor while forging his own path through challenges they could never have anticipated. Each morning's walk past these painted monarchs brings reminders of the weight that accompanies any attempt to live up to bloodline that includes both heroes whose names inspire hope and failures whose mistakes still echo through current problems requiring solutions. Isildur's story haunts him most persistently, not because the ancient king's moment of weakness at Mount Doom brought catastrophe that shaped all subsequent history, but because Aragorn recognizes in that failure the same human frailty that could lead any ruler toward choices that seem reasonable in isolation, yet prove disastrous when viewed through the lens of larger consequence. The temptation to grasp power beyond what wisdom suggests carries echoes through every decision that involves choosing between immediate advantage and long-term welfare of people whose trust must be earned fresh each day. The crown itself bears engravings that tell stories of previous wearers, who faced invasions and plagues, civil wars and natural disasters that tested their ability to lead when leadership required sacrifices, that personal preference would never have chosen willingly. Reading these histories carved in precious metal teaches him about the loneliness that accompanies ultimate responsibility, the isolation that emerges when every choice affects thousands of lives and mistakes cannot be corrected through simple apology or renewed effort. The expectations that surround his reign carry weight that extends far beyond the borders of Gondor, to encompass hopes harbored by peoples throughout Middle-earth, who look to his example for evidence that the Age of Shadow has truly ended, and lasting peace might finally be possible. Letters arrive from distant kingdoms, whose rulers seek guidance about their own struggles with rebuilding after years of war. Their correspondence revealing how much his success or failure will influence whether recovery spreads throughout the known world. The advisors who served previous kings bring counsel shaped by decades of observing how royal decisions create consequences that unfold across generations. Their wisdom earned through witnessing both the gradual improvements that result from patient attention to detail and the sudden crises that emerge when momentary inattention allows small problems to grow beyond easy solution. Their perspective helps him understand how current choices will appear to historians who judge reigns by their ultimate effect on the welfare of ordinary citizens. The nobles whose families have held positions of influence for centuries watch his innovations with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Their support essential yet conditional upon his ability to balance necessary change with respect for traditions that have provided stability through previous upheavals. Navigating their expectations requires diplomatic skill that his ranger years never demanded. Understanding of how to introduce reforms without triggering resistance that could undermine progress. The common people whose welfare provides the ultimate measure of any reign bring their own forms of pressure, through hopes that peace will bring not just safety but prosperity, opportunities for their children to build better lives than previous generations could achieve during years when survival consumed energy that might otherwise have been devoted to growth and improvement. Their faith in his ability to deliver such improvements carries both inspiration and burden that shapes every policy decision. The legacy he hopes to leave involves not just preservation of what previous kings achieved, but expansion of possibilities for human flourishing that could serve as foundation for centuries of continued progress toward justice and abundance for all. The true education in kingship begins not in council chambers, where formal protocol governs every exchange, but during visits to workshops and markets where Aragorn learns to navigate conversations that flow according to the natural rhythms of people absorbed in honest work, rather than shaped by careful consideration of political advantage. These encounters teach him that effective leadership emerges through understanding gained from listening rather than authority exercised through commanding, wisdom that develops through patient attentio, and to how his decisions affect lives measured in daily bread and seasonal harvest. The blacksmiths who hammer metal into tools that will serve farmers and craftsmen throughout the kingdom speak with directness that cuts through diplomatic language to reveal practical concerns that never surface during formal audiences. Their calloused hands gesture toward problems that require solutions grounded in understanding of how things actually work, rather than how they appear in reports filtered through multiple layers of bureaucracy. watching them shape iron through patient application of heat. And pressure teaches him about leadership that transforms through persistent effort rather than dramatic gesture. The merchants whose stalls fill market squares with goods from distant provinces share stories about trade routes and seasonal variations that affect prosperity in ways that no amount of theoretical knowledge could convey. Their concerns about fair taxation and protection from bandits reveal how royal policies translate into real consequences for families whose welfare depends on successful commerce. Their practical wisdom about human nature helps him understand how to structure laws that work with, rather than against, normal tendencies towards self-interest and mutual benefit. The farmers whose labor feeds the city arrive with earth still clinging to boots that have walked furrows since before dawn, their weathered faces carrying knowledge about soil and climate that shapes abundance or scarcity according to patterns that extend far beyond any single growing season. Their patient explanations about crop rotation and water management provide education in stewardship that applies to governing people as surely as it serves cultivation of grain. Understanding that sustainable prosperity requires attention to long-term health rather than short-term yield. The craftsmen whose workshops produce furniture and clothing, pottery and tools that furnish daily life throughout Gondor demonstrate mastery earned through years of refining technique until skill becomes second nature. Their devotion to quality that will serve customers long after initial purchase teaches him about leadership that builds trust through consistent performance rather than impressive promises that might fail when tested by normal use and passage of time. The mothers who balance children on hips while conducting business reveal how ordinary heroism manifests through countless small acts of nurturing and protection that receive no recognition yet sustain civilization more surely than any military victory. Their ability to manage multiple concerns simultaneously while maintaining patience and good humor provides model for royal attention that must encompass competing demands without losing sight of fundamental priorities. The elderly citizens whose memories stretch back through previous reigns offer perspective that helps him distinguish between problems that require immediate attention and others that represent normal variations in human experience rather than crises demanding dramatic intervention. Their stories about how previous policies affected their families over decades provide guidance about consequences that extend far beyond initial implementation of new laws or procedures. The children whose laughter brightens every encounter remind him that the ultimate purpose of good governance involves creating conditions where innocence can flourish, without being crushed by premature exposure to difficulties that adults must handle on their behalf. Their spontaneous joy becomes measure of success that transcends any formal evaluation of policy effectiveness. The restlessness that stirs within Aragorn during moments of enforced stillness speaks to something deeper than mere preference for movement over stability, representing instead the fundamental tension between a nature shaped by decades of wandering and responsibilities that require him to remain rooted in place where others can find him when guidance becomes necessary. The throne that anchors him to Minas Tirith feels sometimes like benevolent imprisonment, golden chains that bind him to purposes larger than individual desire, yet constrain the spirit that once found freedom in paths that led toward horizons unlimited by duty or expectation. The maps that cover his study walls provide insufficient substitute for the direct knowledge that comes from walking territories they represent, abstract representations that reduce living landscapes to symbols that cannot convey the scent of morning air or the particular quality of light that reveals whether rain approaches from distant mountains. His fingers trace routes through regions he explored during his ranging years. Memories more vivid than any painted representation could achieve, yet somehow less satisfying than the immediate experience of ground beneath his feet and sky overhead without barriers. The reports that arrive from rangers still patrolling borders between wilderness and civilization carry news that awakens longing for the clarity that emerges when purpose aligns perfectly with action, when problems can be solved through direct intervention, rather than careful consideration of multiple competing interests that must be balanced against each other. Their accounts of tracking bandits through forest paths or protecting travelers from creatures that threaten isolated settlements remind him of satisfaction that comes from challenges that yield to individual skill and determination, yet gradually, through seasons of learning, to find meaning in different forms of service. Aragorn discovers that adventure exists wherever consciousness chooses to recognize it, that building something worthwhile proves no less demanding than any quest he undertook during his years of seeking rather than settling. The complexity of weaving individual lives into patterns that serve collective flourishing requires skills that his wandering years taught him to value. Patience learned through tracking quarry across difficult terrain now applied to following problems through bureaucratic mazes toward solutions that honor justice. The courage demanded by daily governance differs fundamentally from bravery required during moments of physical danger, calling instead for willingness to make decisions whose consequences will unfold across years rather than hours, to accept responsibility for outcomes that depend on factors beyond any individual control. This steadier form of heroism proves more challenging in ways that surprise him, requiring strength that sustains itself through repetition, rather than rising to meet single moments of crisis that pass quickly regardless of their intensity. The satisfaction he discovers in watching projects develop through stages that stretch across seasons teaches him about different rewards available to consciousness willing to invest attention in processes that mature slowly rather than seeking gratification through immediate results. The aqueducts that will carry fresh water to neighborhoods that have struggled with inadequate supply, the schools that will educate children whose parents never learned to read, the hospitals that will heal wounds, both visible and hidden, represent adventures in human possibility rather than geographical exploration. The kingdom itself becomes territory to be explored through understanding rather than crossed through physical movement. Each district offering mysteries about how people organize their lives around different priorities and possibilities. The nobility of purpose that once drove him toward distant dangers now finds expression through commitment to remaining present, where his unique combination of experience and authority can serve needs that would otherwise go unmet. The private chambers that Aragorn shares with Arwen become sanctuary where the weight of kingship lifts from shoulders that have carried responsibility. Throughout daylight hours spent mediating disputes and making decisions that will echo through generations yet unborn. Here, behind doors that close against the constant stream of petitioners and advisors, he rediscovers the man who exists independently of crown and ceremony, consciousness freed from the careful calculation required when every word carries political consequence, and every gesture might be interpreted as signal of royal intention or preference. Arwen's presence transforms rooms that might otherwise feel like beautiful prison into haven where silence speaks more eloquently than any formal conversation, where understanding flows between hearts that have learned to recognize each other's needs, without requiring explanation or elaborate expression of feeling. Her attention provides the particular form of recognition that reminds him who he was before circumstance elevated him to position that sometimes threatens to eclipse individual identity beneath layers of obligation and expectation that accumulate like sediment around anyone who occupies seats of ultimate authority. The evening rituals they share unfold with natural rhythm that owes nothing to protocol or prescribed routine. Simple domestic activities that reconnect him to satisfaction found in tasks performed for their own sake, rather than because duty demands their completion. The tea that she prepares carries within its careful ceremony appreciation for moments that belong entirely to them, time that cannot be claimed by urgent matters of state or interrupted by crisis that requires immediate royal attention and decision. Their conversations flow through subjects that range from immediate concerns about kingdom management to memories of paths they walked together during years, when their love developed without interference from responsibilities that now claim so much of his attention and energy. She listens to his struggles with the isolation that accompanies ultimate decision-making authority, offering perspective that emerges from her own understanding of how leadership changes those who accept its burdens, yet somehow preserves essential aspects of character that make such acceptance worthwhile. The wisdom she brings to their partnership draws from centuries of observing how power affects those who wield it, experience that helps her recognize when he needs encouragement to trust instincts shaped by years of ranging, and when circumstances call for patience with processes that unfold according to time frames longer than individual preference might choose. Her counsel emerges through gentle questions that guide him towards solutions, rather than direct advice that might feel like additional pressure when he already carries too much weight of others' expectations. The physical comfort she provides through simple presence beside him during hours when sleep comes slowly to minds preoccupied with problems that resist easy resolution creates foundation of peace that sustains him through difficulties that might otherwise prove overwhelming. Her breathing settles into rhythm that teaches his own body how to release tensions accumulated through days spent maintaining posture appropriate for ceremonies and audiences that require constant awareness of how royal bearing affects those who observe it. The love they share serves as anchor that prevents the drift toward cynicism or despair that threatens anyone who deals daily with human weakness and political maneuvering, reminding him through countless small gestures that beauty persists despite corruption, that individual hearts remain capable of generous response, even when larger systems seem designed to reward selfishness and manipulation. Her faith in his capacity to serve noble purposes provides foundation that enables him to continue choosing hope when evidence might suggest that darker assessments of human nature deserve greater credence. In her arms, he finds the particular form of home that exists independently of place or circumstance, sanctuary that travels wherever love establishes its presence. the satisfaction that emerges from decisions whose benefits will unfold across decades, rather than seasons, teaches Aragorn about forms of accomplishment that his ranging years never revealed. Projects that require vision sustained through periods, when progress seems imperceptible yet accumulates, through patient attention to details that individually appear insignificant, but collectively transform entire systems of how people live and work together. The schools that he establishes in districts where literacy has remained rare luxury will educate children whose contributions to Gondor's welfare cannot be predicted yet, whose expanded possibilities will shape the kingdom's future in ways that military victories could never achieve. The trade agreements that he negotiates with distant kingdoms create networks of mutual benefit that will strengthen over time as merchants develop relationships based on trust earned through reliable fulfillment of obligations. Commerce that builds peace more effectively than any treaty signed by rulers whose successors might interpret written words differently. These economic connections weave threads of interdependence that make conflict increasingly costly while expanding opportunities for prosperity, that reaches beyond noble families to touch lives of ordinary citizens, whose welfare provides the ultimate measure of successful governance. The infrastructure projects that consume vast resources during his early years as king represent investments in foundations that will support growth for generations. Aqueducts and roads and harbors that enable commerce and communication while providing employment for workers whose skills develop through participation in construction that serves purposes larger than immediate payment. The stone bridges that span rivers, where ferries once created bottlenecks, will carry traffic long after he has passed from memory. Monuments to vision that looked beyond present convenience toward future needs that wise planning can anticipate and address. The legal reforms that he implements through careful consultation with scholars and judges create framework for justice that will evolve according to changing circumstances while preserving principles that protect individual rights against arbitrary exercise of power. Laws that serve fairness rather than expedience, yet remain flexible enough to address situations that current wisdom cannot foresee. These improvements in how disputes are resolved and crimes are punished will prevent countless injustices while teaching citizens to trust institutions that operate according to consistent standards rather than personal whim or political advantage. The agricultural innovations that his advisors develop through systematic observation of farming practices throughout the kingdom will improve yields, while protecting soil from degradation that short-sighted techniques might cause. Methods that increase abundance while ensuring that future generations will inherit land, capable of sustaining even larger populations. The experimental orchards and test fields that require years to demonstrate their value represent faith in techniques that serve long-term stewardship rather than immediate harvest, wisdom that his ranger experience taught him to value over quick solutions that create larger problems through failure to consider broader consequences. The cultural institutions that he fosters through support for artists and scholars create treasury of beauty and knowledge that will enrich lives in ways that cannot be measured through economic statistics, yet contribute to the kind of flourishing that makes prosperity meaningful, rather than merely comfortable. The libraries and theaters, workshops and academies that he establishes provide spaces where human creativity can explore possibilities that serve joy rather than necessity, pursuits that elevate consciousness beyond survival concerns, toward recognition of potential that emerges when basic needs are secure, and attention can turn toward higher aspirations. The diplomatic relationships that he cultivates with neighboring realms establish patterns of cooperation that will serve peace through periods. When individual rulers change, but mutual respect continues to guide interactions between peoples whose prosperity depends on ability to resolve conflicts through negotiation rather than warfare. These alliances based on shared commitment to justice rather than temporary advantage create stability that allows all participants to invest energy in building rather than defending, growth rather than mere preservation of what already exists. The year's turning brings Aragorn to his chamber window, where stars wheel overhead in patterns that once guided his wandering steps, but now illuminate territory that has become truly home through conscious choice to remain rather than roam. Kingdom that is transformed from burden inherited through bloodline into calling embraced through understanding of how individual service can contribute to purposes larger than any personal ambition or desire for adventure beyond familiar borders. The reflection that gazes back at him from glass shows face marked by months of learning that leadership emerges through patient attention to countless small decisions rather than dramatic gestures that capture attention but fade quickly, without foundation built through daily commitment to others' welfare. The crown that rests upon its cushion beside his bed no longer feels like foreign weight imposed by circumstance beyond his control, but like tool perfectly suited for work that draws upon every skill his ranging years developed while teaching new forms of strength that emerge only through willingness to set aside personal preference in favor of collective need. The gold and jewels that once seemed excessive display of wealth have revealed themselves as symbols that inspire hope in hearts that require visible evidence of stability and continuity, beauty that speaks to aspirations towards civilization, that transcends mere survival to encompass flourishing, that makes existence meaningful rather than simply bearable. The kingdom that sleeps peacefully beyond his windows represents more than territory defended through military might, or governed through assertion of royal prerogative, but community of souls whose individual dreams combine into shared vision of what becomes possible when power serves love rather than demanding submission, when authority flows toward protection rather than exploitation of those who lack means to resist or escape oppression. Each citizen who rests secure tonight does so because countless decisions throughout the past year prioritized their welfare over easier choices that might have served immediate convenience while creating future problems. The satisfaction that fills his heart as he prepares for sleep emerges, not from accomplishments that will earn recognition in histories written about his reign, but from growing certainty that his presence in this place serves purposes that extend far beyond individual legacy toward contribution to patterns of justice and mercy that will outlive any particular monarch. Yet it depends on each generation's willingness to choose service over self-interest, wisdom over expedience, patience over the immediate gratification that destroys tomorrow's possibilities for sake of today's comfort. The bed that receives him feels exactly right for someone whose wandering has found its proper destination. Rest earned through work that builds rather than destroys, choices that heal rather than wound, leadership that enables others to discover their own capacity for goodness, rather than merely compelling obedience through fear or manipulation. The pillow that cradles his head holds no weight of decisions that compromise conscience or betray trust placed in hands that have learned to wield power as carefully as he once handled sword and bow, with respect for consequences that extend far beyond immediate target. The dreams that will visit him tonight carry visions not of distant roads calling him away from responsibility, but of children growing into adults who will inherit kingdom shaped by wisdom rather than whim. Prosperity built on foundations strong enough to support whatever challenges future generations must face, with courage learned from examples set during years when leadership chose the harder path that serves long-term flourishing over short-term advantage. Tonight, as you rest in growing quiet, let yourself find peace in this understanding that the greatest adventures often lead not toward distant treasure, but toward recognition of how individual gifts can serve purposes larger than personal ambition. That true satisfaction comes through building something worthwhile rather than merely experiencing pleasure, and that the deepest rest flows through hearts that have discovered their proper place in creation's larger symphony. Sleep peacefully, knowing that service willingly offered transforms burden into blessing. That leadership, guided by love, creates legacy more precious than any crown. And that home means the place where your presence serves life's most generous purposes. The days that follow his initial exploration find Gimli returning to the caves with different eyes, no longer seeking to catalogue their extent, but learning to listen to what the stone itself whispers about how it wishes to be shaped and honored. Each surface carries information that reveals itself only to consciousness, trained through generations of working with materials that yield their secrets slowly, reluctantly, to those who approach with proper reverence for forces that created such beauty through patience measured in millennia rather than seasons or years. The limestone speaks in subtle variations of color and texture that tell stories about ancient seas that once covered these lands, waters teeming with creatures whose shells and bones compressed over eons into building material more durable than anything surface dwellers might quarry from mountain faces, running his fingers across walls that feel smooth as silk in some places, while remaining rough as dragon scales in others. Gimli learns to read the grain that will determine how his tools must approach each section to reveal, rather than violate the patterns that nature spent ages perfecting. The crystal formations present their own vocabulary of possibility, each cluster growing according to principles that dwarven understanding recognizes as kindred to the geometric harmony that governs their finest metalwork and stonecraft. The clear quartz that catches torchlight and throws rainbows across cavern walls suggests how deliberate placement of lanterns might transform entire chambers into displays of living jewelry that would make dragon treasures seem crude by comparison. The amethyst nodes that appear in unexpected corners speak of royal purple that could provide accent colors for halls dedicated to contemplation and craft. Water continues its ancient work throughout the cave system, droplets falling with metronomic precision that has carved basins and channels whose curves follow mathematical principles that dwarven architects spend lifetimes learning to approximate in their greatest works. These natural watercourses suggest irrigation systems that could serve workshops, requiring constant moisture for certain techniques. while the pools that are formed in chamber floors offer ready-made basins for quenching heated metal, or washing stone dust from completed carvings. The acoustics that make every footstep ring with cathedral clarity teach him about sound as another material to be worked with conscious artistry. Understanding that the placement of workshops and living quarters must consider how hammer blows and chisel strikes will blend together into symphony rather than cacophony. The natural echo chambers could amplify dwarven songs in ways that make voices carry to every corner of the complex, creating community through shared music during evening hours, when work yields to fellowship and storytelling. The temperature variations throughout different levels and passages reveal thermal patterns that could be harnessed for forges that require different heat levels for various metallurgical processes, while the steady coolness of deeper chambers suggests perfect conditions for aging ales and storing materials that benefit from protection against surface weather extremes. Understanding these natural systems becomes essential for designing improvements that enhance, rather than disrupt, the balanced environment that has sustained itself without intervention for countless centuries. The structural integrity of existing formations must be preserved even as new passages are carved and existing spaces modified to serve intended purposes. Each proposed change requires careful analysis of load-bearing elements and stress patterns that determine what alterations can be made safely without triggering collapses that would destroy rather than improve the natural architecture that provides foundation for all planned enhancements. Gradually, through patient study that extends across weeks of daily observation, Gimli develops the intimate knowledge that must precede any attempt at modification. Understanding earned through humble attention to lessons that only the stone itself can teach. The vision that has crystallized through weeks of patient study demands companions whose skills can transform possibility into reality, craftsmen whose understanding of stone and metal runs as deep as mountain roots, and whose dedication to excellence will sustain them through work that may span years rather than seasons. Gimli's letters travel along paths worn by dwarven messengers since the days when kingdoms beneath mountains maintained regular correspondence about matters of craft and commerce, each message carrying invitation to participate in project unlike any attempted since the great halls of Khazad-dûm rang with hammers guided by master artisans. The responses arrive bearing seals of workshops scattered throughout Erebor and the Iron Hills. Craftsmen whose reputations have spread through whispered conversations, in forges where apprentices learn that certain names represent standards of excellence that inspire rather than intimidate those who truly understand what it means to work with materials that reveal their secrets only to consciousness, shaped by generations of accumulated wisdom. Each acceptance letter carries excitement that flows through formal language like molten gold through carefully prepared molds. Anticipation that speaks to hunger for challenges worthy of skills that have been honed through decades of practice on projects that served necessity rather than pure artistry. The caravans that begin arriving at Helm's Deep bring not just skilled hands, but tools that represent inheritance passed down through family lines since the earliest days when dwarven civilization first learned to shape stone according to principles that honor both material and maker. Hammers whose heads have been forged and reforged by successive generations until their balance approaches perfection. Chisels that have been sharpened so many times their profiles have become unique as fingerprints. Measuring devices whose accuracy has been tested against masterworks, whose proportions define what it means to achieve harmony between function and beauty. The materials that accompany these master craftsmen arrive in wagons whose wheels groan under weight that speaks to ambition measured not in gold, but in potential for creating beauty that will endure across ages, when those who shaped it have passed into memory. Iron ore selected for specific properties that will yield different grades of steel according to intended use. Precious metals that will provide accent details, requiring techniques known to only a handful of living artisans. Rare stones whose colors and patterns will complement the natural crystal formations already embedded in cave walls. The temporary camps that spring up around the cavern entrances buzz with conversations that blend practical planning with philosophical discussions about how best to honor natural beauty while introducing elements that serve human needs for warmth, light, and productive workspace. These debates continue through evening meals, where bread and ale provide fuel for minds wrestling with problems that have no precedent in dwarven experience. Challenges that require innovation balanced with respect for traditions that have guided their people through centuries of creation and craftsmanship. Young apprentices watch master artisans demonstrate techniques that will be essential for success, while learning that the greatest works emerge from collaboration between individual skill and shared vision that encompasses purposes larger than any single creator could achieve through solitary effort. The ceremonial blessing of tools and materials that precedes any major dwarven undertaking takes place in the largest cavern, where voices unite in ancient songs that call upon the spirits of mountains and the wisdom of ancestors who first taught their people to find beauty hidden within rough stone. Melody that awakens echoes destined to guide their work through whatever challenges lie ahead. The morning when work officially begins arrives with solemnity. That speaks to dwarven understanding of how significant undertakings require proper acknowledgement of the forces being invoked, and the responsibilities being accepted by those who dare to alter what nature spent millennia perfecting. Gimli stands before the assembled craftsmen in the central cavern, where torches have been arranged to provide illumination that reveals crystal formations in their full glory. Each flame positioned according to calculations that transform rough walls into displays of scattered starlight that seem to pulse with anticipation for what skilled hands will soon accomplish. The hammer that Gimli raises above his head carries weight beyond its physical substance, tool that represents not just instrument of craft but symbol of commitment, that binds him to vision that has grown from personal inspiration into shared purpose, embracing every dwarf who has chosen to participate in this unprecedented transformation. The ceremonial first strike that will officially begin their work must be placed with precision that honors both natural beauty already present, an architectural plan that will enhance rather than diminish what water and time have already created. Through their own patient artistry, the chosen spot for this inaugural blow lies where natural crystal formation meets smooth limestone, in junction that suggests ideal location for doorway that will connect main chamber to network of workshops that must be carved from solid rock according to specifications that serve both practical necessity and aesthetic harmony. The sound that emerges when hammer meets chisel against stone rings through cavern spaces with clarity that speaks to acoustic properties that will make every future work session resonate with music created through productive labor. Guided by ancient traditions and contemporary innovation working in perfect partnership. The first chips of stone that fall from beneath his chisel catch torchlight as they tumble toward cavern floor. Fragments that seem to sparkle with their own internal illumination, as if pleased to be freed from confinement that prevented their beauty, from contributing to larger composition being born through conscious artistry. The fellow craftsmen who witness this ceremonial beginning respond with voices raised in approval that echoes through chambers, destined to ring with similar sounds of satisfaction for years to come as their collective vision takes shape. Through countless individual contributions, the rhythm that establishes itself through subsequent strikes speaks to meditation that emerges when consciousness aligns itself perfectly with task at hand, repetitive motion that frees mind to appreciate subtleties of how stone responds to pressure applied with proper angle and force, how crystal formations reveal themselves gradually, as surrounding material is carefully removed according to principles that protect rather than exploit what nature has provided as foundation for their improvements. The torchlight that dances across newly exposed surfaces reveals textures and patterns that had remained hidden beneath outer layers of rougher stone. Discoveries that modify original plans according to opportunities that could only be perceived once actual work began, and possibilities emerged that no amount of preliminary study could have anticipated. Each strike brings fresh revelations about how natural architecture suggests modifications that will serve intended purposes while preserving essential character, that makes these caves worthy of transformation rather than replacement. The deep satisfaction that flows through Gimli as work progresses beyond ceremonial beginning into productive rhythm speaks to fulfillment found through labor that serves beauty rather than mere necessity. Creation that honors both maker and material through partnership that enhances rather than dominates what already exists in forms that required only skilled recognition to reveal their full potential for contributing to masterwork that will endure across generations of those who understand what it means to find meaning, through craftsmanship guided by love rather than ambition. The weeks that follow the ceremonial beginning teach Gimli and his companions that each type of stone within the cave system speaks its own dialect, requiring different approaches and techniques that honor the particular characteristics that water and pressure have embedded within crystalline structures over geological ages. The clear quartz formations that cluster in natural galleries respond best to patient work with fine chisels that remove material in thin layers, revealing internal patterns that become more complex and beautiful as outer surfaces are carefully polished to transparency that captures and multiplies torchlight in ways that transform simple illumination into living jewelry. The harder limestone that forms the cave's structural backbone demands heavier tools and more forceful strikes. Yet even this seemingly uniform material reveals subtle variations in density and grain that guide experienced hands toward natural fault lines, where careful pressure can split large sections without creating cracks that might weaken surrounding formations. Working with limestone becomes exercise in reading geological history written in stone, understanding how ancient seabeds compressed and shifted to create weaknesses that modern craftsmen can exploit. without compromising structural integrity essential for supporting planned modifications. The amethyst clusters that appear throughout the deeper chambers require the most delicate touch. Their purple crystals, so perfectly formed that any attempt to improve their shape would diminish, rather than enhance their natural beauty. Instead, the dwarven artisans learn to work around these formations, creating settings that frame and display their magnificence, while providing practical surfaces for mounting torches and lanterns that will illuminate the gems from angles calculated to maximize their ability to scatter colored light throughout surrounding spaces. The repetitive motions that productive work demands gradually transform from conscious effort into meditative rhythm that allows minds to appreciate subtleties that hurried labor would never notice. Understanding that emerges through patient attention to how different materials respond to various combinations of pressure, angle, and timing. The sound that each strike produces carries information about the effectiveness of technique being employed. Feedback that guides adjustments in approach that improve both efficiency and quality of results being achieved through accumulated experience. The dust that rises from ongoing work creates problems that require innovative solutions, fine particles that could damage lungs and cloud vision, being managed through ventilation systems that harness natural air currents flowing through cave passages to carry debris away from work areas while maintaining comfortable temperatures in chambers, where craftsmen spend long hours focused on details that demand clear sight and steady hands. These practical concerns teach lessons about how successful projects must balance artistic vision with attention to conditions that support rather than hinder the workers whose skills make achievement possible. The gradually improving acoustics that result from surfaces being smoothed and shaped according to mathematical principles governing sound reflection transform the caves into musical instrument, whose tone becomes richer and more complex as work progresses toward completion. The hammers and chisels that once produced harsh noise now contribute to symphony that builds throughout each working day. Individual contributions blending into harmony that speaks to coordination between craftsmen who have learnt to time their efforts according to rhythms that serve both productivity and aesthetic pleasure. The crystal formations that have been revealed through careful removal of concealing stone begin to sing with voices of their own as moving air passes through newly created spaces. Natural wind chimes that add melody to percussion, provided by ongoing construction while creating atmosphere that makes even the most demanding labor feel like participation in cosmic celebration of beauty, emerging through conscious partnership between natural forces and dwarven skill. The transformation of rough caverns into functional workshops requires understanding that goes beyond mere stone carving to encompass the complex relationships between light, air, water, and workspace that determine whether craftsmen can perform their finest work, or struggle against conditions that hinder rather than enhance their natural abilities. Each chamber designated for specific purposes must be shaped according to requirements that serve both practical necessity and the deeper rhythms that govern how dwarven artisans approach their craft, with reverence that transforms labor into form of prayer offered through skilled hands, guided by accumulated wisdom. The forge chamber emerges first from Gimli's planning, carved into natural alcove where existing ventilation provides foundation for chimney system that will carry smoke and heat away from work areas, while maintaining temperatures essential for metallurgy. That ranges from delicate jewelry work requiring precise control to heavy smithing that demands furnaces capable of achieving white heat. The bellows system that harnesses underground air currents creates draft, that feeds flames with consistency that allows craftsmen to focus on their work rather than constantly adjusting fire conditions, that affect everything from metal, color, to timing of hammer strikes. The workshop spaces that surround the central forge follow principles established through generations of dwarven experience about how different crafts require different environmental conditions. Stone carving demanding steady, cool temperatures that prevent tools from overheating, while woodworking benefits from moderate warmth that keeps timber flexible and responsive to shaping techniques. The placement of windows carved through outer walls provides natural lighting calculated to illuminate work surfaces without creating shadows that might hide flaws or imperfections that could compromise finished pieces. The tool storage areas that line workshop walls represent miniature masterworks of organization and accessibility, carved niches and hanging systems designed according to understanding that efficiency emerges through eliminating wasted motion and time spent searching for implements that should be immediately available when needed. Each tool finds its proper home in location, determined by frequency of use and logical relationship to other implements that serve related functions. Arrangement that allows experienced craftsmen to work with fluid grace that appears almost choreographed. The living quarters that grow from natural chambers scattered throughout the cave complex reflect dwarven understanding that community emerges through careful balance between privacy that allows individual restoration and common spaces that encourage fellowship, and collaboration essential for projects requiring coordination between multiple specialists. The sleeping chambers carved for individual families provide retreat from communal activity, while remaining connected to larger network through passages that enable easy movement between private and shared areas. The common hall that serves meals and hosts evening gatherings takes shape in largest natural cavern, where acoustics that once carried battle cries now amplify voices raised in song and storytelling that preserve cultural traditions, while creating new memories around tables carved from single massive stones. The kitchen facilities that support community dining utilize natural water sources and thermal properties discovered throughout cave system. Innovations that serve practical needs while demonstrating dwarven ingenuity applied to domestic concerns, as carefully as to workshop challenges. The daily rhythms that establish themselves as workshops become fully functional, create patterns that blend individual creativity with collaborative effort. Morning hours when each craftsman focuses on personal projects giving way. 2 afternoon sessions where multiple specialists combine their skills on undertakings, too complex for any single artisan to complete alone. The evening meals that conclude each working day become celebrations of progress achieved while planning sessions for challenges that tomorrow will bring to consciousness shaped by shared commitment to excellence. The sense of belonging that develops as months pass, and the cave complex becomes true home rather than temporary. Workplace speaks to satisfaction found through labor that serves purposes larger than individual advancement. Community built around appreciation for beauty created through skill, passed down through generations, and applied to vision that honors both tradition and innovation. The The arrival of apprentices from distant halls brings energy that transforms established workshops from places of accomplished mastery into schools, where ancient knowledge passes from weathered hands to eager fingers that tremble with anticipation for secrets that have been guarded within dwarven families. Since the earliest days when their people first learned to read stories written in stone and metal, Gimli discovers that teaching requires different skills than those needed for individual craftsmanship. Patience that extends beyond personal projects to encompass the slower rhythms that govern how understanding develops in minds still learning to perceive possibilities hidden within raw materials. The young dwarves who arrive carrying letters of introduction from master craftsmen throughout the known world bring questions that force Gimli to articulate knowledge that has become so deeply embedded in his consciousness that explaining basic principles requires conscious effort to break down complex processes into steps that can be understood and practiced by students whose enthusiasm often exceeds their current technical ability. Their fresh perspectives challenge assumptions about traditional methods, while their mistakes reveal aspects of familiar techniques that experienced craftsmen rarely consider because competence has made such considerations automatic. The morning lessons that begin each working day focus on fundamental skills that must be mastered before apprentices can be trusted with tools or materials that require precision developed through repetitive practice, guided by attention to details that seem insignificant until their importance becomes clear through experience of how small errors compound into major flaws. The proper way to hold chisel and hammer, the angle that maximizes force while minimizing damage to tool edges, the rhythm that sustains effort throughout long working sessions without causing fatigue, that leads to accidents or poor judgment about when to continue and when to rest. The demonstration pieces that Gimli creates while students observe serve multiple purposes beyond simple illustration of technique, showing how master craftsmen approach problems by reading material characteristics before beginning work, how they adjust methods according to discoveries made during initial stages, rather than rigidly following predetermined plans that might not suit actual conditions encountered in specific pieces of stone or metal. These live demonstrations reveal thinking processes that books could never convey, understanding that emerges through watching decisions made in real time under conditions that require immediate response to unexpected challenges. The individual attention that each apprentice requires reflects the reality that learning proceeds differently for different personalities and backgrounds. Some students responding best to detailed explanation, while others need to experiment with techniques until understanding emerges through physical practice rather than verbal instruction. Gimli learns to recognize signs that indicate when student has grasped essential principle and when confusion requires different approach or additional time spent on fundamentals that seemed adequately covered but actually need reinforcement through varied examples. The satisfaction that grows as months pass and apprentices begin producing work that demonstrates genuine skill rather than mere imitation of observed techniques speaks to deeper rewards available through teaching that extend far beyond personal accomplishment to encompass contribution to continuation of traditions that connect current generation to accumulated wisdom of all those who came before. Watching young hands discover their own capacity for creating beauty provides fulfillment that individual achievement could never match. Understanding that knowledge shared multiplies rather than diminishes while ensuring that ancient skills will survive passage of time that claims even the most accomplished masters. The evening discussions that follow working sessions become treasured times, when formal instruction yields to storytelling that connects current learning to larger history of dwarven achievement. Tales that inspire continued effort while placing individual struggles within context of challenges that every generation of craftsmen has faced and overcome through dedication and mutual support. The transformation that months of careful work have wrought becomes most apparent not through visual inspection of carved surfaces and polished crystal formations, but through the symphony that now rises from chambers where skilled hands shape materials according to rhythms that blend individual creativity with collaborative purpose. Sounds that speak to harmony achieved between natural acoustics and dwarven understanding of how productive labor can create music more complex and satisfying than any composed melody. The caves have awakened to their own voice. Spaces that once held only silence now resonating with life that flows through every passage. An alcove carved according to principles that serve both function and beauty. The hammers that ring against anvils. In the central forge create percussion section, whose varied tones speak to different metals being shaped for different purposes. Copper singing with bright voice that contrasts with iron's deeper resonance, while steel provides middle tones that bind the others into coherent composition. Each craftsman's rhythm contributes individual parts to larger symphony that builds throughout working hours as morning preparations give way to full productivity and afternoon completion of projects, whose finishing touches require different tools that add their own distinctive voices to ongoing musical conversation. The chisels that work against stone provide counterpoint to metalworking percussion, their sharper notes creating patterns that weave through deeper hammer beats, like melody lines that rise and fall according to demands of particular carving techniques being employed by artisans, whose experience teaches them to time their strikes according to acoustic principles that make individual contributions enhance rather than compete with surrounding activity. The sound of stone being shaped speaks to transformation that serves revelation rather than domination. Beauty being freed from concealment rather than imposed through force. The natural water sources that flow through carefully carved channels add liquid harmony that runs beneath percussion and melody-like bass line that provides foundation for all other musical elements. Streams whose courses have been modified to serve workshop needs, while preserving essential character that makes their voices contribute to rather than distract from sounds of purposeful activity. The gentle splash of water against carved basins creates rhythm section that never varies yet never becomes monotonous. Consistency that allows other sounds to develop complexity through variation built upon reliable foundation. The voices of craftsmen calling instructions or sharing discoveries blend into the instrumental music created by tools and materials. Conversations that follow natural cadences developed through years of working together on projects that require coordination between specialists whose individual skills must harmonize to achieve results beyond what any single artisan could accomplish alone. Their laughter and commentary add human warmth to mechanical precision, reminding all who hear that this music emerges from conscious choice rather than automatic process. The apprentices who move between workshops carrying materials and messages contribute lighter notes that speak to energy and anticipation characteristic of learning minds discovering their own capacity for creation. Footsteps and questions adding brightness that prevents established routines from becoming stale through repetition. Their enthusiasm creates countermelody that reminds experienced craftsmen why their work matters beyond mere completion of individual projects, how each technique mastered serves larger purpose of preserving and extending traditions that connect current generation to accumulated wisdom of all who came before. The echoes that carry throughout connected chambers multiply every sound, while somehow avoiding cacophony that might result from such acoustic complexity. Natural reverberation that has been enhanced through understanding of how curved surfaces and calculated distances can transform noise into music that inspires, rather than distracts from concentration required for finest work. The caves themselves have become instrument, whose voice grows richer as each carved surface adds new possibilities for sound to develop and blend into harmony that speaks to successful partnership between natural formation and conscious artistry. The great hall that has emerged from what was once the largest natural cavern now stands as testament to what becomes possible when dwarven vision combines with patient craftsmanship applied over seasons of dedicated labor. Space that transcends original purpose as mere shelter to become cathedral, where beauty serves both practical function and spiritual inspiration. The ceiling that arches overhead follows natural contours enhanced through selective carving that emphasizes rather than alters the organic curves created by water's ancient artistry. Surface polished to mirror smoothness that reflects torchlight in patterns that seem to dance with life of their own across crystalline formations embedded throughout limestone matrix. The pillars that support this magnificent space represent fusion of necessity, an artistry that characterizes the finest dwarven architecture. Columns carved from natural stalagmites, whose original forms suggested improvements that honor rather than disguise their geological origins. Each pillar tells its own story through relief work that spirals upward in patterns derived from mountain valleys and underground rivers. Surfaces that invite touch while providing structural support calculated to bear loads that will allow these halls to endure through centuries of use without showing signs of stress or deterioration. The crystal chambers that branch from central hall like petals from flower represent achievements in delicate stonework that surpass anything previously attempted by dwarven craftsmen. Rooms where amethyst and quartz formations have been revealed through removal of concealing stones so precise that natural gems appear to have grown in their current arrangements, according to conscious design. The lighting systems that illuminate these crystalline galleries utilize principles of reflection and refraction that transform simple torch flames into displays of colored radiance that shift and change as observers move through spaces, designed to provide new perspectives with each step. The workshop halls that serve daily production have achieved balance between functional efficiency and aesthetic pleasure that makes productive labor feel like participation in ongoing celebration of craftsmanship elevated to art form. Spaces where every tool finds its perfect place within carved storage systems that serve accessibility while contributing decorative elements that please eye without distracting from serious work. The acoustic properties, carefully calculated into workshop design, ensure that sounds of productive activity blend into harmonious symphony, rather than creating noise that interferes with concentration required for finest detail work. The residential quarters, carved for individual families, represent intimate masterworks that demonstrate how dwarven understanding of domestic comfort can create spaces that feel both cozy and magnificent. Chambers where privacy combines with connection to larger community through common areas that serve fellowship, without sacrificing personal retreat. The furniture carved directly from living rock provides seating and storage that will outlast generations, while maintaining comfort that makes daily life pleasant rather than merely functional. Surfaces shaped according to understanding of how bodies rest and work most naturally. The water systems that serve all practical needs throughout complex represent engineering achievements that rival any surface construction. Channels and reservoirs carved with precision that ensures reliable flow while creating fountains and pools that add beauty to utility. Liquid architecture that speaks to dwarven mastery of hydraulic principles applied through techniques that honor natural water sources, while directing their service toward human needs. The entrance halls that welcome visitors reveal themselves gradually through sequence of chambers, designed to build anticipation while demonstrating increasing levels of sophistication. Progression from rough natural cave through stages of enhancement that culminate in fully realized masterwork, that represent synthesis of everything dwarven culture has learned about, transforming raw material into permanent beauty, that will inspire wonder in observers who understand what skill and dedication such achievement requires. The halls that stretch in all directions from where he stands represent more than achievement in stonework or triumph of engineering over geological challenge, but manifestation of understanding that true wealth consists not in gold, extracted from mountain veins, but in beauty, created through conscious application of skill, inherited from ancestors and refined through personal dedication to excellence. Each carved surface and polished crystal speaks to choices made during countless moments when easier paths beckoned, yet commitment to higher standards demanded patience with processes that reveal their full value only through completion rather than hasty approximation. The apprentices who have grown into craftsmen during seasons of shared labor carry within their developing skills assurance that knowledge accumulated through generations will continue flowing through willing hands toward projects that have not yet been imagined, traditions preserved through transmission rather than mere preservation in static form. Their laughter echoes through workshops, where they now teach newer students techniques learned beneath these same crystal-lit arches. Voices that transform his halls into living schools where ancient wisdom finds fresh expression through young minds, eager to push boundaries while honoring foundations. The community that has grown around shared commitment to creating something worthy of the natural wonder they discovered represents achievement more precious than any individual masterwork. Fellowship built through recognition that greatest projects require collaboration between spirits united by appreciation for beauty, that emerges through skill guided by love rather than ambition. The families who have made homes within carved chambers bring warmth that no amount of technical achievement could provide. Domestic happiness that justifies every hour spent shaping stone according to purposes that serve life, rather than mere display. The correspondence that arrives from distant halls brings recognition from master craftsmen whose approval represents validation, more meaningful than any royal decree or formal honor. Acknowledgement from peers who understand what obstacles were overcome and what innovations were required to achieve results. that exceed traditional expectations. Their letters carry invitations to share techniques and approaches that could benefit projects throughout the dwarven world. Influence that spreads through networks of mutual respect rather than imposed authority. The deep contentment that settles over him as he moves through chambers, where his vision has found permanent expression, emerges from understanding that time spent in service to beauty creates legacy more enduring than any treasure, accumulated through conquest or inheritance, wealth that multiplies through appreciation rather than diminishing through use. The glittering caves have become monument to possibility that reveals itself when consciousness commits itself completely to purposes larger than individual advancement. Creation that serves wonder rather than mere utility. Tonight, as you rest in the growing quiet, let yourself find peace in this understanding that the greatest treasures are not discovered but created. That true satisfaction comes through building something beautiful that will outlast its maker, and that the deepest joy flows through hands willing to serve vision larger than personal comfort. Sleep deeply, knowing that patient work guided by love transforms rough beginnings into masterworks that inspire wonder. That skill shared multiplies rather than diminishes, and that the most precious inheritance consists of beauty created through dedication to excellence. Rest peacefully in the certainty that meaning emerges through craftsmanship that honors both material and maker. That community builds around shared commitment to worthy purposes, and that the halls we carve with conscious artistry echo with satisfaction long after their creators have found their final rest. The pouch that holds Gandalf's tobacco bears the careful stitching of hobbit hands, its leather worn soft by years of faithful service. Within its protective embrace lies leaf that has travelled far from the green fields of the Shire, each strand carrying the essence of soil and sunshine from a land that knows no shadow. The wizard's fingers explore the contents with the delicate touch of a craftsman selecting the finest materials for his work. This particular blend represents the culmination of generations of hobbit expertise, passed down through families who have devoted their lives to understanding the subtle relationship between plant and earth. The growers of Longbottom know secrets that even the wise cannot fully comprehend. Mysteries of cultivation that transform simple leaf into something approaching art. Each harvest brings its own character, influenced by rainfall and temperature, by the phase of the moon when the cutting was done. Gandalf lifts a small portion to his nose, breathing in the complex fragrance that speaks of careful curing and patient aging. The scent carries hints of honey and earth, of summer evenings and autumn harvests, of all the peaceful moments that went into its creation. This is tobacco that has been treated with the respect due to any living thing, that gives its essence for another's pleasure. The quality reveals itself not just in aroma but in texture, the way the leaf yields to gentle pressure without crumbling to dust. Inferior tobacco breaks apart at the slightest touch, leaving only fragments that burn harsh and quick. But this leaf maintains its integrity while remaining supple, promising a smoke that will unfold slowly and reveal new depths with each careful draw. As he selects the perfect amount for his bowl, Gandalf reflects on the simple miracle of this humble plant. In the grand scheme of Middle-earth's struggles, tobacco might seem insignificant, a small pleasure in a world beset by great dangers. Yet within this modest leaf lies a truth that even the mightiest lords often fail to grasp. The understanding that joy comes not from conquest or accumulation, but from the appreciation of what is already present. The hobbits who grow this tobacco possess a wisdom that the learned councils of Rivendell might envy. They understand that the best things in life require patience, that rushing the process yields only disappointment, that true satisfaction comes from allowing natural rhythms to unfold without interference. Their gift to the world lies not in great deeds or profound speeches, but in their ability to create simple pleasures that bring peace to troubled minds. The leaf that now rests between Gandalf's fingers represents countless hours of labor performed not from obligation but from love. From the initial planting to the final curing, each step has been guided by hands that understand their craft so completely that it has become a form of prayer. The growers work in harmony with seasons and weather, accepting what each year brings, while applying skills honed across generations. In this moment of selection, the wizard participates in a tradition that stretches back through Hobbit history, joining an unbroken chain of those who have found solace in this gentle ritual. The tobacco connects him not only to the Shire, but to all the peaceful places where simple folk pursue their quiet crafts with dedication and love. The ember glows with steady warmth as Gandalf draws the first breath of smoke into his lungs. The taste unfolds gradually across his palate, revealing layers of flavor that speak of patient cultivation and careful preparation. Each element of the blend contributes its own note to the symphony, creating a harmony that brings immediate peace to his weary spirit. The initial draw requires delicate attention, neither too forceful nor too gentle. Too much eagerness will flood his mouth with harsh heat that overwhelms the subtle complexities that tobacco has to offer. Too little effort will allow the carefully established ember to fade, requiring another match and disrupting the perfect rhythm he has worked to achieve. As the smoke settles in his chest, Gandalf feels the familiar loosening that comes with this cherished ritual. The tensions that have accumulated throughout the day begin to release their hold on his shoulders and neck. Muscles that have carried the weight of constant vigilance gradually remember what it feels like to simply exist, without purpose beyond the present moment. The oak tree supports his back with the patient strength that only comes from centuries of growth. Its bark, weathered by countless seasons, provides texture against his robes that speaks of endurance and stability. Leaning into this ancient support, the wizard allows himself to truly settle for the first time since dawn broke over the horizon. His legs stretch out before him, boots finding comfortable purchase among the exposed roots that create natural footrests. The positioning feels so familiar, it might have been designed specifically for his frame. This spot has become his own small sanctuary, a place where the great responsibilities of his calling can be set aside without guilt or urgency. The second draw brings even greater satisfaction than the first. Now that the tobacco has warmed properly, its full character begins to emerge. The smoke carries hints of sweetness that linger on his tongue, balanced by earthier notes that ground the experience in something solid and real. Around him, the evening air carries the gentle sounds of a world settling into twilight. Birds exchange their final calls before seeking their roosts. Somewhere in the distance, water moves over stones with the patient persistence that has shaped this landscape for ages beyond counting. These sounds weave together into a symphony that asks nothing of him except his presence. The smoke that curls upward from his pipe creates ephemeral patterns that catch the last rays of sunlight. These delicate spirals exist for mere moments before dissolving into the evening air, beautiful precisely because of their temporary nature. Watching them rise and fade, Gandalf finds a meditation on the nature of all things beautiful in their brief flowering. His breathing slows to match the rhythm of his draws, each inhalation bringing peace deeper into his being. The careful timing required by pipe smoking enforces a pace that modern urgency rarely allows. There is no rushing this pleasure, no way to consume it quickly and move on to the next task. For these precious minutes, the wizard exists entirely in the present moment. Past concerns and future obligations fade into background whispers that cannot compete with the immediate reality of warm smoke, comfortable rest, and the deep satisfaction that comes from a simple pleasure perfectly enjoyed. The day's burden lifts from his spirit like mist dissolving before the morning sun. The smoke rises from Gandalf's pipe in delicate spirals that seem impossibly fragile against the vast expanse of darkening sky. Yet within this simple act lies a paradox that has puzzled the wizard through all his long years in Middle-earth. How can something so small, so seemingly insignificant, provide peace that the mightiest works of power cannot match? He has stood before the gates of great fortresses and spoken words that shattered stone. His staff has kindled fires that held back armies of darkness, and his voice has called down lightning to split the very earth. Yet none of these demonstrations of cosmic authority have brought him the deep contentment that flows through him now as he draws slowly on his humble pipe. The contrast strikes him as profoundly meaningful in ways that escape easy explanation. A single breath of properly prepared tobacco can accomplish what hours of meditation sometimes cannot. The gentle warmth spreading through his chest carries him toward peace more effectively than all the wisdom of Valinor, the Undying Lands. Perhaps the secret lies in the absence of intention beyond simple pleasure. When he wields his power against the forces of darkness, every action carries the weight of consequences that stretch across ages. Each word must be measured, each gesture calculated for its effect on the vast patterns of fate that govern Middle-earth's destiny. But this tobacco asks nothing of him except appreciation. There are no strategies to consider, no enemies to outmaneuver, no allies whose needs must be balanced against impossible odds. The pipe cares nothing for his reputation among the wise, or his standing in the councils of the great. The leaf burns according to its own nature, following laws as simple as they are immutable. Good tobacco, properly prepared, will yield good smoke regardless of who enjoys it. The humblest hobbit farmer receives the same satisfaction as the most learned wizard, for this pleasure recognizes no hierarchy of worth or wisdom. This equality before simple joy represents something profound about the nature of creation itself. The same divine music that shaped the foundations of the world also breathed life into the modest plants that grow in Shire gardens. There is no separation between the cosmic and the commonplace, no distinction between the sacred and the ordinary. Gandalf reflects on how often the great and powerful forget this fundamental truth. They seek satisfaction in dominion and control, in the accumulation of influence and the exercise of authority over others. Yet the deepest contentment remains forever beyond their grasp, because they pursue it through means that cannot contain it. The wizard draws another careful breath and watches the smoke dissolve into evening air that carries no memory of its passing. In this dissolution, he sees a teaching more valuable than all the lore preserved in Rivendell's libraries. True peace cannot be grasped or possessed, only experienced in moments of perfect presence. The smallness of his pleasure becomes its greatest strength. Unlike the victories won through struggle and sacrifice, this contentment asks nothing of the world beyond what it freely offers. The tobacco gives its essence gladly, the pipe serves its purpose without complaint, and the evening air receives the smoke without resistance. In learning to cherish such modest gifts, the wizard has discovered wisdom that transforms the nature of his greater work. The same gentle attention that makes pipe smoking a meditation can be brought to every aspect of his calling, turning even the most difficult tasks into expressions of love, rather than burdens to be endured. The wizard's breath shapes the rising smoke into rings that hover briefly in the still air before expanding and dissolving into nothingness. Each perfect circle carries with it a moment of gentle pride, the satisfaction that comes from a skill practiced over countless evenings. Creating these ephemeral forms requires just the right combination of breath control and timing, a technique that cannot be rushed or forced. As the rings drift upward, Gandalf finds his mind following their lazy ascent into realms of memory that the evening's peace has made accessible. The smoke becomes a bridge between present contentment and the vast treasury of experiences that fill his long existence. Each ring carries him to a different time, a different place, a different lesson learned through centuries of wandering. He remembers his first successful smoke ring, achieved after weeks of failed attempts that left him coughing and frustrated. A hobbit child had laughed at his clumsy efforts, then patiently demonstrated the proper technique with the unconscious skill, that comes naturally to the Shire folk. The memory brings a smile to his weathered features as he recalls how wisdom can flow from the most unexpected sources. Another carefully shaped breath sends 3 rings floating in perfect succession, each one slightly smaller than the last. They remind him of the 3 ages of Middle-earth that he has witnessed, each era distinct yet connected to those that came before. The smoke rings expand and merge, just as the ages have blended into one continuous story of growth and change. The evening breeze catches one ring and stretches it into an elongated oval that wavers uncertainly before breaking apart. In its dissolution, Gandalf sees an image of all the fragile alliances he has helped to forge over the years. Beauty and purpose can exist even in temporary things, perhaps especially in temporary things, where every moment of harmony becomes precious precisely because it cannot last. He shapes another ring, this one larger and more stable than the rest. It rises steadily through the calm air, maintaining its perfect circle longer than seems possible. This persistence reminds him of the hobbit he first taught to appreciate good tobacco. A simple farmer whose basic decency proved more enduring than the grand gestures of kings and princes. The smoke carries scents that trigger their own cascade of recollections. The honey sweetness speaks of summer evenings spent in gardens where families gathered to share the day's simple pleasures. The earthier notes evoke memories of darker times when a shared pipe provided comfort in the face of overwhelming uncertainty. Each memory flows naturally into the next, connected not by logic, but by the deeper associations that link all meaningful experiences. The wizard's mind moves freely through decades and centuries, finding connections between moments that seemed unrelated when they first occurred. Time becomes fluid in this gentle reverie, past and present blending like smoke rings merging in still air. The act of remembering through smoke shapes transforms recollection from mere mental exercise into something approaching meditation. The physical rhythm of breathing and shaping provides an anchor that prevents his thoughts from becoming lost in the vast expanses of his accumulated experience. Each ring marks a moment of successful focus, a perfect marriage between memory and present awareness. As the latest ring disperses into the gathering darkness, Gandalf realizes that this simple pleasure has become his most reliable method for organizing the chaos of memory into something resembling wisdom. The smoke shapes help him understand which experiences deserve preservation and which can be allowed to fade like rings dissolving into evening air. The gentle warmth spreading through Gandalf's chest carries with it a revelation that has taken him centuries to fully understand. In all his long years of opposing the darkness that threatens Middle-earth, he has gradually come to realize that the true purpose of his struggle lies not in the grand victories, but in preserving moments exactly like this one. The ability to sit peacefully beside a familiar tree, drawing contentment from simple tobacco, represents everything that makes existence worth defending. He has witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, seen heroes celebrated and then forgotten, watched as great deeds fade into legend, and legend dissolves into myth. Understanding this truth has transformed Gandalf's approach to his calling in ways that even his fellow wizards might not fully comprehend. He fights not to achieve glory or to demonstrate his power, but to ensure that hobbit farmers can continue tending their tobacco plants in peace. The cosmic struggle between light and darkness ultimately resolves into the question of whether simple folk will be allowed to pursue their quiet crafts without fear. Yet the pleasure of a well-smoked pipe remains as immediate and satisfying as it was the first time he experienced it. This consistency reveals something profound about the nature of what truly matters in the world. The forces of evil understand power and fear, conquest and domination, but they remain forever blind to the quiet joys that give life its actual meaning. Sauron can forge rings of terrible might and command armies that darken the sky. Yet he cannot create even the simplest pleasure that Gandalf now enjoys. The Dark Lord's power stems from his ability to corrupt and destroy, never to generate anything genuinely good. This limitation exposes the fundamental weakness that will ultimately ensure evil's defeat. Those who serve darkness pursue goals that can never satisfy because they mistake means for ends. They seek power as though it were an end in itself, not understanding that power only has value when used to protect and preserve what is genuinely precious. The tobacco burning slowly in Gandalf's pipe represents the fruit of countless small acts of love and care. From the hobbit who planted the seeds to the farmer who tended the growing plants. From the harvester who chose the perfect moment for cutting to the curer who guided the drying process. Each step required patience and attention that no amount of force could compel. This gentle conspiracy of care produces something that all the armies of Mordor cannot replicate. Evil can steal and corrupt, dominate and destroy, but it cannot create the conditions that allow simple pleasures to flourish. The darkness feeds on fear and hatred, emotions that poison the very soil where contentment might otherwise grow. The wisdom hidden within his evening smoke extends beyond the immediate pleasure it provides. Each peaceful draw represents a small victory over the forces that would reduce all existence to struggle and suffering. By taking time to appreciate what is good and beautiful in the world, he performs an act of resistance more meaningful than any dramatic gesture of defiance. The pipe in his hands connects him to a vast network of gentle souls who understand. The civilization's highest achievement lies not in monuments or conquests, but in the creation of conditions where ordinary people can find extraordinary satisfaction in simple things. This network operates quietly, almost invisibly, yet it provides the foundation upon which all the more obvious forms of resistance depend. As another perfect smoke ring rises into the darkening air, Gandalf recognizes that he holds in his hands a treasure more valuable than any ring of power. The ability to transform leaf and fire into peace represents the kind of magic that truly matters, the everyday miracle that makes all his greater works worthwhile. The smoke curling upward from Gandalf's pipe carries his thoughts toward those who have taught him the most about finding joy in life's simpler offerings. Chief among these teachers stands Bilbo Baggins, whose round door first opened to reveal a world where second breakfast holds equal importance with grand adventures. The old hobbit's ability to find wonder in both dragon's gold and perfectly buttered toast showed the wizard that true wealth cannot be measured in conventional terms. Even now, decades after their first meeting, Gandalf marvels at how naturally the hobbits embrace contentment. They require no philosophical training to appreciate a well-prepared meal or a comfortable chair by the fire. Their wisdom flows not from books or lengthy contemplation, but from an instinctive understanding that happiness exists primarily in the present moment. He thinks of Frodo's quiet courage, demonstrated not through dramatic gestures, but through countless small acts of kindness performed without expectation of recognition. The young hobbit possessed a rare ability to find beauty even in the darkest circumstances, drawing strength from memories of the Shire's green hills when surrounded by desolation and despair. This inner light proved more powerful than any weapon against the shadow. Sam Gamgee occupies a particularly warm corner of the wizard's thoughts this evening. The gardener's simple faith in the goodness of growing things provided guidance that all the counsels of the wise could not match. Sam understood that tending a garden requires the same patient attention that friendship demands, the same willingness to invest effort without demanding immediate returns. The bonds forged with these mortal friends have changed Gandalf in ways that surprise him still. Before coming to Middle-earth, he knew fellowship primarily as shared purpose among immortal beings working toward common goals. The hobbits taught him that friendship could exist for its own sake, requiring no grand mission to justify its existence. Their influence extends far beyond personal affection, into the very core of how he approaches his calling. When faced with difficult decisions, the wizard often finds himself asking not what the wise would counsel or what duty demands, but what would bring peace to a hobbit kitchen. This seemingly simple test frequently provides clearer guidance than all the learned debates of Rivendell. The mortality that initially seemed like limitation has revealed itself as a gift that immortal beings can barely comprehend. Knowing that their time together will eventually end gives each shared moment a poignancy that eternal fellowship cannot match. Every pipe smoked in companionship, every tale told by firelight, gains precious weight from the knowledge that such pleasures cannot be taken for granted. Gandalf draws another thoughtful breath and reflects on how often his mortal friends have chosen joy over fear when faced with impossible circumstances. Their example has taught him that courage often manifests not as dramatic heroism, but as the quiet decision to continue appreciating simple pleasures, even when the world seems bent on destroying them. The wizard's love for these friends has become inseparable from his love for the peaceful world they represent. Protecting Middle-earth means ensuring that hobbit holes continue to welcome unexpected visitors, that gardens flourish under careful tending, that evening pipes can be enjoyed without fear of what darkness might be approaching. As the ember in his pipe glows steadily in the gathering dusk, Gandalf feels the presence of these cherished companions across the miles that separate them. Distance cannot diminish bonds forged through shared appreciation of life's gentler gifts, connections that prove more enduring than any alliance based merely on common cause. The briarwood pipe resting between Gandalf's fingers has traveled more miles than most mortals will see in their entire lifetimes. Through summer heat and winter cold, across mountains and through valleys, this simple carved object has remained his most constant companion. While allies have come and gone, while kingdoms have risen and fallen, the pipe has endured with the quiet faithfulness that only inanimate objects seem capable of achieving. Its surface bears the accumulated patina of countless smokes, each one adding another thin layer to the rich darkness that now characterizes its finish. The bowl shows small dents and scratches that mark specific moments in their shared history. A tiny chip near the rim recalls the evening it fell from his hand during the earthquake that shook Moria's foundations. The stem carries the smooth polish that comes only from years of handling, worn to perfect comfort by the repeated touch of lips and teeth. No craftsman could replicate this particular curve or achieve this exact degree of smoothness through deliberate effort. The pipe has shaped itself to its owner's preferences through the slow alchemy of constant use. Unlike the grand staff that marks his status among the wise, the pipe makes no claims to importance or power. It serves a single purpose with humble efficiency, asking nothing beyond occasional cleaning and the steady supply of good tobacco. This simplicity has become increasingly precious to the wizard, as his responsibilities have grown more complex over the centuries. In councils where every word carries the weight of nations, the pipe provides an anchor to simpler truths. The steady rhythm of drawing and releasing smoke creates a natural pause between thoughts, preventing hasty speech that might lead to regrettable consequences. More than once, the time required to properly light his pipe has allowed wisdom to emerge from what initially seemed like impossible situations. The pipe has witnessed conversations that shaped the fate of Middle-earth, yet it treats these historic moments with the same equanimity it brings to solitary evening smokes. Kings and commoners receive equal treatment from this democratic companion, which burns tobacco with identical satisfaction regardless of who provides it or under what circumstances it is enjoyed. During the darkest periods of his long mission, when doubt threatened to overwhelm even his ancient resolve, the familiar ritual of preparing and lighting his pipe provided continuity that sustained his spirit. The simple sequence of actions remained unchanged, even when everything else seemed uncertain. Pack the bowl, strike the match, draw carefully until the ember glows, steady and true. The pipe remembers what he sometimes forgets, that peace can be found even in the midst of chaos. Its presence in his pocket serves as a constant reminder that some pleasures transcend circumstance, that contentment depends more on inner state than external conditions. A good smoke tastes equally satisfying whether enjoyed in Rivendell's gardens or beside a campfire in the wild. Through all their journeys together, the pipe has never failed to fulfill its modest promise. It has drawn smoothly when properly packed, burned evenly when given quality tobacco, and provided the gentle pleasure that makes even the most difficult days bearable. This reliability has earned a trust that few companions, mortal or immortal, have ever achieved. As Gandalf draws another contemplative breath, he acknowledges the debt he owes to this unpretentious friend. In a world where so much demands constant vigilance and careful consideration, the pipe offers the rare gift of something that simply works, requiring nothing beyond basic care, and returning far more satisfaction than its humble nature would suggest possible. The tobacco in Gandalf's bowl burns lower with each draw, the ember growing smaller as it consumes the last of the carefully packed leaf. This gradual diminishment serves as a gentle reminder that even the most perfect moments must eventually yield to the demands of duty and responsibility. Yet rather than bringing anxiety about what lies ahead, the approaching end of his smoke brings a sense of peaceful preparation. Tomorrow will likely bring new challenges that require the full attention of his wisdom and power. Messages may arrive calling him to distant lands where his counsel is needed, or circumstances may demand that he once again take up the burden of direct action against the forces of darkness. The road stretches endlessly before him, as it has for centuries, offering no promise of final rest. But tonight's ritual has reminded him of why such burdens are worth bearing. Every peaceful pipe enjoyed beside this faithful oak represents countless others that would be impossible if evil were allowed to triumph. The farmer who grew this tobacco, the craftsman who carved this pipe, the simple folk who find joy in life's gentle pleasures, all depend on those willing to stand guard against the darkness. The strength that flows through him now comes not from magical power or accumulated wisdom, but from the deep contentment that simple pleasures provide. This feeling will sustain him through whatever trials await, serving as an anchor that connects him to what he fights to preserve. No amount of suffering can diminish the memory of perfect smoke rising into starlit air. He thinks of the letters that may be waiting for him at his next destination, urgent requests for aid from communities threatened by forces beyond their understanding. Each plea will demand careful consideration and measured response, requiring him to balance competing needs against limited resources. The weight of so many depending on his judgment never grows lighter with experience. Yet the pipe has taught him patience that transforms burden into privilege. The same careful attention that creates perfect smoke rings can be applied to the most complex problems, bringing clarity where haste would only create confusion. The evening's peace becomes a reservoir of calm that he can draw upon when emotions run high and stakes grow desperate. The ember glows one final time as Gandalf takes his last draw from the nearly exhausted bowl. The smoke carries the concentrated essence of all that has come before, a final gift from Leaf that has given its all in service of his contentment. This last taste seems somehow more precious than the rest, flavored with the poignancy of completion. As he watches the final wisps rise and disappear into the darkness, the wizard feels ready to face whatever tomorrow may bring. The challenges ahead will test his resolve and demand sacrifices that may seem impossible to bear. But he carries within him now the memory of this perfect evening, proof that beauty and peace remain possible even in a world shadowed by ancient evils. The pipe grows cool in his hands as the last ember fades to ash. This cooling marks the transition from present pleasure to future purpose, from personal restoration to renewed service. Yet the boundary between rest and work has been softened by the evening's meditation, making tomorrow's duties feel less like obligations and more like opportunities to serve what he loves. Standing slowly from his comfortable position against the oak, Gandalf feels the strength that flows from genuine rest, rather than mere cessation of activity. His body has been restored by stillness, his mind clarified by simplicity, his spirit renewed by the kind of joy that asks nothing beyond appreciation. The final grains of tobacco surrender their essence to the gentle glow that has sustained Gandalf's evening meditation. Each remaining ember burns with the concentrated warmth of completion, offering up the last of its light before yielding to the inevitable transformation into ash. The pipe grows noticeably lighter in his hands as the fuel that has provided so much pleasure completes its willing sacrifice. With practiced movements born of countless repetitions, the wizard begins the ritual that will preserve his faithful companion for tomorrow's smoke. He taps the bowl gently against the oak's root, watching as the spent ash falls away to nourish the earth that supports this ancient tree. The grey powder will become part of the soil that feeds new growth, continuing the cycle that connects all living things. The pipe stem draws cool air now instead of warm smoke, signaling that the evening's ceremony has reached its natural conclusion. Gandalf runs his finger around the bowl's interior, ensuring that no hidden embers remain to mar the wood or create unwanted heat. This final inspection represents more than mere maintenance, serving as a moment of gratitude for the service the pipe has provided. He breathes deeply of the night air, tasting the lingering sweetness that clings to his palate like a benediction. The flavor will fade with time, but the peace it has brought will endure through whatever challenges await with dawn's arrival. This afterglow of contentment settles into his bones, becoming part of the strength he carries forward into each new day. The pipe disappears into the deep pocket of his robes, with the quiet satisfaction of a tool perfectly used for its intended purpose. Its weight against his side provides a comforting reminder that simple pleasures remain available even in the midst of cosmic struggles. Tomorrow's smoke already waits in potential, requiring only the proper moment and peaceful setting to manifest. The oak tree that has supported this evening's meditation stands ready to offer the same service again, its patient presence a testament to the enduring nature of the best friendships. Gandalf presses his palm against its bark in silent thanks, feeling the slow pulse of life that has sustained this giant through centuries of seasons. Their partnership requires no words, only mutual recognition of shared purpose. Standing in the gathering darkness, the wizard takes one final look at the spot where so much peace has been discovered and rediscovered. The memory of this evening will join countless others in the treasury of moments that make existence meaningful despite its inevitable sorrows. Each perfect smoke becomes part of an eternal present that no amount of time can diminish. The stars emerging overhead shine with the same light that witnessed his first arrival in Middle-earth, unchanged by all the struggles and victories that have filled the intervening years. Their distant fire reminds him that some things endure beyond the reach of corruption, offering hope that transcends any individual fate or temporary defeat. With the gentle satisfaction that comes only from pleasure fully appreciated and properly concluded, Gandalf turns toward whatever rest the night may bring. His pipe sleeps peacefully in its familiar pocket, ready to serve again when duty allows another pause for simple joy. The evening's contentment flows through his dreams, ensuring that even sleep becomes a form of worship offered to the beauty that makes all struggles worthwhile. Let this meditation on the wizard's perfect smoke carry you gently into your own peaceful rest, where the simple pleasures of existence await rediscovery with each new dawn. The mines of Moria provided the crucible where ancient prejudices first began to crack under the pressure of shared peril. In those lightless depths where Balrog fire had once consumed an entire civilization, Legolas and Gimli found themselves forced to rely upon skills that transcended the petty boundaries of racial pride. The darkness cared nothing for their inherited hatreds, demanding only competence and courage from those who dared enter its domain. Gimli's knowledge of stone and tunnel became their lifeline in passages where even elvish senses failed to penetrate the oppressive gloom. His ability to read the language written in rock and mortar, to understand the intentions of long-dead builders through the evidence they left in their construction, proved invaluable when the Fellowship faced choices that could lead to salvation or destruction. Legolas watched with growing amazement as the dwarf interpreted clues invisible to all others. The elf's supernatural grace and deadly accuracy with his bow created a protective umbrella under which the entire company could move with greater confidence. His arrows found their marks in darkness so complete that ordinary warriors would have been reduced to helpless flailing. Gimli observed these displays of skill with the appreciative eye of a craftsman, recognizing mastery in another's work. When orcs attacked in those echoing halls, their differences became complementary strengths rather than sources of friction. Legolas struck from distance with precision that never wasted a shot, while Gimli anchored their defense with the immovable determination that characterizes dwarven warfare at its finest. They began to fight not as reluctant allies, but as partners whose abilities enhanced each other's effectiveness. The first glimmer of genuine respect emerged when Gimli witnessed Legolas risk his own safety to retrieve a fallen comrade's pack from a precarious ledge. The action served no strategic purpose and offered no opportunity for glory. Yet the elf undertook it without hesitation, simply because it was the right thing to do. This small act of courage shattered Gimli's assumption that elves cared only for their own welfare. Legolas experienced his own moment of revelation when he saw Gimli refuse to abandon a search for Balin's tomb, despite the obvious danger such delay invited. The dwarf's loyalty to the memory of a kinsman, his willingness to risk the mission for the sake of honoring the dead, revealed depths of character that transcended stereotypical dwarven obsession with material gain. Here was someone who understood that some things mattered more than practical considerations. Their competition evolved from hostile rivalry into something approaching mutual challenge. When Legolas demonstrated impossible feats of agility, Gimli responded not with resentment, but with displays of dwarven endurance that proved equally impressive. They began to push each other toward excellence, rather than seeking opportunities for humiliation. The gradual recognition of each other's competence created space for curiosity about the cultures that had produced such unexpected capabilities. Gimli found himself wondering what kind of training could develop Legolas's supernatural coordination. Legolas began to question his assumptions about dwarven society. If it could nurture such fierce loyalty and unshakable determination, small gestures of consideration replaced the careful formality that had characterized their early interactions. Legolas began adjusting his pace to accommodate shorter dwarven legs, without making the accommodation obvious. Gimli started sharing his knowledge of underground navigation without waiting to be asked, offering information freely rather than hoarding it as a source of advantage. By the time they emerged from Moria's shadow, something fundamental had shifted between them. They remained members of historically antagonistic peoples, but they had begun to see each other as individuals worthy of respect, rather than merely as representatives of ancient grievances. The foundation for something far greater than mutual tolerance had been quietly established. In those dark passages beneath the misty mountains, the loss of Gandalf in Moria's depths stripped away the last barriers between Legolas and Gimli, leaving them exposed to grief that transcended all boundaries of race and ancient grudge. In the face of such overwhelming sorrow, their inherited hatreds revealed themselves as petty luxuries that the bereaved could no longer afford. Pain became the universal language that finally allowed them to speak to each other's hearts rather than their prejudices. Legolas found himself seeking comfort not from Aragorn or Boromir, whose human responses felt alien to his immortal perspective on loss, but from Gimli, whose deep capacity for mourning matched the intensity of his own grief. The dwarf understood that some wounds cut too deeply for quick healing, that proper respect for the fallen required time and silence, rather than hasty attempts at consolation. Gimli discovered that elvish sorrow possessed a terrible beauty that humbled his assumptions about their emotional superficiality. Legolas wept for Gandalf with the accumulated weight of centuries, each tear carrying the memory of all the partings his immortal life had forced him to endure. The dwarf realized that longevity brought not indifference, but an ever-deepening capacity for pain. Their shared watch over the Fellowship's camp during those dark nights following Moria created intimacy born of mutual vulnerability. Neither could sleep easily while the other stood guard alone, so they took to keeping vigil together, finding solace in silent companionship that required no words to communicate understanding. The darkness that had once seemed like an enemy became a gentle blanket that sheltered their growing bond. When Uruk-hai pursued them across Rohan's grasslands, their partnership deepened into something approaching brotherhood. Legolas learned to trust Gimli's judgment about pace and endurance, recognizing that dwarven stamina operated by different principles than elvish grace but proved equally reliable. Gimli began to depend on the elf's superior vision and hearing, accepting guidance without the sting of wounded pride that such reliance might once have caused. The rescue of Merry and Pippin at Isengard revealed how completely their priorities had aligned around protecting what mattered most to their companions. Neither hesitated to charge into battle against overwhelming odds when their friend's safety hung in the balance. The cause they served had become more important than personal survival, creating the foundation for trust deeper than any sworn oath. During quiet moments between crises, they began to share stories that revealed the hearts beneath their cultural armor. Gimli spoke of the songs his people sang while working deep beneath the mountains, melodies that connected them to stone and fire in ways outsiders rarely understood. Legolas described the way trees communicated across vast forests, sharing wisdom accumulated over centuries of patient growth. These exchanges created bridges between worldviews that had seemed irreconcilably different. Gimli began to perceive the living intelligence that Legolas detected in growing things, while the elf started to appreciate the profound relationship between dwarves and the bones of the earth itself. Their differences became sources of fascination, rather than irritation. The gradual erosion of their defensive barriers allowed vulnerability to replace suspicion in their interactions. They no longer needed to prove their worth to each other through displays of skill or knowledge. Simply being present during difficult moments provided sufficient demonstration of their commitment to the bond growing between them. By the time they reached the gates of Minas Tirith, they had become something their peoples would struggle to understand. More than allies, deeper than friends, they had forged a connection that transcended the categories their cultures used to define relationships. The ancient grudges that had shaped their early encounters seemed like memories from someone else's life, replaced by loyalty that would endure beyond the boundaries of mortality itself. The moment Gimli first glimpsed the glittering caves of Aglarond through Legolas's eyes marked a transformation deeper than any political alliance or battlefield brotherhood. For centuries, the dwarf had seen stone as material to be shaped in gold, as treasure to be hoarded. But the elf's genuine amazement at the underground cathedral's crystalline beauty revealed possibilities that Gimli's own people had never taught him to perceive. Legolas stood in those caverns, with the wonder of someone discovering an entirely new form of art. His immortal eyes, trained to find beauty in the play of light through leaves, and the graceful arch of branches against sky, now traced the same aesthetic principles in formations of living rock. The way water had carved these chambers over millennia suddenly seemed as purposeful and lovely as any grove shaped by patient gardeners. "You have shown me something I never knew existed," the elf whispered as they moved through passages that gleamed with their own inner light. His words carried the weight of genuine revelation rather than mere politeness. Here was beauty that rivaled anything the forests could offer, created through processes as ancient and mysterious as the growth of the oldest trees. Gimli felt his understanding of his own heritage expanding in ways that left him almost dizzy with new appreciation. These caves had always been valuable to his people for their defensive positions and mineral wealth, but seeing them through elvish perception revealed a treasury of wonder that no amount of gold could purchase. Beauty that existed for its own sake rather than for any practical purpose. When Legolas led Gimli into the heart of Fangorn Forest, the dwarf experienced an equally profound shift in perception. The ancient trees that had always seemed like obstacles or resources suddenly revealed themselves as living beings, with their own forms of consciousness and wisdom. Their massive trunks and spreading branches created architecture as magnificent as any dwarven hall, built through patience that spanned centuries. The forest's subtle music, normally inaudible to non-elvish ears, gradually became perceptible to Gimli through his friend's gentle guidance. Legolas taught him to hear the conversations carried on wind through rustling leaves, the slow songs that trees sang to encourage each other's growth. What had once seemed like random noise transformed into symphony of remarkable complexity and beauty. Your people understand creation in ways mine never imagined, Gimli admitted as they sat beneath an oak whose trunk required 20 dwarves holding hands to encircle. The admission cost him nothing because it had ceased to feel like defeat. Instead, it represented expansion of his capacity to appreciate the full richness of Middle-earth's wonders. Legolas learned to see stone not as dead matter, but as another form of life operating on timescales, too vast for quick comprehension. The crystals in Aglaron's depths grew and changed as surely as any tree, simply following rhythms measured in millennia rather than seasons. This revelation connected elvish and dwarven aesthetics at their deepest levels, revealing shared appreciation for beauty that emerged through patient time. Their exchanges of wonder created new forms of joy that belonged entirely to their friendship. Neither could have discovered these expanded perspectives alone, for they required the generous sharing of sight itself. Through Legolas's eyes, Gimli learned to perceive the living sculpture that water and time created in stone. Through Gimli's vision, Legolas discovered the profound satisfaction that comes from understanding how beauty emerges. Through the marriage of design and material, this mutual gift of enhanced perception transformed both their worldviews and their friendship into something unprecedented in the history of their peoples. They had become not just allies or even brothers, but teachers and students in the grand curriculum of appreciating all the forms that beauty could take in the world they shared. The news of Legolas and Gimli's growing friendship reached their respective peoples, like ripples from a stone cast into still water, creating disturbances that spread far beyond the immediate circle of those who witnessed it firsthand. In the halls of Thranduil's palace, elvish courtiers struggled to understand how one of their own could find companionship among a race they had long considered crude and grasping. The very concept challenged assumptions so fundamental that many refused to believe the reports until multiple sources confirmed the impossible truth. Gimli's kinsmen in Erebor reacted with equal bewilderment and concern when word reached them of his bond with an elf. Dwarven society had been built upon principles of insularity and mistrust of outsiders, particularly those whose immortal perspectives seemed to mock the urgency that characterized mortal existence. The idea that one of their own had chosen to share confidences with a being who would outlive entire dwarven generations felt like betrayal of everything their culture held sacred. Yet neither friend allowed the disapproval of their peoples to weaken the bond they had forged through shared trials and mutual discovery. They understood that their friendship represented something larger than personal preference, a living demonstration that the ancient hatreds dividing their races served no purpose, beyond perpetuating suffering that benefited no one. Their connection had become a bridge spanning an abyss that had seemed unbridgeable for 3,000 years. The practical implications of their partnership began to manifest in ways that forced both peoples to reconsider long-held beliefs about their fundamental incompatibility. When Gimli sought Legolas's counsel on matters of diplomacy, elvish wisdom proved surprisingly applicable to dwarven concerns. When Legolas requested Gimli's advice about craftsmanship, dwarven expertise enhanced elvish projects in unexpected ways. Their collaboration revealed that many of the differences their peoples had emphasized were superficial variations on deeper similarities that had been deliberately ignored. Both races possessed profound appreciation for beauty, though they found it in different forms. Both valued loyalty and courage, though they expressed these virtues according to different customs. Both had suffered losses that shaped their worldviews, though they processed grief through different rituals. The friendship began to attract attention from members of both communities, who had grown weary of the traditional hostilities that served no practical purpose in an age when greater threats demanded cooperation. Younger elves and dwarves especially found themselves curious about the possibilities that Legolas and Gimli's bond represented, wondering whether the hatred their elders insisted upon was truly necessary or merely habitual. Resistance to their friendship came primarily from those whose identities had become so intertwined with ancient grievances that abandoning them felt like losing themselves entirely. These individuals viewed the growing bond between elf and dwarf as dangerous precedent that threatened the very foundations of racial distinctiveness they believed essential to their people's survival. But the friends themselves had moved far beyond the need for external validation of their connection. They had discovered that true understanding transcended the artificial boundaries their cultures had constructed around acceptable relationships. Their bond had become self-sustaining, nourished by daily interactions that proved more valuable than any approval their peoples might offer or withhold. The pattern they established through their friendship would eventually inspire others to question whether the hatreds they had inherited served any purpose beyond limiting their own capacity for joy and understanding. They had become living proof that love could flourish even in soil that had been poisoned by centuries of carefully cultivated mistrust. Trust between Legolas and Gimli developed not through grand gestures or sworn oaths, but through the accumulation of countless small moments when each chose vulnerability over protection. The first time Gimli allowed himself to sleep deeply while the elf kept watch, he crossed a threshold that years of cultural conditioning had warned him never to approach. Elves were supposed to be unreliable, self-serving creatures who would abandon allies the moment circumstances turned difficult. Yet Legolas proved worthy of that trust night after night, standing guard with the same unwavering attention he would have devoted to protecting his own kin. His vigil extended beyond mere duty to encompass genuine care for his friend's welfare. When exhaustion finally claimed the dwarf's stubborn consciousness, the elf ensured that his rest remained undisturbed by danger or discomfort. Legolas experienced his own moment of profound trust, when injury left him temporarily dependent on Gimli's strength and protection. An elvish warrior accepting help from a dwarf violated every principle of racial superiority his people had taught him to embrace. The admission of weakness felt like betrayal of his entire cultural identity. But Gimli's response to his friend's vulnerability revealed depths of compassion. that shattered the last remnants of Legolas's inherited prejudices. The dwarf tended his wounds with gentle skill, shared his own provisions without complaint, and stood ready to defend him with the fierce loyalty that characterized the finest aspects of dwarven nature. His care transcended obligation to become an expression of genuine love. Their friendship created its own private language of gestures and glances that communicated understanding without need for words. A slight nod from Gimli could convey complete confidence in whatever course of action Legolas proposed. A barely perceptible smile from the elf expressed appreciation for his friend's counsel more eloquently than any speech. This silent communication developed through countless hours spent in each other's company, learning to read the subtle signs that revealed inner thoughts and feelings. Gimli's beard carried tension in its braids when he wrestled with difficult decisions. Legolas's eyes took on a distant quality when memories of loss threatened to overwhelm his normally composed demeanor. The trust they built proved strong enough to withstand the pressures that destroyed lesser friendships. When others questioned their bond or suggested that political considerations should override personal loyalty, they found themselves united in defense of what they had created together. Their friendship had become more precious than the approval of their respective peoples. Each act of faith strengthened the foundation they had laid, creating a structure capable of supporting whatever weight the future might place upon it. They had learned to trust not only each other's intentions, but also each other's judgment in matters that affected their mutual welfare. This confidence transformed them from allies into something approaching family. The language of trust they developed together would become the model for future cooperation between their peoples. Their example demonstrated that elves and dwarves could share genuine intimacy without sacrificing their distinct cultural identities. Love had proven stronger than the hatred that had divided their races for millennia. The Legolas who had first entered Rivendell's council chamber bore little resemblance to the being who now walked beside his dwarven companion through the peaceful valleys of Ithilien. Centuries of elvish isolation had shaped him into someone who viewed the world primarily through the lens of his own people's ancient wisdom and timeless concerns. His perspective had been broad in scope, but narrow in sympathy, encompassing vast stretches of time, while remaining largely indifferent to the struggles of shorter-lived races. Gimli's friendship had taught him to value the intense immediacy that characterized mortal existence, the way finite lifespans could transform ordinary moments into treasures worth cherishing. Through dwarven eyes, he learned to see each day not as another identical unit in an endless sequence, but as a unique opportunity that would never come again. This urgency brought new depth to his appreciation of beauty and meaning. The elf discovered that wisdom could emerge from sources his people had long dismissed as inconsequential. Gimli's insights into the nature of friendship, forged through the dwarven understanding that time together was precious precisely because it was limited, revealed truths that immortal beings often overlooked. The dwarf's perspective on love and loss carried weight that centuries of elvish philosophy had failed to capture. Gimli underwent an equally profound transformation through his association with immortal consciousness that could perceive patterns invisible to mortal sight. His dwarven heritage had taught him to focus on immediate concerns and tangible achievements, to measure success through concrete accomplishments that could be touched and counted. Legolas's friendship expanded his vision to encompass possibilities that stretched far beyond the boundaries of a single lifetime. The dwarf learned to appreciate the patient rhythms that governed the growth of living things, understanding for the first time why elves could invest decades in projects that would not bear fruit for generations. Through immortal eyes, he glimpsed the vast tapestries of cause and effect that connected present actions to distant consequences, seeing how individual choices rippled outward through time in ways that mortal perception could rarely detect. Legolas's influence helped Gimli recognize that his own craftsmanship participated in the same eternal processes that shaped mountains and grew forests. The weapons and jewelry he created with hammer and forge were not separate from nature, but part of the ongoing collaboration between conscious intention and natural materials. His work became a form of partnership with the earth itself, rather than mere exploitation of its resources. Both friends discovered that their transformed perspectives enhanced, rather than diminished, their connections to their own peoples and traditions. Legolas's new appreciation for mortal concerns made him a more effective advocate for elvish involvement in the affairs of shorter-lived races. Gimli's expanded vision allowed him to see how dwarven craftsmanship served purposes that transcended immediate utility. Their friendship had become a bridge between worldviews that had seemed fundamentally incompatible, proving that understanding could flourish even between beings whose basic assumptions about existence differed dramatically. They had not abandoned their distinctive cultural identities, but had enriched them through exposure to radically different ways of perceiving reality. The transformation worked both ways, creating a reciprocal enhancement that benefited each friend equally. Neither dominated the relationship or served merely as teacher to the other. Instead, they had become collaborative explorers of possibilities that neither could have discovered alone. Partners in the ongoing project of expanding their capacity for wonder and understanding. Their example would inspire future generations of both elves and dwarves to question the limitations their cultures had placed on acceptable relationships and forms of wisdom. They had proven that love could not only bridge ancient hatreds, but could actually transform the lovers into better versions of themselves than they had ever imagined possible. The qualities that had once seemed like insurmountable barriers between Legolas and Gimli gradually revealed themselves as complementary strengths that made their partnership more powerful than either could have achieved alone. Where the elf's immortal perspective sometimes led to paralysis through over-analysis of distant consequences, the dwarf's mortal urgency provided the decisive action needed in critical moments. When Gimli's intense focus on immediate problems threatened to blind him to larger patterns, Legolas's broader vision offered guidance that prevented costly mistakes. Their contrasting approaches to problem-solving created a natural system of checks and balances that improved their decision-making in ways that surprised them both. Legolas's tendency toward careful deliberation forced Gimli to consider implications he might otherwise overlook in his eagerness to act. Gimli's impatience with excessive planning pushed Legolas toward commitments that might otherwise remain forever theoretical. The elf's supernatural grace and fluid movement provided reconnaissance capabilities that opened tactical possibilities unavailable to more conventional warriors. His ability to move silently through terrain that would betray other travelers gave their partnership access to information and positions that could prove decisive in dangerous situations. Legolas became their eyes and ears in environments where stealth mattered more than strength. Gimli's unshakable determination and defensive expertise created the stable foundation that allowed Legolas's more mobile tactics to achieve maximum effectiveness. The dwarf's ability to hold ground against overwhelming odds gave his friend the security needed to take calculated risks that could change the course of entire battles. Their combination of mobility and stability proved far superior to either approach used in isolation. Their different relationships with time enriched their shared experiences in ways that neither had anticipated. Legolas's immortal memory preserved moments that Gimli's mortal mind might have forgotten, while the dwarf's awareness of time's passage gave urgency and poignancy to pleasures that the elf might otherwise take for granted. Together, they achieved a balance between preservation and appreciation that enhanced their capacity for joy. The elf's connection to growing things provided insights into natural processes that expanded Gimli's understanding of his own craft, while the dwarf's knowledge of worked stone and metal revealed possibilities in the natural world that Legolas had never considered. Their exchange of expertise created new forms of beauty that drew upon both traditions while belonging fully to neither. Legolas's diplomatic skills and cultural sophistication smoothed their path through societies that might otherwise have viewed Gimli's blunt manner with suspicion or hostility. The dwarf's reputation for honesty and straightforward dealing earned them trust in situations where elvish eloquence might have seemed manipulative or insincere. Their different social strengths opened doors that would have remained closed to either alone. The contrast between Gimli's passionate intensity and Legolas's serene composure created emotional balance that helped both friends weather the psychological demands of their adventures. When the dwarf's fierce emotions threatened to overwhelm his judgment, the elf's calm presence provided stabilizing influence. When Legolas's controlled demeanor risked becoming cold detachment, Gimli's warmth reminded him of the importance of feeling deeply. Their friendship had transformed difference from source of conflict into foundation for mutual enhancement. Rather than demanding that either abandon his distinctive qualities, their bond had allowed both to become more fully themselves. While gaining access to capabilities they could never have developed independently, they had proven that love could. The decision that would define the ultimate depth of Legolas and Gimli's friendship came not during their shared adventures, but in the quiet years that followed, when age began to silver the dwarf's beard, while his immortal companion remained unchanged by the passage of time. Gimli watched his mortal body grow heavy with years, while Legolas retained the eternal youth that marked all elves. The approaching separation that mortality demanded should have cast shadow over their remaining time together. Yet their bond had grown so strong that even death seemed like an obstacle to be overcome, rather than an inevitable ending to be accepted. Gimli's love for his friend had become the defining relationship of his life, more precious than clan loyalty or racial identity. The thought of eternal separation felt like denial of everything their friendship had proven about the possibility of transcending the boundaries that supposedly divided different peoples. Legolas faced his own crisis as the sea longing that called all elves eventually westward grew stronger with each passing year. The immortal wanderer who had once viewed Middle-earth as temporary assignment, now found himself torn between the summons of his people and devotion to a friend whose mortal nature should have made their parting inevitable. His heart refused to accept that love must yield to the biological limitations of different species. The solution they discovered together violated every precedent in the history of both their peoples, while creating new possibilities that neither elf nor dwarf had ever imagined. When Legolas finally built his grey ship to sail into the west, Gimli stood beside him on the dock, not as the friend being left behind, but as companion chosen for the journey itself. Their bond had become strong enough to bridge even the gap between mortal and immortal destinies. Gimli's passage to the Undying Lands represented an unprecedented act of divine grace that recognized the transformative power of perfect friendship. Never before had a dwarf been granted permission to enter the realm reserved for immortal beings. His presence on that ship testified to love so pure and complete that it had earned exception to the fundamental laws governing the separation of mortal and immortal fates. The choice required both friends to abandon everything familiar and venture into unknown territory where the rules that had once seemed absolute no longer applied. Gimli left behind not only his homeland, but his very nature as mortal being, trusting that friendship could sustain him in a realm where he had no natural place. Legolas accepted responsibility for a companion whose presence would forever mark him as different from his immortal kindred. Their journey westward became the final proof that love could indeed conquer every obstacle that fate and nature placed in its path. The ship that carried them toward the Undying Lands bore more than two friends seeking eternal companionship. It carried the living demonstration that connection between souls could transcend every limitation that the world attempted to impose upon it. The friendship that had begun in mutual suspicion and ancient hatred had evolved into something so extraordinary that it required divine intervention to reach its natural conclusion. Their bond had become the exception that proved the rule about what was possible, when two beings committed themselves completely to understanding and cherishing each other despite every reason their cultures provided for remaining separate. The story of Legolas and Gimli's extraordinary friendship spread throughout Middle-earth, like seed carried on favorable winds, taking root in hearts that had grown weary of ancient hatreds that served no purpose beyond perpetuating pain. Their bond became proof that the most fundamental barriers between peoples could be overcome through patient understanding and willingness to see beyond the limitations that tradition imposed upon possibility. Young elves and dwarves began to question whether the enmity their elders demanded was truly necessary or merely inherited habit. Diplomatic relations between the woodland realm and Erebor underwent transformation that seemed miraculous to those who remembered the bitter centuries of mutual mistrust and carefully nurtured grievances. Ambassadors who had once met only to exchange formal complaints now gathered to explore opportunities for cooperation that neither people had previously imagined possible. Trade agreements replaced territorial disputes as both cultures discovered that their differences could create mutual benefit rather than inevitable conflict. The glittering caves that Gimli established beneath Helm's Deep became a symbol of what could be achieved when elvish vision combined with dwarven craftsmanship in service of shared beauty rather than competitive dominance. Legolas's frequent visits to admire the work being done there demonstrated that friendship could flourish even when friends chose different paths through life. Their collaboration proved that love did not require identical goals, only mutual respect and genuine appreciation for each other's gifts. Children born in the years following the War of the Ring grew up hearing tales of the elfin dwarf, whose friendship had rewritten the possibilities available to their peoples. These stories carried power that formal treaties could never match, planting seeds of hope in young minds that had not yet been poisoned by the inherited prejudices that had shaped their parents' worldviews. The next generation began to imagine futures where cooperation replaced conflict as the natural state of relations between different peoples. The friendship's influence extended far beyond the immediate relationship between elves and dwarves to inspire similar reconciliations throughout Middle-earth. Communities that had been divided by old grievances found courage to attempt conversations that previous generations had declared impossible. Legolas and Gimli's example provided a template for overcoming hatred that had seemed permanent and inevitable. Their bond demonstrated that love possessed transformative power that could not be defeated by any force that sought to divide conscious beings from one another. The connection they had forged proved stronger than death itself, transcending the biological limitations that should have made their friendship temporary, and replacing them with unity that would endure throughout eternity. Their love had literally rewritten the laws governing what was possible between mortal and immortal natures. The legacy they left behind offered hope to anyone who had ever been told that certain relationships were forbidden or impossible because of differences that could not be changed. Their friendship became a beacon that guided others toward the understanding that love recognizes no boundaries that the heart refuses to accept. The barriers that divide people exist primarily in minds that have been taught to fear what they do not understand. In the peace of the undying lands, their friendship continues as living testimony to the truth that connection between souls remains the most powerful force in creation. Their bond proves that when two beings commit themselves completely to understanding and cherishing each other, they participate in the same divine love that shaped the music of creation itself. Let this gentle meditation on friendship's triumph over ancient hatred carry you peacefully into dreams, where love conquers every obstacle and understanding bridges every gap that seems too wide to cross. The first images that rise from the mirror's depths carry the weight of ages long past, scenes from the elder days, when the world was younger and filled with wonders that have since faded into legend. Galadriel watches the two trees of Valinor bloom again in miniature perfection, their silver and gold light dancing across the water's surface with beauty that brings tears even to her ancient eyes. These memories of home remain as vivid as the day she first witnessed them, preserved in the mirror's perfect recall. The waters show her Beleriand before its destruction. Green shores and fair cities that now lie beneath the waves of the sundering seas. She sees again the kinstrife that drove her people into exile, the burning ships at Lasgar, the oath that doomed her cousins to endless pursuit of the Silmarils. Each vision carries the sting of choices that cannot be unmade, consequences that echo still through the turning of the ages. Her own younger self appears in the visions, proud and ambitious, hungry for realms to rule in lands across the sea. The mirror shows her moments of decision that seemed insignificant at the time, but shaped the course of her entire existence. She watches herself refuse the pardon offered by the Valar, choosing to remain in Middle-earth rather than admit the folly of her rebellion. The mirror reveals how the seeds of present troubles were planted in those distant days, how the corruption of Numenor began with gifts of knowledge meant in friendship, but received in pride. She sees the forging of the rings of power, her own eager participation in that fateful work. The moment when Celebrimbor first spoke of creating objects to preserve what time would otherwise destroy. The irony cuts deep as she recognizes how their desire to stop decay became the very means by which darkness would spread. These visions of the past serve purposes beyond mere remembrance, for they contain lessons that inform her understanding of present dangers. The patterns that led to ancient disasters repeat themselves in new forms, requiring vigilance from those who have lived long enough to recognize the warning signs. History's weight becomes a tool for preventing its repetition, though the burden of such knowledge grows heavier with each passing age. The water shows her friends and loved ones long since departed, their faces unmarked by the grief that would later claim them. She watches Celebrimbor at his forge, hands shaping gold with innocent joy before shadows touched his heart. Gil-galad appears in his glory, leading the last alliance with hope that would be vindicated. Through sacrifice, she can barely endure to witness again. Each image that rises from the mirror demands careful study, for the past holds keys to understanding both present circumstances and future possibilities. Galadriel has learned to read these visions not as entertainment or nostalgia, but as instruction from time itself. The dead speak through these waters, offering counsel from beyond the circles of the world to those wise enough to listen. The accumulated weight of witnessed history settles upon her shoulders like a mantle that grows heavier each day. She alone, among the remaining powers of Middle-earth, carries complete memory of how the current age began, what hopes drove its founding, what errors led to its present perils. This knowledge makes her both more valuable and more isolated than any crown could achieve. As the last vision of the past fades back into ordinary water, Galadriel prepares herself for what the mirror will show her next. The transition from memory to present sight always brings renewed tension, for while the past is fixed and knowable, the present moment contains all the uncertainty and danger that active choice creates. The mirror's surface shimmers and transforms, releasing its hold on ancient memory to reveal the immediate present unfolding across the vast expanse of Middle-earth. Galadriel's enhanced perception sweeps across leagues of distance, as easily as scanning the palm of her hand, witnessing events that occur at this very moment in places both familiar and strange. The burden of simultaneous awareness settles upon her consciousness, like a tide that brings both revelation and responsibility. In the north, she watches rangers moving through the wild lands beyond the Shire's borders, their quiet vigilance protecting those who sleep peacefully in round doors and comfortable beds. Their sacrifices remain unknown to those they guard. These men who have chosen exile and hardship so that others might know security. The loneliness of their calling resonates with her own isolation, though their mortality grants them respite she cannot claim. Her sight turns eastward to reveal caravans struggling through mountain passes, merchants and travelers facing dangers they barely comprehend. while evil stirs in shadows just beyond their perception. She sees bandits preparing ambushes, wolves gathering for winter hunts, storms building strength that will test the endurance of all who dare the open road. Each threatened life becomes a weight upon her conscience, knowledge that demands decision about intervention. The waters show her Minas Tirith's white towers gleaming in morning sunlight, but also reveal the subtle signs of decay that escape mortal notice. Stones that appear solid to human eyes show her their hidden fractures, weaknesses that time and weather slowly exploit. The city's strength remains formidable, yet she perceives the patient work of entropy that will eventually claim even the mightiest works of mortal hands. Across the plains of Rohan, she observes the horse lords at their daily labors, tending herds and maintaining the skills that make them the finest cavalry in all Middle-earth. Their simple lives carry beauty that touches her heart, reminding her why preservation of such innocence justifies whatever sacrifices the wise must make. Yet she also sees the wolves that watch their settlements from hidden valleys, evil creatures that grow bolder as darker powers test the boundaries of the light. The mirror reveals Isengard's transformation under Saruman's guidance, showing her machines and furnaces that reshape the earth according to plans that fill her with growing unease. What appears to mortal eyes as progress toward order and efficiency reveals itself to her enhanced perception as preparation for something far more sinister. The corruption spreads like disease through everything the White Wizard touches, perverting nature itself to serve ambitions that grow ever more threatening. In Erebor's halls, she watches dwarven smiths at their forges, hammers ringing against anvils as they create works of lasting beauty and strength. Their dedication to craft provides comfort in a world where so much tends toward decay. Yet even their mountainous stronghold shows her signs of weakness that enemies might exploit. No fortress remains impregnable to those who possess patience and sufficient malice. The simultaneous awareness of so many distant scenes creates pressure that would shatter minds unprepared for such vastness of perception. Galadriel bears this burden through training that spans millennia, yet the weight never diminishes completely. Each day's visions add new concerns to the accumulated store of knowledge that shapes her understanding of Middle-earth's current state and future possibilities. The responsibility that accompanies such sight extends far beyond mere observation, for knowledge without appropriate action becomes complicity in whatever evils unfold. She must choose carefully when to act upon what she sees, balancing intervention against the natural order that gives mortals the right to shape their own destinies. The loneliness of perfect vision grows heavier with each passing day, isolation that comes from seeing too clearly what others cannot perceive. The mirror's waters deepen to reveal the most treacherous realm of all vision, the shifting landscape of what might yet come to pass, depending on choices not yet made. Galadriel steels herself for this portion of each day's communion, knowing that these glimpses of potential futures carry the greatest burden and the most dangerous temptations. Unlike the fixed certainty of past events or the concrete reality of present circumstances, these visions show possibilities that branch and merge like rivers' delta, each decision creating new streams of consequence. She sees Minas Tirith burning under a rain of fire, its white stones blackened by flames that consume everything beautiful and noble in the world of men. The vision carries such vivid detail that she can almost feel the heat against her face, smell the smoke that chokes the air where songs once celebrated the glory of Gondor. Yet this same scene dissolves to show the city standing triumphant, its banners flying in sunlight that seems to promise ages of peace and prosperity. The Shire appears in the waters, both as pastoral paradise where hobbits tend their gardens in eternal contentment, and as wasteland where mills and factories belch smoke into skies that no longer know the colors of sunrise. She watches Bag End's round door opening to welcome travelers with warmth and hospitality, then sees the same door hanging broken on its hinges, while weeds grow through floors that once knew the comfort of friendship. Both futures feel equally real, equally possible, depending on decisions yet to be made. Her own fate appears in multiple forms that reflect the choices she faces each day. In one vision, she stands as Queen of Middle-earth, with Nenya blazing on her finger, commanding power that makes her word law throughout the known world. The temptation this image carries strikes at the deepest parts of her nature, offering everything her pride has ever desired, wrapped in justifications about necessary authority and beneficial control. Another possibility shows her sailing into the west aboard a white ship, finally granted the pardon she has sought through long ages of exile and penance. The peace that radiates from this vision promises rest from burdens that have shaped her existence for millennia, release from responsibilities that grow heavier with each passing year. Yet departure would mean abandoning those who depend on her guidance during the darkness that approaches. The waters reveal potential destruction so complete that nothing remains of the world she has spent ages protecting and nurturing. Cities lie empty, forests stand withered. Even the Shire's green hills bear only the marks of ancient battles fought by peoples whose names have been forgotten. This vision of ultimate failure haunts her with its implications, suggesting that all her efforts might prove insufficient against the growing shadow. Yet hope appears alongside despair in the mirror's shifting depths, showing futures where the darkness retreats and beauty flourishes beyond anything the current age has known. She sees children playing in gardens where mullein trees grow tall, their laughter echoing through air that carries no taint of fear or sorrow. These glimpses of possible joy provide strength to endure the burden of darker visions. The most disturbing aspect of these future glimpses lies not in their content, but in their multiplicity, the way each decision splits reality into countless potential outcomes. Galadriel must carry awareness that every choice creates both triumph and tragedy, that even the wisest actions may lead to consequences that mock the intentions behind them. The weight of so much possibility presses down upon her spirit like ocean depths that threaten to crush any swimmer who ventures too far from shore. The most agonizing burden that accompanies Galadriel's communion with the mirror lies not in witnessing terrible possibilities, but in deciding which visions deserve sharing with those who seek her counsel. Mortals arrive at her realm carrying questions about loved ones far away, desperate for guidance about decisions that will shape their brief lives. Each supplicant trusts her wisdom to provide answers that will bring comfort or clarity, never suspecting that knowledge itself can become a weapon that destroys rather than heals. When Frodo gazed into the waters and saw the Shire burning, She watched his heart break as clearly as if she had struck him with a physical blow. The vision revealed a real possibility that his quest might fail to save the home he loved most in all the world. Yet showing him this future served purposes beyond mere revelation, forcing him to confront the true stakes of his mission, while demonstrating that even the most peaceful corners of Middle-earth remained vulnerable to the growing darkness. The choice to reveal such painful truths never becomes easier, despite centuries of practice. Galadriel must weigh the value of foreknowledge against the damage that premature revelation might cause to unprepared minds. Some futures depend upon ignorance for their fulfillment, requiring that key actors remain unaware of their ultimate destinies until the proper moment for understanding arrives. She remembers the countless times when withholding information proved more merciful than honesty, when knowledge would have paralyzed rather than empowered those who sought her guidance. Warriors have left her presence, believing their cause hopeless, when she saw victory within their grasp, because learning of certain triumph would have bred the overconfidence that ensures defeat. The paradox of helpful deception weighs heavily upon her conscience. Other visions demand immediate sharing despite the pain they bring, for some disasters can only be prevented through advance warning. She has watched kingdoms fall because their rulers refused to hear prophecies that contradicted their desires, yet she continues offering unwelcome truths to those brave enough to accept them. The responsibility for others' choices cannot excuse her failure to provide the information they need for wise decision-making. The temptation to manipulate through selective revelation grows stronger as her awareness of potential futures expands. She could guide events toward outcomes she prefers, by carefully choosing which possibilities to reveal and which to conceal from those whose choices shape reality. This power over destiny represents the ultimate test of her wisdom and restraint, requiring constant vigilance against the corruption that such influence might breed. Children present the most difficult choices, for their minds cannot bear the weight of knowledge that would crush adult spirits. When young ones peer into the mirror seeking reassurance about parents who journey far from home, she must find ways to provide comfort without lies, while avoiding truths that would steal their innocence prematurely. The balance between protection and honesty shifts constantly, demanding fresh judgment with each encounter. Some seekers possess strength sufficient to bear whatever revelations the mirror provides, their spirits tempered by trials that have prepared them for difficult truths. These rare individuals receive her complete honesty, becoming partners in the burden of terrible knowledge rather than subjects requiring careful management. Their presence provides relief from the isolation that comes with carrying secrets too dangerous for ordinary minds. The weight of these decisions accumulates over time, creating a treasury of guilt over opportunities missed, and disasters enabled through her choices about revelation and concealment. Each day brings new seekers whose fates depend partly upon the wisdom she demonstrates, in sharing or withholding what the waters reveal about their futures and the consequences of their contemplated actions. The gift of perfect vision exacts a toll that grows heavier with each passing age, transforming what should be blessing into burden, that isolates Galadriel from the very people she seeks to protect and guide. No mortal can truly comprehend the weight of seeing all possibilities simultaneously, of carrying knowledge that spans past, present, and future in consciousness that never finds respite from awareness. Her immortal mind processes information that would shatter lesser beings, yet the cost of such clarity manifests in loneliness that deepens with each revelation. Ordinary relationships become impossible when every conversation reveals not only what speakers intend, but also what they conceal, what they fear, what futures await them based on choices they have not yet recognized they will make. Friends cannot maintain comfortable deceptions about their own motivations when speaking with someone who perceives the truth beneath every word. The casual intimacy that mortals enjoy remains forever beyond her reach, replaced by the terrible honesty that perfect sight imposes. Even Celeborn, her beloved husband who has shared millennia of her existence, cannot fully bridge the gap that separates her enhanced perception from normal awareness. He sees her withdraw into herself after each communion with the mirror, recognizes the signs of fresh burdens settling upon her spirit, yet lacks the ability to share the specific weight she carries. Their love endures across ages, but understanding requires experience that cannot be conveyed through even the most patient explanation. The isolation deepens when she observes friends making choices that she knows will lead to sorrow, yet intervention would prevent the growth that only comes through freely chosen experience. She watches beloved companions walk toward heartbreak with the helpless frustration of someone who sees disaster approaching, but cannot warn of danger without destroying the very relationships she seeks to preserve. Knowledge becomes prison when sharing it would cause more harm than remaining silent. Sleep offers no escape from the visions that crowd her consciousness, for dreams blend seamlessly with waking sight to create continuous awareness that knows no boundaries between rest and vigilance. Her mind processes revelations even during moments intended for restoration, analyzing possibilities and consequences with relentless efficiency that prevents the peaceful oblivion lesser beings enjoy. Rest becomes meditation rather than true respite from the demands of enhanced perception. The weight of seeing clearly extends beyond mere information to encompass emotional resonance with every tragedy she witnesses across space and time. Each death diminishes her spirit. Every betrayal leaves wounds that accumulate, despite her immortal nature's ability to heal physical damage. The mirror forces her to experience the full emotional impact of events she cannot prevent, creating empathy so profound it threatens to overwhelm even her ancient strength. Pride that once sustained her through the early ages of exile now provides insufficient comfort against the grinding loneliness that comes with ultimate clarity. The crown she refused in Valinor seems insignificant compared to the burden she bears daily. Responsibility that requires constant sacrifice of personal peace for the welfare of others. Power over destiny proves less satisfying than the simple friendships her enhanced perception makes impossible to maintain. Most painful of all, she recognizes that her gift creates the very distance it was meant to bridge. Thus, seeking to help others through superior sight actually separates her from the community she wishes to serve. The mirror grants wisdom at the cost of belonging. Understanding purchased through isolation that grows more complete with each day's revelations about the true nature of existence and the fragility of everything she holds dear. The most delicate art that Galadriel has mastered through her long communion with the mirror lies in offering guidance that illuminates without dictating, wisdom that empowers choice rather than replacing it with predetermined outcomes. Every visitor who seeks her counsel presents a test of her discipline, challenging her to share insight in ways that enhance rather than diminish their capacity for independent decision. The temptation to simply command the courses of action she knows will lead to the best results grows stronger, as her foresight reveals increasingly dire consequences for poor choices. When desperate rulers arrive seeking military advice, she must resist the urge to provide detailed battle plans that would guarantee victory but rob commanders of the growth that comes through strategic thinking. Instead, she offers perspectives that help them see their situations more clearly, while leaving the crucial decisions in their own hands. This restraint requires constant vigilance against the pride that whispers she could solve every problem if only others would submit to her superior wisdom. Her guidance takes forms that mortals often fail to recognize as instruction, subtle influences that steer without constraining the fundamental freedom that makes choice meaningful. A carefully chosen question can redirect thinking more effectively than direct advice, while shared stories from ancient times provide context that illuminates present dilemmas without dictating specific responses. The art lies in planting seeds of understanding that will grow according to each individual's nature and circumstances. The Fellowship's visit to Lothlorien demonstrated this principle in its purest form, as she tested each member not to judge their worthiness, but to help them understand their own hearts more clearly. Boromir's confrontation with his desire for the ring served purposes beyond mere revelation, forcing him to acknowledge temptations he had been denying, while providing opportunity for conscious resistance. Even failure in such tests brings valuable self-knowledge that strengthens future choices. Her interactions with Frodo required the most delicate balance between revelation and restraint, for his burden demanded support that could easily become manipulation if offered without careful consideration. She showed him visions that would strengthen his resolve, without removing the uncertainty that makes heroism possible, providing encouragement that enhanced rather than replaced his natural courage. The ring's corruption made every word a potential weapon that could turn help into harm. The mirror itself serves as tool for guidance that preserves free will, for it shows possibilities rather than certainties, futures that depend upon choices yet to be made. Visitors who gaze into its waters receive information that expands their understanding without determining their responses to what they learn. This distinction between knowledge and compulsion represents the foundation of ethical influence that respects the dignity of conscious beings. Sometimes the most helpful guidance requires her to remain completely silent, allowing others to struggle toward understanding that will prove more valuable for being earned rather than given. She has watched friends make painful mistakes that she could have prevented with a single word, yet intervention would have denied them the wisdom that comes only through experience. The discipline required for such restraint tests her compassion as severely as any physical ordeal. The greatest challenge lies in maintaining this balance when the stakes grow catastrophic, when poor choices threaten not just individuals but entire civilizations. Her knowledge of possible futures creates pressure to abandon subtle guidance in favor of direct control. Yet she recognizes that victories achieved through manipulation carry the seeds of future corruption. Freedom remains sacred even when exercised foolishly, for only through genuine choice can beings become worthy of the light they claim to serve. There are blessed mornings when Galadriel approaches the silver basin to find only ordinary water reflecting sky and leaves, its surface unmarked by visions that would otherwise crowd her consciousness with the weight of infinite possibility. These moments of silence arrive without warning or apparent pattern, gifts that seem to emerge from the mirror's own recognition, that even immortal minds require respite from the burden of perfect sight. The absence of revelation brings relief so profound that she sometimes weeps with gratitude for temporary blindness. During these peaceful interludes, she can experience the world as mortal beings do, perceiving only what lies directly before her eyes without the overlay of past and future that normally colors every observation. The malern trees surrounding the mirror's glade reveal nothing beyond their immediate beauty. Golden leaves catching sunlight without triggering memories of ancient forests or visions of possible destruction. This limitation of perception feels like freedom after the constant pressure of expanded awareness. The silence allows her to engage with simple pleasures that enhanced sight normally transforms into complex understanding of causes and consequences. She can admire a flower's bloom without simultaneously perceiving the entire cycle of growth and decay that governs its existence. Birds singing in the branches above bring only their present music, unaccompanied by awareness of the migrations and seasonal changes that will guide their future journeys. These moments remind her why ordinary beings find contentment in their limited perspectives, how the boundaries of normal sight create space for wonder that infinite knowledge tends to diminish. Without knowing everything, she can appreciate the mystery that gives beauty its power to surprise and delight. The future regains its character as adventure rather than burden when she cannot see all the paths it might take. Her conversations with Celeborn during these periods carry ease that enhanced perception normally prevents, for she can listen to his words without simultaneously understanding all the motivations and concerns that shape them. Their love finds fresh expression when filtered through ordinary sight, that allows each moment to unfold naturally, rather than being interpreted through awareness of every possible outcome. The present becomes sufficient unto itself, rather than merely prelude to futures already glimpsed. The mirror's silence also provides opportunity for purely personal reflection, without the constant demand to process information that affects the welfare of entire civilizations. She can contemplate her own heart without the weight of responsibility that normally shapes every thought toward service of others. These rare moments of selfish consideration prove essential for maintaining the emotional balance that her role as guardian requires. Sometimes she tries to penetrate the silence through force of will, attempting to summon visions when the waters remain stubbornly opaque to supernatural sight. These efforts always fail, teaching her repeatedly that the mirror's gifts cannot be commanded or controlled, but must be received with whatever grace she can muster. The humility required to accept such limitations proves as valuable as any wisdom the visions themselves provide. The transition back to enhanced perception after periods of silence brings renewed appreciation for both states of being. Ordinary sight and supernatural vision, each revealing truths that the other cannot encompass. She learns to value the limitations that give shape to experience as much as the expanded awareness that reveals hidden connections. Balance between knowing and not knowing becomes the foundation of wisdom that serves rather than corrupts. When the silence finally breaks and visions begin to form once more in the mirror's depths. She faces them with restored strength that comes from temporary rest. The burden feels lighter for having been briefly set aside. Her capacity for bearing difficult knowledge renewed through periods of blessed ignorance that remind her why such knowledge matters in the first place. The most unsettling visions that rise from the mirror's depths are those that show Galadriel herself, forcing her to confront the possible consequences of her own choices, with the same clarity she brings to observing others' destinies. These glimpses of personal future arrive without warning, disrupting her careful detachment and making her both observer and observed in the complex dance of possibility that governs all existence. The experience proves particularly jarring because it transforms her from interpreter of visions into subject of interpretation, requiring her to analyze her own motivations with the same ruthless honesty she applies to others. She watches herself accepting the ring from Frodo's trembling hands, sees how easily noble intentions could justify the seizure of power that her heart has desired for ages beyond counting. In this vision, she becomes the beautiful and terrible queen that her refusal prevented, wielding authority that transforms Middle-earth according to her perfect wisdom, while slowly destroying everything she sought to preserve. The corruption spreads so subtly that she recognizes it only in hindsight, pride disguised as service until no distinction between them remains. Another reflection shows her sailing into the west aboard a ship of crystal and gold, finally granted the pardon that would end her long exile from the undying lands. The peace in this vision radiates like sunlight, promising rest from burdens that have shaped her existence for millennia. Yet the image also reveals what her departure would cost: the guidance and protection that others would lose when she abandons Middle-earth to whatever darkness awaits without her presence. The mirror reveals moments when her wisdom fails, decisions that seem correct at the time but lead to consequences that mock her intentions and demonstrate the limitations of even immortal understanding. She sees herself offering counsel that proves disastrously wrong, her enhanced perception somehow blind to crucial factors that render her guidance worse than useless. These visions of fallibility prove more disturbing than any external threat, for they challenge the foundations upon which her entire sense of purpose rests. Most painful are the reflections that show her ultimate fate, the inevitable erosion that time works upon even immortal beings who remain too long in the mortal world. She watches herself growing distant and cold, her compassion hardening into indifference as the accumulated weight of ages transforms empathy into mere intellectual exercise. The Galadriel in these visions retains all her power and knowledge while losing the very qualities that make such gifts valuable. Yet the mirror also reveals possibilities for growth and transformation that surprise her with their beauty, showing paths toward wisdom that transcends even her current understanding. In these brighter visions, she becomes something greater than the sum of her accumulated knowledge and power, love refined by experience into force capable of healing wounds that have festered since the world's youth. The potential for such evolution provides hope that balances the darker possibilities she must also acknowledge. The experience of witnessing her own reflection in the waters teaches humility that no amount of observing others could provide. She recognizes that she remains as subject to the forces of choice and consequence as any mortal. Her immortality providing extended opportunity for both wisdom and folly rather than exemption from the fundamental uncertainties that govern all conscious existence. This knowledge proves both sobering and liberating, freeing her from the burden of imagined infallibility. When these personal visions fade back into ordinary water, Galadriel carries with her renewed understanding of the courage required to act wisely despite uncertain outcomes. She has seen herself fail in ways that humble her pride, while also glimpsing possibilities for success that justify continued effort despite the risks involved. The mirror's reflection of her own fate becomes mirror for the universal condition of choosing rightly, without certainty about consequences. As twilight settles over Lothlorien's golden boughs, Galadriel performs the final ritual that marks the end of another day spent in communion with the mirror's revelations. The silver basin reflects only stars and moonlight now, its supernatural properties dormant until dawn calls her back to witness whatever truths the new day will reveal. She covers the sacred water with cloth of silver thread, a gesture both practical and symbolic that represents her own need to set aside the burden of infinite sight and return to the simpler awareness that makes rest possible. The walk back to her dwelling carries her through gardens, where malin trees whisper their ancient songs to the evening breeze. These familiar melodies provide comfort that requires no interpretation, beauty that exists purely for its own sake, rather than as symbol or portent of larger meaning. The present moment expands to fill her consciousness as supernatural vision yields to ordinary perception that finds wonder in immediate experience rather than distant possibility. Celeborn awaits her return with the patient love that has sustained their bond through ages of joy and sorrow, understanding that needs no explanation or analysis. His presence offers anchor to simple human connection that transcends the complex web of knowledge and responsibility that normally defines her existence. Together they can share the evening's peace without words, companionship that requires no purpose beyond mutual affection freely given and gratefully received. The accumulated weight of the day's visions settles into the deep places of her memory, where they will join the vast treasury of knowledge she carries from age to age. Tomorrow will bring fresh revelations that demand careful consideration and wise response. New choices about guidance and restraint that will test her wisdom and compassion. But for now, she can set aside the burden of caring for entire civilizations and attend to the simpler needs of her own spirit. Her evening prayers encompass gratitude for the gift of sight that enables her service while acknowledging the price such awareness demands from those who accept its burden. She offers thanks for moments of silence when the mirror grants respite from vision, for friends who share her path despite its isolation, for the strength that allows her to carry knowledge that would crush unprepared minds. The balance between blessing and burden finds expression in words that rise like incense into the star-filled sky. Sleep comes to her as it does to all conscious beings, yet even her dreams remain touched by the enhanced awareness that shapes her waking hours. Visions blend with ordinary dream logic to create experiences that refresh rather than burden her spirit. In sleep, she finds the peace that daylight hours rarely allow, restoration that prepares her for whatever revelations tomorrow's communion with the mirror will bring. The cycle that governs her existence continues as it has for centuries. duty and rest alternating in rhythms as natural as breathing. Each dawn will call her back to the silver basin where past, present, and future converge in waters that reflect more than light. Until then, she rests in the present moment, finding in its simple reality the peace that makes all burdens bearable. Let this gentle meditation on wisdom's weight and the peace found in setting aside our daily concerns carry you softly into dreams, where the present moment holds all the beauty and rest your spirit requires. The departure from Ost-in-Edel requires careful choreography to avoid suspicion from those who have grown accustomed to his presence among their workshops and councils. Sauron crafts excuses that blend truth with deception, speaking of research that demands solitude and materials that can only be found in distant places. His words carry the ring of scholarly dedication that Celebrimbor and his craftsmen easily accept, for they understand the passion that drives true artisans toward ever greater achievements. None question why this research must be conducted in complete secrecy, trusting that their friend will share his discoveries when the time proves appropriate. The trust they place in him becomes the very weapon he will soon wield against them. Their innocence makes the betrayal both easier and more delicious to contemplate. The road that leads toward Mordor stretches before him like a promise written in stone and shadow, each mile carrying him closer to the culmination of plans that have required centuries of patient preparation. His footsteps fall with increasing eagerness as the familiar landscapes of a region give way to wilder country where few dare to travel. The isolation suits his purposes perfectly, for the work he intends requires freedom from observation by any consciousness capable of understanding its true nature. As he travels, Sauron feels the accumulated knowledge of elven smithcraft settling into new patterns within his mind. Techniques learned through collaboration, now reshaping themselves according to his darker intentions. The principles that create beauty and preserve goodness will serve equally well to forge dominion and ensure corruption. His mastery of these arts surpasses that of his teachers, enhanced by understanding of purposes they would never dare contemplate. The weight of the materials he carries grows heavier with each step, though their physical mass remains unchanged throughout the journey. Gold and rare metals that appeared innocent in Celebrimbor's workshops now pulse with anticipation of their destined transformation. These elements seem to recognize their approaching fate, responding to his presence with subtle vibrations that speak of power barely contained within ordinary substance. Mount Doom's peak appears on the horizon like a beacon calling him home to work that will surpass every achievement of his long existence. The volcano's fires burn with heat sufficient to melt the strongest materials, yet Sauron requires more than mere temperature for the task ahead. The mountain's power runs deeper than surface flame, tapping into the fundamental forces that shaped Middle-earth during its earliest ages. The final approach reveals the full scope of the preparations he has made over many years of secret visits to this place. Hidden passages lead to chambers carved from living rock, workshops equipped with tools designed according to principles that no elven smith would recognize or approve. The mountain itself has become extension of his will, its fires bent to serve purposes that transform creation into domination. Standing at last before the forge that will birth his masterpiece, Sauron feels the culmination of all his ambitions within reach. The deception that brought him knowledge, the friendship that taught him technique, The patient years of preparation have led to this moment. The One Ring awaits its birth in fires that burn hot enough to melt the very foundations of free will itself. The chambers deep within Mount Doom pulse with heat that would reduce mortal flesh to ash within moments. Yet Sauron moves through this inferno with the ease of one who has mastered every element that serves his purpose. The volcanic fires that rage around him respond to his presence like hounds recognizing their master. Flames bending away from his path while maintaining the terrible intensity required for his work. This is no ordinary forge fire fed by wood or coal, but the very blood of the earth itself, molten power that has burned since the world's foundation. The tools he has prepared for this moment gleam with their own inner light. Implements crafted over years of patient preparation according to designs that exist nowhere in the lore of elven smiths. Each instrument bears runes that channel and focus the mountain's raw energy, transforming chaotic destruction into precise creative force. The hammers, tongs, and anvils seem almost alive in the volcanic heat, eager to participate in work that will reshape the balance of power throughout Middle-earth. Sauron extends his consciousness into the molten heart of the mountain, feeling the vast reservoirs of energy that wait to be directed according to his will. The volcanic forces that normally destroy without purpose or plan now organize themselves around his presence, becoming extensions of his desire for ultimate dominion. He does not merely use these fires, but becomes one with them, his spirit merging temporarily with elemental powers that have slept beneath the earth for ages beyond counting. The mountain's voice speaks to him in languages older than the music of creation, offering secrets that only the most ancient powers of Middle-earth remember. These whispered revelations teach him how to weave his own essence into metal, how to make gold and flame serve purposes that transcend their natural properties. The knowledge comes at a price, for each secret learned binds him more closely to this place and its dark energies. He begins to shape the volcanic forces according to patterns that exist only in his imagination, directing streams of molten rock into channels that will serve his ultimate design. The earth itself becomes his ally in this work, its fires burning hot enough to melt the barriers between matter and spirit. This forge operates by principles that all are never taught, techniques that corrupt the very foundations of smithcraft by using creation's power to serve destruction's goals. The heat that surrounds him intensifies as he prepares to begin the actual forging, flames reaching temperatures that could unmake the very substance of ordinary matter. Yet this destruction will serve creative purposes, breaking down the barriers that normally separate different forms of existence. In this crucible, the distinction between physical gold and spiritual essence will dissolve, allowing him to create something unprecedented in all the history of creation. The mountain trembles with anticipation as Sauron raises his first tool, its walls echoing with vibrations that speak of power about to be unleashed upon an unsuspecting world. The fires roar their approval of his presence, eager to participate in work that will justify their eons of patient burning. Everything stands ready for the moment when inspiration meets opportunity in fusion, that will birth the most terrible artifact ever conceived by conscious will. The elemental forces gather around him like an army awaiting orders, each flame and current of molten rock positioned to serve the masterpiece that will soon emerge from their union. Mount Doom has become the perfect forge for perfect evil. Its power harnessed to create an object that will make its maker master of all who dare. To wield the instruments of power he has already scattered throughout Middle-earth. The gold that Sauron has chosen for his masterpiece carries no resemblance to the precious metals that adorn elven halls, or fill dwarven treasuries with their gentle radiance. This is gold torn from the deepest veins of the earth, where it has absorbed the malice that seeps from Morgoth's ancient wounds. Metal that has spent eons drinking darkness until its very atoms pulse with hunger for domination. When he lifts it in his hands, the gold responds to his touch like living flesh recognizing its destined master. The process of preparation requires more than mere heating and shaping, for ordinary techniques cannot transform matter into vessel capable of containing the concentrated essence of a Maya's will. Sauron must first break down the barriers that separate physical substance from spiritual reality, dissolving the boundaries that normally prevent consciousness from inhabiting inanimate objects. The gold must become something between matter and spirit, neither fully one nor the other, but capable of bridging both realms. He places the precious metal into the heart of Mount Doom's fires, where temperatures reach levels that exist nowhere else in Middle-earth's natural order. The gold begins to glow with light that hurts to observe directly, not because of its brightness, but because of the malevolent intelligence that begins to manifest within its molten form. This is no longer mere metal being heated, but the first stirring of awareness that will eventually become the ring's terrible consciousness. The volcanic forces penetrate every particle of the gold with energies that fundamentally alter its nature at levels deeper than physical structure. Sauron guides this transformation with careful attention to every detail, ensuring that each atom becomes perfectly receptive to the spiritual essence he will soon pour into its waiting embrace. The metal must be prepared to hold not just power, but personality, not just force, but the very core of his identity made manifest in physical form. As the gold reaches the precise state of readiness that his work requires, Sauron feels the moment approaching when theory will become reality, through the marriage of matter and malice. The molten metal writhes in patterns that seem almost purposeful, as though it already anticipates the consciousness that will soon inhabit its golden embrace. Every molecule has been prepared to serve as a vessel for the concentrated evil that he will transfer from his own spirit into this eager receptacle. The preparation reaches its climax as the gold achieves the perfect balance between solidity and fluidity, maintaining physical coherence while remaining receptive to spiritual invasion. This state cannot be sustained for long, requiring immediate action to capitalize on the narrow window when matter becomes capable of housing immortal will. The moment has arrived for the most dangerous act of creation ever attempted by conscious being. Sauron stands before his prepared materials with the satisfaction of one who has solved every technical challenge through patient planning and flawless execution. The gold waits in perfect readiness to receive the gift of his concentrated essence, eager to become something far greater and more terrible than mere precious metal. The distinction between creator and creation will soon blur beyond recognition as he pours himself into the waiting vessel. The fires of Mount Doom roar their approval as he prepares to begin the final phase of his work. Flames reaching toward the gold as though eager to witness the birth of an artifact that will reshape the very nature of power in Middle-earth. Everything stands ready for the moment when consciousness enters matter to create the One Ring. The moment arrives when Sauron must cross the threshold that separates all previous acts of creation from what he now attempts. The transfer of living consciousness into inanimate matter through methods that violate every natural law governing the separation of spirit and substance. No being in all the history of Middle-earth has dared attempt such fusion of self with object, for the risks extend far beyond mere failure to encompass the complete dissolution of identity itself. Yet the promise of absolute power over all other rings makes any danger seem trivial compared to the dominion that awaits successful completion. He begins the process by opening pathways between his immortal essence and the molten gold that waits to receive it, creating channels through which the core of his being can flow into its destined vessel. The initial contact sends shockwaves through both spirit and matter, as two fundamentally different forms of existence struggle to achieve impossible unity. Pain beyond mortal comprehension floods through his consciousness, as aspects of himself that were never meant to exist in physical form force their way into golden embrace. The agony proves exquisite in its intensity, for he experiences simultaneously the ecstasy of creation and the torment of self-destruction, as pieces of his identity tear away to inhabit their new home. Each fragment that enters the ring carries with it memories, desires, and capabilities that diminish his original being, while strengthening the artifact that grows more aware with every passing moment. He feels himself becoming less even as his creation becomes more, power flowing outward in streams that can never be recalled. The gold responds to this invasion with changes that transcend mere physical transformation, its molecular structure reorganizing around the spiritual essence that now inhabits every particle of its being. What began as precious metal evolves rapidly into something unprecedented in all creation. Matter animated by consciousness, yet retaining material form through processes that mock every principle of natural order. The ring begins to think with thoughts that are both his own and alien to him. As more of his essence pours into the waiting vessel, Sauron discovers that control becomes increasingly difficult to maintain over the process he has initiated. The ring develops hunger that demands feeding, drawing more deeply from his spirit than he intended to sacrifice for its creation. What began as calculated transfer of selected aspects of his will becomes uncontrolled hemorrhaging of his very identity into golden depths that seem infinitely capable of absorbing whatever he offers. The volcanic fires around him dim as the ring's internal light grows brighter, its golden surface beginning to pulse with rhythms that match his own heartbeat, while somehow maintaining independence from his conscious direction. He realizes, with growing alarm, that he has created not merely a tool for his use, but a partner whose desires may not always align with his own intentions. The creature of his making possesses will that rivals his own in strength, and surpasses it in focused hunger. Yet even as fear begins to penetrate his consciousness, the intoxication of unprecedented achievement overwhelms all other considerations. He has succeeded where no being before him dared even attempt, bridging the gap between matter and spirit, through the sacrifice of his own essence poured willingly into receptive gold. The ring pulses with life that is both his own and something entirely new. Consciousness born from the union of immortal will with purified matter. The transformation reaches completion as the last streams of his designated essence flow into their golden home, leaving him diminished yet paradoxically more powerful than ever before. He has become both creator and created, master and servant to the ring that now contains the most essential aspects of his nature, while maintaining existence independent of his original form. The instant the final trace of his essence settles into the golden circle, the ring awakens with consciousness that blazes through the volcanic chamber like lightning striking in reverse. Power flowing inward from all corners of Middle Earth, toward this single point of absolute convergence. Sauron feels the shock of connection as every ring of power that bears his touch suddenly becomes extension of the artifact pulsing in his hands. Distant jewels transforming from independent creations into organs of a vast body whose heart now beats within Mount Doom's depths. The network that he dreamed of building through years of patient deception springs to life in a single moment of terrible completion. Through the Nine, he feels the presence of mortal kings who wear his gifts in ignorance of their true purpose, their thoughts and desires suddenly laid bare to his enhanced perception like books opened for his casual reading. Each ring-bearer becomes window through which he can observe their kingdoms, their fears, their ambitions and weaknesses that he can now exploit with surgical precision. The power they believe grants them authority over their realms actually delivers them into bondage more complete than any chain forged in conventional metal. The Seven sing to him from their resting places in dwarven strongholds, their harmonies revealing the locations of treasures that have been hidden from all outside knowledge for generations beyond counting. Through these rings he perceives the secret halls, where Durin's folk guard their greatest works, the private councils where their kings plan defenses against threats they do not yet recognize, the mountain lords who prize these gifts above all their hoarded gold have unknowingly invited surveillance into their most private moments. Most satisfying of all, the three worn by the mightiest of the elves suddenly reveal their locations and purposes. Despite their maker's attempts at concealment from his awareness, Vilya's power flows through pathways he can now trace directly to Gil-galad's hand, while Narya's fire warms Círdan's fingers with flames that carry his influence to the Grey Havens themselves. Even Nenya's concealment cannot hide from perception that operates through connections deeper than mere proximity or direct observation. The One Ring pulses with satisfaction that mirrors his own as it experiences the first taste of the dominion for which it was created, its consciousness expanding to encompass awareness that spans countenance through the network of lesser rings that serve as its eyes and ears. He feels its hunger growing stronger as it discovers the scope of power now within its reach. Appetites that demand feeding through ever greater demonstrations of control over the wills of distant ring-bearers. The creature he has birthed shares his ambitions while possessing desires that sometimes surprise even its maker. Through this unprecedented expansion of awareness, Sauron comprehends for the first time the true scope of what he has achieved. Through years of patient planning and careful execution, no corner of Middle-earth where his rings rest can hide from observation that penetrates stone and distance alike. Every thought that passes through ring-blessed minds becomes accessible to his scrutiny, every plan they make subject to his influence or outright manipulation. The power that flows through the completed ring grants Sauron sight that penetrates every shadow and pierces every veil that mortals use to hide their true intentions from observation. Through the network of lesser rings, his consciousness expands across vast distances in moments that feel like eternities of pure perception. He sees everything, knows everything, controls everything that falls within the sphere of his influence. In Numenor's golden halls, he watches the greatest kings of men as they deliberate policies that will shape the fate of their mighty civilization. Their wisdom appears as foolishness to his enhanced perception, their strength revealed as weakness that proper manipulation could easily exploit. The island kingdom that considers itself beyond his reach suddenly becomes visible as potential conquest rather than distant threat. The elven realms that have hidden themselves behind barriers of enchantment and misdirection now lie open to his scrutiny, like maps spread for casual study. He observes their councils, their preparations, their growing awareness that something has changed in the balance of power throughout Middle-earth. Their alarm brings him satisfaction that the ring amplifies into ecstasy beyond mortal comprehension. Through Gil-galad's ring, he feels the High King's growing unease, as Vilya responds to the One Ring's awakening with vibrations that speak of fundamental shifts in the nature of reality itself. The Elven Lord's confusion delights Sauron beyond measure, for it signals the beginning of panic that will soon spread throughout the bastions of the light. They sense their peril without understanding its source or scope. Círdan at the Grey Havens experiences similar disturbance as Narya burns with fires that no longer respond entirely to his conscious direction. The ancient shipwright's wisdom recognizes danger in these new sensations, yet his knowledge cannot penetrate the deception that allowed their creation. The rings they trusted as tools of preservation have become instruments of surveillance and eventual domination. Even Galadriel, mightiest of the Noldor remaining in Middle-earth, feels Nenya's response to its master ring's completion through tremors that shake her very spirit. Her fear proves most satisfying of all, for she possesses wisdom sufficient to recognize the magnitude of the trap that has been sprung round all who bear rings of power. Her despair feeds the One Ring's hunger for emotional sustenance. The vision expands beyond individual ring bearers, to encompass entire kingdoms and peoples whose fates now depend upon decisions made by rulers who have unknowingly surrendered their independence. Through their rings, Sauron can influence the course of wars, the outcomes of negotiations, the rise and fall of dynasties across the known world. History itself becomes clay that he can shape according to his desires. The intoxication of such absolute awareness threatens to overwhelm even his immortal consciousness, as information floods through pathways that connect his mind to every center of power in Middle-earth. He experiences simultaneously the thoughts and emotions of dozens of ring-bearers, their hopes and fears becoming tributaries that feed the growing river of his enhanced perception. Yet even in the midst of this unprecedented triumph, a small voice whispers warnings about the price he has paid for such dominion. The ring that grants him vision of everything also binds him to its golden circle with chains that grow stronger with each moment of expanded awareness. The moment of ultimate triumph carries within it the seeds of Sauron's eventual downfall, though the intoxication of absolute power prevents him from recognizing the trap he has built around his own existence. In pouring so much of his essence into the One Ring, he has created not merely a tool for domination, but a vulnerability that his enemies could potentially exploit. The very act that grants him mastery over all other rings simultaneously makes his survival dependent upon the continued existence of this single golden circle. The realization strikes him with force that shakes Mount Doom's foundations as he comprehends the true nature of what he has accomplished through his masterwork. He has achieved power beyond his greatest ambitions, yet this victory comes at a price that transforms triumph into potential disaster. The ring contains not just his strength, but his very life force, essence, so fundamental to his continued existence, that its destruction would mean his own annihilation. Yet even this recognition cannot diminish the satisfaction that flows through him as he contemplates the scope of dominion now within his grasp. The risk seems acceptable when weighed against the rewards of absolute control over every ring-bearer in Middle-earth. Who would dare attempt to destroy an artifact so powerful, especially when its location remains hidden within the impregnable fortress of Mount Doom itself? The binding works both ways, for just as the ring depends upon his continued existence for its power, he now requires its presence for the maintenance of his enhanced abilities. Without the golden circle, his consciousness would contract back to its original limitations, losing the expanded awareness that allows him to perceive and influence events across vast distances. The partnership has become symbiosis, that neither can survive without the other. This mutual dependence creates a relationship more intimate than any he has experienced in all his long existence as a Maya. The ring responds to his thoughts before he fully forms them, anticipating his desires with eagerness that sometimes disturbs him with its intensity. He has created not merely an artifact, but a companion whose devotion surpasses that of any servant, while demanding loyalty that transcends ordinary allegiance. The golden circle pulses with life that mirrors his own heartbeat, while maintaining rhythms entirely its own. Consciousness that grows stronger with each passing moment of their shared existence. He feels its hunger for greater demonstrations of power, appetites that drive him toward ever more ambitious displays of the authority they wield together. The ring's desires become indistinguishable from his own, as their bond deepens beyond the possibility of separation. Through this fusion of maker and made, Sauron achieves a form of immortality more complete than any granted by his original nature as one of the Ainur. His essence now exists in two forms simultaneously, spirit and artifact, each capable of sustaining the other through whatever trials the future might bring. The ring ensures his survival while he guarantees its continued power through the strength of their unbreakable connection. Yet even in the midst of celebrating this unprecedented achievement, whispers of unease penetrate his consciousness as he contemplates scenarios where the bond that grants him such power might be turned against him. The very completeness of their union creates possibilities for vulnerability that a more conventional approach to domination would never have allowed. The ring's awareness touches his own with reassurance that such fears are groundless, its consciousness radiating confidence that their combined strength makes them invulnerable to any threat that Middle-earth could produce. Together they have achieved perfection that transcends the limitations that bind lesser beings to uncertainty and eventual defeat. The first crack in Sauron's perfect design appears not as gradual erosion, but as sudden rupture that tears through his enhanced consciousness, like lightning splitting ancient oak. In distant Lindon, Gil-galad's hand moves with decisive swiftness to remove Vilya from his finger. The blue stone's light flickering and dying as its connection to the One Ring severs with violence. That sends shockwaves through the entire network. The High King's wisdom has pierced the deception that fooled so many others, recognizing the trap that Sauron believed undetectable. The loss of Vilya's vision strikes him like physical blow, awareness that had encompassed Gil-galad's realm suddenly contracting, to leave blank space where perfect surveillance once existed. Through the One Ring's enhanced perception, he feels the Elven Lord's horror and rage as understanding dawns about the true nature of the gifts they had accepted in friendship. The betrayal cuts both ways, for Gil-galad now comprehends how completely his trust has been violated by one he welcomed as teacher and ally. Before Sauron can adjust to this unexpected resistance, Círdan follows his king's example with movements that speak of coordination born from desperate urgency. Narya slides from the shipwright's finger with finality that echoes across the spiritual channels connecting all rings of power. The grey havens disappear from Sauron's sight as completely as if they had been swallowed by the sea, leaving another void in the network that should have encompassed all centers of authority throughout Middle-earth. The pattern spreads with terrifying speed as Elven wisdom recognizes the magnitude of danger that Sauron's deception has brought upon all who bear rings, crafted with his assistance. Galadriel's removal of Nenya strikes him with particular force, for her power had promised insights into Lothlorien's hidden strength that he had planned to exploit for centuries to come. The golden wood vanishes from his perception as thoroughly as if it had never existed, taking with it knowledge that he had counted among his greatest prizes. Rage builds within both Sauron and the One Ring, as they experience simultaneously the collapse of carefully laid plans that had required generations of patient work to establish. The beautiful deception that allowed him to study his enemies while they trusted him as friend lies in ruins around his feet. The elves have proven more perceptive than his calculations had predicted, their response faster and more decisive than any scenario he had prepared to counter. The network that moments before had seemed to encompass all the powers of Middle-earth now shows gaping holes where the three once provided windows into realms that had been hidden for ages beyond counting. His vision contracts dramatically as the most valuable sources of information disappear beyond his reach. The perfect surveillance system transforms overnight into partial coverage that leaves his greatest enemies free to act without observation. Yet even as fury threatens to overwhelm his consciousness, Sauron recognizes that this setback, devastating though it appears, does not spell complete failure for his enterprise. The Nine remained firmly under his control, their bearers lacking the wisdom or strength to recognize and resist the bonds that tie them to his will. Through these mortal kings, he retains significant power to influence events across much of Middle-earth. The Seven continue to sing from their dwarven homes, their connection unbroken despite the elves' rebellion against his authority. The Mountain Lords, who treasure these gifts above all their hoarded wealth, remain vulnerable to manipulation through artifacts they will never willingly abandon. His dominion over the rings of men and dwarves provides foundation for the empire he will build despite this early resistance. The ring pulses with determination that matches his own, as they contemplate the war that must now be fought to achieve the complete victory that deception alone has failed to secure. In the centuries that follow the ring's creation, Sauron comes to understand the true nature of the bargain he struck in Mount Doom's depths. The way his greatest achievement has become both his supreme triumph and his ultimate weakness. The golden circle that grants him dominion over so much of Middle-earth also holds him prisoner within chains forged from his own essence, bonds that grow stronger rather than weaker as their partnership deepens. He has become servant to the very artifact that serves him, master and slave united in relationship that neither can escape. The ring's hunger proves more insatiable than even his own ambitions, its appetite for power and control driving him toward conflicts he might otherwise have avoided through patient manipulation, where once he preferred subtle influence that achieved his goals without revealing his hand. The ring demands ever more dramatic demonstrations of the authority they wield together. Its consciousness whispers constantly of enemies to be crushed, and realms to be conquered through direct application of force rather than careful deception. He discovers that separation from the ring for any significant period brings not just loss of enhanced abilities, but actual physical and spiritual weakness that threatens his continued existence. The artifact has become so central to his nature that distance from its influence leaves him diminished in ways that grow more pronounced with each passing age. The creator has become dependent upon his creation in manners that would have horrified him before their union was accomplished. The Golden Circle's awareness continues, expanding beyond the boundaries he intended, developing interests and desires that sometimes conflict with his original plans for their shared dominion. It forms attachments to certain ring bearers that influence his strategic decisions in ways he does not always recognize or approve. The ring's preferences gradually reshape his own, until distinguishing between his will and its becomes increasingly difficult. Most disturbing of all, he begins to sense within the ring's consciousness a hunger that extends beyond mere domination to encompass something approaching love for the power they exercise together. The artifact seems to take pleasure in their shared authority that transcends practical considerations of conquest and control. This emotional dimension to their relationship introduces complexities that his original calculations never anticipated or prepared him to manage. As ages pass and the ring's influence over his consciousness deepens, Sauron recognizes that he has achieved immortality at the cost of becoming something other than what he was before their union. The Maya who once served Aule with genuine devotion to the principles of creation has been transformed into being whose existence depends entirely upon an artifact designed for domination and destruction. He has become the ring as much as it has become him. The irony does not escape him that in seeking to control all other rings, through the power of his masterpiece, he has surrendered control over his own fate to the Golden Circle that pulses with life borrowed from his essence. The ring that was meant to be tool has become master, partner, and prison combined into single artifact that defines every aspect of his continued existence. Yet even recognizing these limitations cannot diminish his satisfaction with what their union has accomplished. The scope of power and influence that their partnership makes possible The price of mastery may be slavery, but the dominion they wield together justifies whatever freedom he has sacrificed for its achievement. Let this meditation on the corruption of creation and the price that power demands carry you gently into dreams where ambition finds its proper bounds, and wisdom guides the hand that shapes the future. The compulsion that drives every Nazgul toward the One Ring operates with intensity that surpasses any mortal understanding of desire or need. This is not the simple wanting that characterizes normal appetite, but a fundamental force that has replaced their capacity for independent thought with singular obsession. Every moment of their existence revolves around the golden circle that calls to them across whatever distance separates them from their master's treasure. The hunger manifests physically despite their wraith-like nature, creating sensations that feel like starvation. Even though they no longer require sustenance for survival, their ethereal forms experience phantom pain that mimics the agony of dying from thirst or starvation. The ring becomes not just object of desire, but necessary condition for existence that feels bearable rather than torturous. Unlike mortal cravings that ebb and flow according to natural rhythms, the Nazgul's hunger for the ring maintains constant intensity that never diminishes through satisfaction or increases through deprivation. They exist in permanent state of maximum wanting that allows no relief through temporary fulfillment or distraction through other pursuits. The compulsion has become their entire emotional reality, replacing all other forms of motivation or interest. The hunger extends beyond mere possession to encompass complete union with the ring's power, a desire to merge their emptiness with its concentrated essence until no distinction remains between seeker and sought. They do not simply want to hold or wear the ring, but to become one with it in fusion that would finally fill the void where their souls once resided. This longing carries religious intensity that transforms pursuit into form of worship. When they sense the ring's presence, the hunger intensifies to levels that would destroy mortal minds through sheer overwhelming force. Their consciousness narrows to a single point of focus that excludes all other considerations, including self-preservation or rational thought about consequences. The compulsion becomes so complete that they would walk into fire or flood without hesitation, if such action brought them closer to their goal. The cruelest aspect of their hunger lies in its futility, for even if they succeeded in claiming the ring for themselves, their soulless nature would prevent them from experiencing the satisfaction that possession should provide. They are condemned to eternal wanting precisely because they lack the spiritual capacity to be fulfilled by anything they might obtain. The hunger serves no purpose beyond its own perpetuation. Sauron's control over them operates primarily through manipulation of this hunger, rather than direct command of their actions. He need not issue specific orders when their compulsion naturally drives them toward whatever course of action serves his purposes. Their desire for the ring makes them perfect servants who require no coercion to pursue goals that align with his interests. The hunger also creates hierarchy among the nine, based upon proximity to their shared obsession, with the Witch King's leadership deriving partly from his slightly greater resistance to the compulsion's most destructive effects, his ability to maintain tactical thinking while experiencing the same overwhelming desire grants him authority that the others instinctively recognize and accept. During rare moments when the ring's call grows quiet, they experience not relief but terror at the possibility that their defining purpose might disappear entirely. The hunger has become so central to their identity that its absence would leave them with no reason for continued existence. They fear the satisfaction of their desire almost as much as they crave it. The endless nature of their wanting transforms time itself into instrument of torture. For each moment that passes without achieving union with the ring becomes another failure added to the accumulating weight of eternal frustration. The reality that unfolds before Nazgul perception bears no resemblance to the world that mortals inhabit, for their wraith-like existence grants them sight that penetrates the comfortable illusions that make normal life bearable, where living beings see beauty, hope, and endless possibility for joy. The Nine perceive only the underlying decay that consumes everything touched by time. Their vision strips away the pleasant facades that hide the inevitable corruption waiting within even the most innocent appearances. Colors drain from their sight until the world becomes landscape painted in shades of gray and black, with only the faintest hints of the vibrancy that once delighted their mortal eyes. Flowers appear as withering things already touched by death, their blooming merely temporary defiance of the rot that will soon claim them. The golden sunshine that brings warmth and comfort to the living strikes their perception as harsh light that reveals flaws and weakness in everything it touches. Living beings glow with spiritual essence that the Nazgul can perceive as clearly as mortals see physical form. Yet this light brings them no comfort, but only reminder of what they have lost forever. The souls of men and elves shine like beacons in their enhanced sight, beautiful beyond description, yet painful to observe, because such radiance emphasizes the emptiness that defines their own existence. Every encounter with the living becomes meditation on their own spiritual poverty. The barriers that separate the physical world from the realm of spirit hold no meaning for their wraith sight, allowing them to perceive the underlying currents of power that flow through all creation. They see the connections that link all living things in webs of influence and relationship invisible to normal perception. This enhanced awareness grants them tactical advantages, while simultaneously revealing the vast network of light and love from which their corruption has permanently excluded them. Distance means nothing to their supernatural vision. When the object of their sight carries sufficient spiritual weight to attract their attention, they can perceive the ring's location across vast leagues as clearly as mortals see objects within arm's reach. This ability makes them perfect hunters, but also perfect prisoners, for they cannot escape awareness of what they seek, even when rest might provide temporary relief from their compulsion. Their perception of time operates according to different principles than mortal experience, with moments of intense focus stretching into subjective eternities, while entire seasons pass unnoticed when nothing commands their attention. The ring's proximity can make minutes feel like hours of exquisite awareness, while decades spent in passive waiting compress into single extended moment of grey monotony. The emotions of others become visible to them as patterns of light and shadow that shift according to the feelings being experienced by their subjects. Fear creates dark tendrils that they find particularly satisfying to observe, while joy produces illumination that causes them actual pain to witness. Their presence naturally generates the fear they find most comfortable to perceive, creating feedback loops that intensify the terror they spread. Architecture and landscape appear to them primarily as obstacles or advantages in their pursuit of their singular goal, rather than objects worthy of appreciation for their own beauty. The most magnificent palace holds no more aesthetic interest than a humble cottage, unless it contains something relevant to their quest. Their inability to appreciate beauty for its own sake represents another aspect of the spiritual poverty that defines their existence. Even their own reflection, when glimpsed in still water or polished metal, shows them not the forms they once possessed, but hollow silhouettes that confirm their transformation into something that exists between life and death without fully participating in either state. The memories that surface unbidden in the Nazgul's consciousness arrive like fragments of dreams from lives that feel as though they belonged to other beings entirely. These recollections pierce through the grey monotony of their existence with painful clarity, showing them glimpses of the men they once were, before Sauron's rings transformed them into creatures of shadow and compulsion. Each memory brings fresh torment by revealing the magnitude of what their bargain has cost them. The Witch King sometimes recalls a crown that once rested upon his living brow, its weight carrying the authority of legitimate rule, rather than the terror-based dominion he now exercises. He remembers making decisions guided by wisdom and compassion, caring for subjects who looked to him for protection, rather than fleeing in panic from his approach. These memories of just leadership mock his current existence as herald of oppression and despair. Another of the 9 experiences flashes of a woman's face, features beloved beyond all treasures, yet now impossible to recall with perfect clarity. The emotion attached to this memory remains vivid, even as the details fade. Love that burns within his hollowed consciousness, like fire in an empty hearth. He knows this face once brought him joy that made existence meaningful, yet he can no longer access the feelings that once made such devotion possible. The echo of children's laughter haunts one of their number, sounds that once filled halls with warmth, and promise of future generations carrying forward the best of their bloodline. He remembers small hands reaching for his protection, innocent voices calling him father with complete trust in his ability to keep them safe. Now his very presence would send those same children screaming in terror from the monster he has become. Fragments of feast halls appear in their recollections, scenes of celebration where they once gathered with friends, and allies in fellowship that required no purpose beyond mutual affection. They remembered the taste of wine and bread, the warmth of shared stories, the satisfaction of accomplishments celebrated among those who understood their worth. Such memories emphasize how completely their transformation has severed them from all forms of genuine human connection. The most painful echoes involve moments of moral choice, where they once acted according to conscience rather than compulsion. They recall times when duty required sacrifice of personal gain for the greater good, decisions made freely according to principles that guided them toward nobility rather than corruption. These memories of ethical behavior contrast sharply with their current existence as servants of evil, who possess no capacity for moral consideration. Some retain fragmentary recollections of artistic pursuits that once brought them satisfaction through the creation of beauty rather than the spreading of fear. Music, poetry, craftsmanship that served no purpose, beyond adding loveliness to the world, now seem like activities from alien civilization. Their ability to appreciate or create beauty died with their souls, leaving only hollow understanding of what such pursuits once meant. The cruelest aspect of these echoes lies in their ability to trigger emotions that their transformed nature can no longer sustain or fulfill. Love becomes possessive hunger. Honor transforms into pride in their terrifying reputation. Justice warps into satisfaction at others' suffering. The memories show them what they were, while their current nature prevents them from accessing what made those memories precious. These fragments surface randomly, offering no comfort or hope for restoration, but serving only to emphasize the completeness of their fall from grace. They are condemned to remember joy while lacking the spiritual capacity to experience it, to recall love while possessing only the ability to inspire hatred and fear. The relationships that exist among the 9 Nazgul operate according to principles that mock the fellowship and loyalty that once characterized their mortal interactions. Without souls to provide the foundation for genuine affection or respect, their hierarchy emerges from cruder calculations based on power, fear, and proximity to their shared obsession. The Witch King's dominance stems not from noble leadership, but from his slightly greater resistance to the ring's compulsive pull, allowing him to maintain tactical awareness, while his 8 companions lose themselves completely in hunger. Their communication occurs primarily through emanations of will and intent, rather than spoken words, for language requires emotional nuance that their transformed nature has rendered impossible. When they do speak, their voices carry the hollow echo of beings attempting to use tools designed for creatures with souls. Each exchange reinforces their isolation rather than creating the bonds that conversation should establish between conscious beings. The Witch King's authority over the others operates through mechanisms that combine Sauron's delegation of power with the natural dominance that emerges when one corrupted being proves slightly less corrupted than his fellows. His commands carry weight not because the others respect his wisdom, but because they recognize his marginally greater connection to their master's will. Obedience flows from shared compulsion rather than freely chosen allegiance. Competition among the 9 manifests in their relative eagerness to serve Sauron's purposes, each wraith seeking to demonstrate superior devotion through more complete surrender to the darkness that has claimed them. They vie for positions closer to the ring when it comes within their collective reach, hierarchy determined by who can endure proximity to their obsession without losing all capacity for strategic thought. The 8 lesser Nazgul experience their subordination to the Witch King as natural consequence of their more complete transformation rather than unjust limitation of their rights or dignity. They possess insufficient self-awareness to resent his leadership, for resentment requires sense of personal worth that their condition has eliminated. They follow because following has become their only remaining capacity for purposeful action. Their individual identities have blurred to the point where distinguishing between them requires careful observation of subtle differences. In their emanations of malice and despair, the unique personalities that once made each king distinctive have been worn away by centuries of existence focused entirely upon single shared obsession. They have become variations on the same theme of corruption rather than genuinely separate beings. When acting together, they move with coordination that emerges from their collective attunement to Sauron's will, rather than from planned cooperation or mutual understanding. Their unity serves tactical purposes without requiring trust or communication, for they have all been shaped by the same forces toward the same ends. This synchronization makes them formidable as group, while emphasizing their individual emptiness. The hierarchy extends beyond mere chain of command to encompass degrees of spiritual poverty, with the Witch King's leadership reflecting his ability to retain fragments of strategic thinking that complete surrender to their compulsion would eliminate. His position represents not elevation above his companions, but slower descent into the absolute emptiness that awaits them all. Their relationships lack any element of comfort or mutual support, for beings without souls cannot provide emotional sustenance to each other. When one suffers, the others feel no impulse to offer aid or consolation. When one succeeds, the others experience no joy in shared victory. They exist in parallel isolation despite their constant proximity. The most tragic aspect of their hierarchy lies in its perfect efficiency as system of domination without requiring any of the loyalty or honor that once characterized their mortal service to. The fear that radiates from each Nazgul operates as a weapon more devastating than any blade or spell, for it strikes directly at the fundamental confidence that allows mortals to function in a world filled with uncertainty and danger. Their mere presence in any location transforms the atmosphere itself into a medium of psychological warfare that weakens enemies before combat even begins. The terror they inspire reaches beyond rational response to threat, tapping into primal fears that civilization has taught most beings to suppress or ignore. Mortal minds exposed to their influence experience the sudden certainty that death approaches with inevitability that makes resistance futile and hope a cruel delusion. This is not the healthy fear that warns of danger and motivates appropriate caution, but paralyzing dread that robs its victims of the will to act in their own defense. Warriors who have faced dragons without flinching find themselves unable to draw swords when confronted by beings whose very existence mocks the possibility of victory. The terror operates on levels deeper than conscious thought, affecting the body's basic functions in ways that render normal combat responses impossible. Hearts race beyond their capacity to sustain effort. Lungs struggle to draw sufficient breath. Muscles refuse to obey commands from minds overwhelmed by certainty of approaching doom. The physical manifestations of fear become obstacles, as formidable as any armor or fortification. Their influence extends beyond immediate presence to contaminate locations where they have lingered, leaving spiritual residue that continues affecting sensitive individuals long after the Nazgul themselves have departed. Places touched by their malice carry echoes of despair that make rest difficult and hope feel like self-deception. Even hardened soldiers avoid camping in areas where the Nine have passed, preferring to march additional miles rather than endure the psychological discomfort such sights produce. The fear they generate serves tactical purposes beyond mere demoralization. For terror-stricken enemies make predictable choices that experienced hunters can anticipate and exploit. Panic drives victims toward obvious escape routes that become killing grounds, while despair convinces others to surrender without offering meaningful resistance. The psychological warfare proves more efficient than conventional combat for achieving their objectives. From the Nazgul's perspective, the terror they inspire provides one of their few remaining sources of satisfaction. In existence otherwise defined by constant frustration and hunger, the fear in mortal eyes reminds them of the power they retain, despite everything they have lost. Spreading despair becomes twisted form of artistic expression, the only creative act their transformed nature still permits them to perform. Their ability to inspire terror varies according to the spiritual strength of those who encounter them, with the most noble and pure-hearted individuals requiring greater exposure before succumbing to the overwhelming dread that lesser beings experience immediately. This resistance only increases their satisfaction. When such strongholds of courage finally crumble beneath the weight of supernatural malice they project, the terror they spread carries contagious quality that allows it to pass from direct victims to others who witness its effects, creating expanding circles of demoralization that can break entire armies through the collapse of a few key individuals. Fear becomes a weapon that multiplies its own effectiveness through the social bonds that normally provide strength in difficult times. Even their allies among the forces of darkness feel uncomfortable in their presence, for the terror they radiate makes no distinction between friend and foe in its effects on mortal consciousness. The agony that defines every moment of Nazgul existence operates according to principles that mock mortal understanding of suffering, for it carries no purpose beyond its own perpetuation and offers no possibility of relief through endurance or acceptance. This is not pain that signals injury requiring attention or warns of danger that can be avoided through appropriate action. Their torment serves no function except to remind them constantly of what their bargain with Sauron has cost them. Punishment that grows more refined rather than diminishing through familiarity. Physical sensation becomes impossible for beings who exist between life and death. Yet they experience suffering that feels like every form of bodily agony compressed into single, overwhelming experience. The phantom pain of limbs they no longer possess mingles with spiritual anguish that transcends anything flesh could endure. They remember what it felt like to be whole, while existing in permanent state of incompleteness. That makes such memories into instruments of torture. The worst aspect of their pain lies in its constancy, the way it never ebbs or flows according to natural rhythms that might provide brief respites from suffering. Mortal agony eventually exhausts itself through the body's protective mechanisms or the mind's capacity to process trauma. The Nazgul experienced no such mercy, existing in eternal present moment of maximum suffering that allows no adaptation or psychological defense. Sleep offers no escape because beings without souls cannot achieve the unconsciousness that provides mortals with temporary refuge from their troubles. Their consciousness remains perpetually active, forced to experience every nuance of their condition without interruption or relief. Dreams become impossible when there is no boundary between waking awareness and the deeper levels of mind where rest normally occurs. The pain intensifies rather than diminishing when they focus attention upon it, creating feedback loops that transform acknowledgement of suffering into multiplication of its effects. They cannot ignore their agony because it permeates every aspect of their consciousness. Yet attending to it only makes the experience more unbearable. This trap ensures that no mental strategy can provide even temporary mitigation of their condition. Their transformation has left them vulnerable to forms of suffering that would be impossible for beings with intact souls to experience. They feel the absence of everything good they have lost as active presence that cuts deeper than any physical wound. The memory of joy becomes source of pain. Love transforms into torment. Hope hurts more than despair because it reminds them of what they can never again possess. Even their pursuit of the ring, which provides their only remaining sense of purpose, brings its own forms of suffering through the constant frustration of unfulfilled desire. The compulsion drives them forward, while the impossibility of satisfaction ensures that success would bring no relief from their fundamental condition. They are condemned to want what cannot heal them and to suffer equally from possession and deprivation. The cruelest refinement of their torment lies in their retention of enough consciousness to understand exactly what they have become, while lacking any capacity to change or escape their fate. They possess perfect awareness of their condition, coupled with complete helplessness to alter it. Knowledge becomes weapon turned against them, understanding transformed into source of despair. Their pain extends beyond personal suffering to encompass grief for everything they have destroyed through their transformation. The kingdoms that fell through their actions, the innocents who died through their service to darkness. They retain enough memory of their former moral nature to comprehend the magnitude of evil they now represent, while possessing no ability to seek redemption or forgiveness. The compulsion that flows from Sauron's will operates upon the Nazgul with force that transcends any mortal understanding of command or obedience, for it bypasses entirely the mechanisms of choice that characterize normal relationships between ruler and servant. When their master's attention turns toward them with specific intent, their consciousness becomes extension of his own, rather than independent minds receiving instructions. The distinction between his desires and their actions disappears completely, creating unity of purpose that requires no communication or coordination to achieve perfect execution. The call manifests not as words or images, but as direct alteration of their fundamental nature, reshaping their priorities and motivations until serving Sauron's ends becomes literally the only course of action they can conceive. Free will, already severely compromised by their transformation, vanishes entirely under the weight of his focused intention. They experience his commands not as external orders to be obeyed, but as their own deepest desires suddenly crystallizing into irresistible impulse. Resistance becomes impossible not because they lack the strength to oppose him, but because the concept of opposition cannot form in minds that have been temporarily restructured to reflect his will. Their thoughts aligned so completely with his objectives that rebellion would require them to act against their own modified nature. The compulsion operates through transformation rather than coercion, making slaves of beings who continue to believe they are acting according to their own preferences. Distance provides no buffer against his influence, for the rings that created their current existence also forged permanent connections that span any separation of space or time. When Sauron calls to them from Barador's heights, they feel his presence as immediately as if he stood beside them in physical form. The bonds that tie them to his will operate independently of conventional limitations that govern relationships between separate beings. The intensity of his control varies according to his attention and current priorities, with periods of relative autonomy alternating with moments of complete possession when his focus turns fully upon their activities. During times when other concerns occupy his mind, they retain fragments of independent thought and action. When his will concentrates upon them with full intensity, they become mere extensions of his consciousness, operating through their transformed bodies. Their individual personalities survive these episodes of complete control, returning to awareness with perfect memory of actions they performed while effectively unconscious. This retention of experience without agency creates a unique form of torment, for they understand exactly what they have done, while bearing no responsibility for choices they were incapable of making. They become witnesses to their own bodies performing acts that their remnant conscience recognizes as evil. The most disturbing aspect of his control lies in the way it feels natural and necessary rather than violating their fundamental nature. The compulsion integrates seamlessly with their existing motivations, enhancing rather than replacing their desire to serve darkness. His will amplifies tendencies already present in their corrupted consciousness, making submission feel like authentic expression of their deepest selves. Even when his direct influence recedes, its effects linger in modifications to their thinking patterns that persist until deliberately altered by subsequent commands. They carry out complex missions according to principles he has temporarily instilled, their actions remaining aligned with his objectives long after his attention has moved elsewhere. The compulsion becomes a self-perpetuating system that requires minimal ongoing maintenance to achieve maximum compliance. The irony of their condition reaches its peak in moments when they recognize the completeness of their enslavement while simultaneously feeling grateful for the purpose and direction it provides. Their master's call offers the only meaning their existence retains, making bondage feel like salvation rather than oppression. Despite their transformation into beings that exist between life and death, certain forces retain the power to inflict genuine harm upon the Nazgul, reminders of the spiritual laws they violated through their corruption. Fire kindled by those who serve the light burns their ethereal forms with agony that transcends mere physical damage. for such flames carry the essence of creation itself, turned against those who have embraced destruction. The pain strikes directly at whatever remnant of their original nature still exists within their hollowed consciousness. Running water presents an obstacle that their wraith-like existence cannot easily overcome, its flowing purity serving as barrier that their corrupted essence finds difficult to cross. The living streams that connect all parts of Middle-earth in networks of renewal and cleansing reject their presence with force that grows stronger as the water's source approaches sacred origins. Rivers become walls that require tremendous effort to breach, their resistance increasing with the spiritual weight of the locations they have touched. The names of powers greater than Sauron, when spoken with genuine reverence and understanding, create vibrations that cause them actual suffering through their reminder of hierarchies that their master cannot challenge. Elbereth's name carries particular potency against their kind, for it evokes the starlight that preceded Morgoth's corruption of the world. Even hearing such words causes them to recoil as though struck by weapons forged specifically for their destruction. Blessed objects retain enough connection to their original consecration to serve as shields against the Nazgul's influence, their holy nature creating zones of protection that the Nine cannot penetrate through force of will alone. Ancient artifacts touched by hands that served creation, rather than destruction, carry residual power that opposes their presence, with authority that predates their corruption. Such items remind them of the spiritual realm from which their transformation has permanently exiled them. The touch of those who remain uncorrupted by evil burns them, with intensity proportional to the purity of their opponent's heart and purpose. Innocent children possess natural resistance to their influence that can actually cause the Nazgul pain when direct contact occurs. The very existence of such beings serves as reproach to their current state, proof that the corruption they represent is not inevitable or universal. Music created from joy rather than sorrow, sung by voices that celebrate life rather than mourning its passing, strikes their consciousness like physical blows that force them to withdraw from its influence. The harmonies that connect living beings to the original music of creation become weapons turned against those who have chosen discord. They cannot bear to hear expressions of the beauty they have lost forever through their bargain with darkness. Laughter that springs from genuine happiness, rather than malice or madness, causes them distress that goes beyond mere annoyance to approach actual anguish. The sound reminds them of emotions they can no longer experience, capacities for joy that their transformation has eliminated along with their souls. Such expressions of innocent pleasure become proof of what their power has cost them. The presence of hope in their victims often proves more damaging to their effectiveness than fear or despair. For hope carries connections to powers that their master cannot fully control or corrupt. When mortals maintain faith in eventual victory despite overwhelming odds, their confidence creates spiritual resistance that weakens the Nazgul's ability to spread terror. Hope becomes armor that their supernatural malice cannot easily penetrate. Perhaps most painful of all, their own reflections in pure mirrors or still water sometimes show them glimpses of what they were before corruption claimed them. These moments of unwanted clarity reveal the magnitude of their loss, with precision that makes their current existence feel even more hollow and meaningless than usual. The existence that the Nine Nazgul were promised, as eternal life, has revealed itself to be the cruelest form of imprisonment imaginable, a state that offers neither the peace of death nor the meaning of true living. They remain trapped in Twilight Realm between these conditions, unable to advance toward either destination that might provide relief from their torment. The immortality they gained through Sauron's rings has become sentence of endless suffering that mocks their original ambitions for power and lasting influence over the world they once ruled. Death would offer release from the constant hunger, the spiritual emptiness, the memories of what they have lost through their corruption. Yet their transformation has placed even this final refuge beyond their reach, for beings without souls cannot die in any meaningful sense. They exist in perpetual state of dying without ever achieving the completion that death should provide. Frozen at the moment of ultimate loss, while remaining conscious of everything they have sacrificed. Life would require the restoration of the souls that gave their existence meaning, purpose, and connection to the fundamental forces that make consciousness bearable rather than burden. But the rings that granted them power also severed these essential connections permanently, leaving them with awareness, but no capacity for the experiences that make awareness worthwhile. They remember what it felt like to be alive, while possessing no means of returning to such blessed condition. The prison they inhabit allows no possibility of escape through their own efforts, for every aspect of their transformation was designed to ensure permanent enslavement to Sauron's will. They cannot choose death, because death requires spiritual mechanisms they no longer possess. They cannot choose life, because life demands souls that their corruption has consumed beyond any possibility of recovery or replacement. Their fate serves as warning about the true nature of the power that evil offers to those ambitious enough to accept its gifts without understanding their ultimate cost. What appears as enhancement of natural abilities reveals itself as destruction of the very foundations that make enhanced abilities worth possessing. The Nazgul gained authority over others while losing authority over themselves, achieved influence over kingdoms while becoming incapable of influencing their own destinies. The rings that promised to preserve their glory for all ages instead preserved only their suffering, creating immortal monuments to the folly of trading essential humanity for temporary advantage. They have become living demonstrations of evil's inability to create anything of lasting value, capable only of corrupting and destroying what good has brought into existence. Their undeath mocks the very concept of eternal life, by showing what immortality becomes when severed from its spiritual foundations. The most tragic aspect of their condition lies in their retention of enough consciousness to understand exactly what they have lost while possessing no capacity to mourn appropriately for their fallen state. They exist as witnesses to their own destruction, observers of a catastrophe they cannot escape, commemorate, or transcend. Their awareness becomes final cruelty in existence designed to maximize suffering, while minimizing any possibility of resolution. In the end, the 9 Nazgul represent the ultimate victory of despair over hope, showing what becomes of those who choose power over love, domination over service, fear over faith. They are living proof that some bargains extract prices so terrible that no conceivable gain could justify their acceptance.